benefit as much. It's so we start getting into that piece on the solution piece. I definitely can talk about, the boots on the ground that we have, where we're benefiting, who we're benefiting, how we get involved with government on the local level, how it's work, how voting for certain. I definitely can talk about boots on the ground that we have, where we benefit, who we're benefiting, how we get involved with government on the local level, how it's work, how voting for certain. I definitely can talk about boots on the ground that we have, where we benefit, who we're benefiting, how we get involved with government on the local.
Peace, peace, family, peace. Man, oh man, oh man. We got too many people crying on a during this pandemic, especially if you're not working. This is the best time to get yourself together. All you got is you right now. You got all the quiet time, I guess. You got all the me time, definitely. You got all the me time. And it's too much crying right now, man. Like really. Boy, too much crying. You dig? It's time to level up, man. I'm on that level up. Peace. Yeah, I can't really complain. If y'all want to hear some sob stories, whining and complaining and blaming God, blaming white man, if y'all want to hear some stuff, I can entertain you guys with a whole bunch of complaints and crying. I could definitely entertain you guys with a whole bunch of crying, complaints, how I can't get nothing done, somebody blocking me. You dig? But I ain't built like that. You dig? I'm built to survive. I'm built to win. I'm the part of evolution that survives and wins. Some people are the part that dies off. You feel me? I'm part of the aspect of evolution that survives and lives on. I don't know anything about that losing, dying part. You feel me? It's too much whining. Too much whining. People, why do people go to Sonetta to tell on me? Like I got a daddy. I got a YouTube live daddy. Why do everybody runs to Sonetta to tell on me? This is not speculation. This is confirmation. All right? There's no speculation. This is an absolute fact. No cap, hashtag facts, all that. People are literally running to Sonetta to tell on me. I don't have a Sky Daddy. I don't have a YouTube Live Daddy. Your complaints, your sob stories are useless. You dig? People went so far to tell Sonetta, yo, you shouldn't allow him back on your platform. You shouldn't say his name. Dude, you are a loser. That didn't work. Okay? I keep trying to tell y'all, none of y'all made me, so you can't break me. You can't tell on me to somebody. Not in real life, not in my community. People are like, I am who I am. That's period. Peace, Too Smooth. You dig? Peace, Amber, Michael, Gary. Yeah, so you can't tell on anybody on me. I had an actual client that was unsatisfied. I don't got too many of them. Unsatisfied is really her fault. Unsatisfied, and then try to tell somebody on me. And they was like, yo, he runs his own business, right? They try to tell some school faculties on me. They're like, nah, he ain't affiliated with us. He runs his own business. Yeah, you got a boss. You're complaining on the boss. You're not complaining on an employee. They had to correct her. Yo, and this was white woman. A white woman complained on me about how she didn't like my services to another white woman. In the school, whatever. And she got an education that day. Listen, you are talking, you were dealing with a boss. You are not dealing with an employee. Sorry, we can't help you. She learned. And then she tried to come back. No, your money's no good here now. Sorry, your money is no, you try telling me your money's no good here. Go somewhere else. You dig? So we have that. So now you have the same thing with Sonetta. Like people don't like me for whatever reason. You have the right to not like me. Okay, but now you want to go influence other people to not like me. Okay, that's fine. You got the right to do that. But it's not going to work because I am who I am. And I'm consistent. Like I'm predictable. Like you guys know I turn up and get crazy sometimes. And you know I get emotional. Like, so I'm predictable. Like, you know, certain challenges I'm going to turn up and do certain things. Like I'm not going to do anything that you didn't already consider. I won't catch you off guard. Peace, Ricardo. Right, Michael Phillips. So people are really going to Sonetta to complain about our personal dealings. And mind you, I don't really know these people like that. So we might have a difference in opinion. We might even have a shouting match, but that was it. Like, you know, I don't carry on. Just look at my content. Like who do I don't carry on no beefs. Any beefs you heard me address on my platform, it was addressed and it was over, and I never go back and bring it back up. It's over. I don't resurrect beefs for like content, you know, people to tune in. I don't like a lot of people, but I won't share those opinions. I keep it private, you know, again, but also I don't know people. So people have one run-in with me and they hate me forever and they want everybody to hate me. And then they definitely want Sonetta to hate me. So they go to Sonetta like, yo, I'm biased to this, I'm biased to that. And it doesn't work. Peace, Law. It doesn't work. Keep trying. I encourage you to keep trying. Keep going to Sonetta to complain about how you don't like me. Keep lying, saying I started the issue. Keep doing that. It's not going to work. People recognize real people. You have failed, by the way. If your goal was to turn Sonetta against me, I will be happy to tell you, you have failed miserably. You're making me more relevant to Sonetta, by the way. Keep bringing my name up. So thank you. You're giving me more pulling power when I talk to Sonetta. Thank you. I talk to him more now because of you. I talk to him more now because of your hatred. Like, Sonetta never contacts me. I never contact him. He doing, he does, I'm doing what I do. But because of your hatred towards me, you got me and the brother building more now. Like we're talking more. And it's not some hatred stuff. It's like straight friendship type talk. So you're playing reversed on you. You can't dry snitch on a real dude or a real woman. It's going to backfire every time. I'm successful. I'm a winner. I solve problems. Only I can take me down. That's it. Peace, Chefrin. Yeah, man. Hey, Chef, you got people running to Sonetta to tell on me, not what I said about him. I don't talk about him. You dig? You can't do that. So people go to Sonetta and talk about our relationship and how I supposedly started trouble and picked a fight, and they want Sonetta to like not deal with me or whatever it is. I don't know what the issue is, but whatever it is, you have failed miserably. You made me closer to Sonetta. You gave me more credibility with Sonetta. Thank you. You dig? Thank you. Now Sonetta officially knows who Unbiased Sports is. Thank you. You helped me get my name out. For the first time in my life, I ain't got to put hard work to get something done. Most of the things I want to do in life, I got to put the hard work in to get it done. To get my name out on this little community, you guys helped me do it without the hard work. Thank you. I only got 18 viewers on a given night. So with only 18 viewers on a given night, you helped me get my name out like I'm packed with 300, 500 viewers. Thank you. So I got the same impact as somebody equivalent to 300, 500 viewers. Thank you. Exactly, bro. I have no idea what beefs my action can have with me. You know, all my ongoings online is about the information. You dig? So either maybe I was immature, maybe I cut you off too early. You know, maybe something like that happened and you didn't appreciate it. Maybe I called you pseudo. You know, but it was all informational, disagreements. Like nothing is personal. I don't call out people. That's not my plan to like personally attack anybody. So nobody can actually say what I did personally to somebody. Everything was based off a subject. Peace, brother Matthew. Yeah, subscribers definitely climbing. Yeah, I definitely went up like almost 400 subscribers in a matter of a month. And I would like to believe it's because of people like, what we bring to the community. I hope it's not for like drama or whatever other reason. People hating, but peace slide. But people, African Science, brother Mathis, but people try to have a beef with me because they see I'm like well liked. Again, I don't know too many platforms that can have beefing squads together in harmony, building. You dig? I don't know how many platforms can do that, but my little small humble platform has done that many times. You dig? And again, I can't be a messed up person if everybody rocks with me. You dig? Like I have little tiny disagreements with certain people on certain ideologies, but that's not enough for them to not come over here. I could throw out names and it's little differences. Like I'm very respectful in my differences. I don't talk about them behind their back. I don't act like they're dumb. I don't act like, they're pseudo. I understand I might even have a personal bias to some of these ideologies. You dig? I even consider that. But you can't break somebody who he didn't make. Like I made myself. I'm self-made. I'm a made man. You dig? And people kind of hate that. People hate that. Some people are insecure with people who are secure. Like you guys don't know me from Adam and Paint, but whatever that means, you guys don't know me at all, basically. But I know most of you sense that I'm at the very least, if nothing else, I'm secure in who I am as an individual. I think I was successful of giving that vibe off to you guys, that energy off. I think all of you who actually spoke to me, either on the phone, whether it's Zoom, whether it's a Facebook chat, I really believe that most of you, at the very least, understand if nothing else, this brother is definitely secure. There's nothing insecure about him. Like he's definitely sure of himself. And that intimidates people. You have the audacity to say what you want to say. I'm scared to say what I got to say, but you say what you want to say regardless of whom or what, and I'm afraid to do that. So I'm jealous of that. So it's okay. It's okay. Like, subscribers, viewers, I'm humble. Again, five people could listen in, and I will continue to go live. If 5 people only continue to like listen in, I will continue because I feel like that's 5 people. I'm good. I'm humble. Like I don't have a specific goal in this. I don't have a number set. Some people do, and because of that, they're probably successful online. I don't have a number. Like I come on really to vent sometimes, and if people who have similar thoughts as me, you're definitely welcome to share those thoughts to those same 5 people listening in. You dig? I can do a straight, no subscribers, straight back room, no live Zoom chat with folks. Because a lot of times people just want to vent. They want to just share their thoughts and they want to hear what somebody else has to say. That's how you grow in life, by the way. Yeah. So you can't, you guys seen like the text that Chief X did on his show. He showed the text of me being a group of other people, and people really thought that they could like cut me off. I said, bro, you can't cut me off. You didn't cut me in. I got my own knife. I cut myself in. Like, what I mean? Nobody ain't just say, hey, you want to go on live? You over there with the red jacket, come on live. Nah, like I actually made myself relevant, commenting in the chat, provoking ideas, challenging ideas, where people felt like, hey, man, this guy might know something. Like I like where his mind is going. We want to hear more of him. Here, invite him on the Zoom. Let's see what else he has. You dig? So that's me. That was me. Nobody did that. So I want to say that. So this was not supposed to be mentioned at all online, but I kept hearing people like really go against me for no reason, lying, saying I did this, I did that. And hey, man, I gotta say, it's men and women. It's black men and black women both trying to dry snitch on your boy, on your brother. As though, man, like, what am I actually saying that can possibly, again, any differences I had with somebody, you guys don't even know. Why? Because I don't mention it. So when I spoke to certain people, like, they didn't even know I had fake issues with certain people. I said, well, I thought you was cool. Like, no, I'm not cool with that person. But you will never know because I won't talk about it. It's not that serious. It's not your business. But other people make it their business to try to say, yo, don't mess with Unbiased. He like lying, stretching stuff because it's all light stuff. Don't mess with Unbiased. Why? Because he called me pseudo. Like, really? That's why? So you got to make it sound more attractive. So when people come on here, they come on here with the wrong energy. You dig? With the sour energy. Yeah, we're going to call it sour energy. They come on here with sour energy trying to provoke something out of me that's not there naturally. Peace, David Israel. And they're mad that people like Asiatic Black Man could come over here and say he appreciate the platform. They're mad that people like Lynn, indigenous Black Man, can come over here and give a presentation unhindered. They're mad that can happen. That sounds familiar, right? That's what Sonetta does. Like, he allows everybody to vent. Now, the only difference between me and Sonetta is that as soon as you get done venting, we're going to fact check you on the spot. You dig? We ain't gonna let that go too far. But yeah, man, like you can't really go against Sonetta, somebody who made this cool. Like, he made going live cool for us, for people who are into this community. He made going live cool. He made, so that's just it. He made going live. And actually, if you ask Young Pharaoh and Polite, they're very successful on social media. So not only is it cool for them, it has become a way to a way of living for them. And other people, I'm sure, as well, that's doing their thing on social media. You dig? All inspired by Sonetta. So it's kind of hard to go against people who actually are the reason why other people are successful, and people continue to be successful. You got Michael Edwards. We would not know who Michael Edwards is without Sonetta. Soleimani. All these guys I never heard of until they came on Sonetta TV. So we got to look at Sonetta TV exactly what he says he is. He says he's basically just a network. He's NBC. Of course, he's more involved, but he's like a Sean Hannity. You dig? Sean Hannity biased as hell when you come on there, especially if you're black and you're a pro-black activist. Sean Hannity biased as hell. But who has an all-out campaign against Sean Hannity? Let's boycott Sean. No, like, you already know what it is when you go on that show. You already know Sean Hannity is anti-black power all across the board. Right, Gary Hart. Like, people come on here and they get to talk. You dig? Again, I have little shout matches with Zen sometimes, Amber and Sosa, but guess what? I don't make it personal. It's just for the moment. And then we don't even carry that on. Like, we have a little shouting match, energy fight, and then what? A half an hour later, you wouldn't even know we even had that shouting match. Because I understand that I'm only shouting not because they're saying anything bad towards me. I'm only shouting because this is how we kind of handle disagreements, you dig? So I'm only shouting because that's how unfortunately, this is how some of us handle disagreements. We shout and talk loud. But it's like nothing personal. And that's why I kind of make that like kind of known. And because of that, if somebody says something to me, like, in that shouting match that could be offensive normally, I don't take it as that. 'Cause I understand when you're in the heat of the moment, you are going to say things you wouldn't normally say in your sound mind. So I even give way to people to say slick things in a shouting match because you're human. That's done in real life. Like, you're going to say the worst things ever when you're yelling at somebody. When you're talking calm, you're going to say the best things ever. Like, yo, we got to stop holding people to these religious, what's the word I'm looking for? These religious heights where they can't do no wrong. So Sa Neter is a regular person. He has the right to make a mistake. He has the right to call people out their names, like we all have done. You dig? We said just as much horrible stuff Sa Neter did and worse. But he's perfect though, right? We can't let him do it. Nah, he could do it too. He got the right to yell and cuss people out too and say some stuff that we probably think is offensive. You know, all of us got the right to do that. Now, it's what you do afterwards. So afterwards, if you choose to speak to somebody after that, then that's your choice. If you don't, that's your choice. You know, if I'm having a discussion with Zen and he decides to cuss me out, I ain't gonna trip because I know that he's only cussing me out because we disagree on this particular thing. Now, if he cussed me out for no reason, like we're just talking about something and I get cussed out, then I know it's more personal. But if we are having a disagreement and he cusses me out, that's called, he's doing it in context. That's part of that's unfortunately in the Black community, that's part of disagreeing. You cuss somebody out. So I don't trip. I don't trip on that. And like, that's why most of y'all rock with me, because like, I'm genuine. Like, you guys know that whatever I'm saying on this microphone right now, you guys know that it's not for show. This is how I am. This is who I am. And sometimes that could like backbite you, because you got to be kind of phony to appeal to a lot of people. And because I'm just who I am and I'm not going to be phony or political, people are not going to rock with me because of that. And in my personal opinion, those who don't rock with me are insecure and losers anyway. So I'm shedding you off by being real. You dig? Hey, Zen, I think, wait, who else? Okay, so we got Zen and Sheffer, my bad. And I sent the link for anybody else to hop on. You know how I do. It doesn't matter if we had a topic. It's always open topic. It's always open topic here. So I'm saying that to say this. No matter what I said just now, Sheffer is here, Zen is here. Like, they can literally just say whatever they want. They could go the other way. If they wanted to. Like, you don't have to, you know, if you don't want to, you don't have to, you know, add on to what I just said if you don't want to. But if you do, go ahead. Sheffer and Zen?
What's up with y'all? What's up? But I hopped in at the wrong time, yo. I'ma just fall back until I catch up with where y'all at.
Yeah, I was pretty much just ranting, but necessarily ranting, because apparently people are going to Sa Neter to complain about me. And hey, Zen, these are people who I don't even talk to. I haven't talked to these people in months. And they are going to Sa Neter talking about me, saying how they don't like me.
No, that's some sucker shit right there. That's some sucker shit. I mean, hey, I can't believe adults doing this type of thing. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's why I say it's because they're in game. Like, I believe in order to do that, all your eggs are in the basket. And that's this internet basket. That's this YouTube live. All your eggs are in that basket. My eggs are not in YouTube live. I don't get any money from this. I don't even tell you my Cash App. You dig? I get zero money from this. I haven't even applied for monetary, you know, super chat stuff. I haven't done that yet because, you know, I'm a real person that make my own way. But with that being said, like, my eggs, I got all this time off. I'm not working, right? It's a humbling experience, by the way. So if anybody thought they were like better than anybody, well, now you're on the same level as everybody because nobody's working and nobody's getting any income like that. Like, you're getting government benefits. You're a welfare recipient at this point. So everybody's humble. So this is, you know, you're back down to earth, right? So I'm taking this time out to say, okay, when this crisis is over, I'm going to make sure I know a lot about, you know, virology as much as possible. I'm going to know a lot about chemistry because, you know, you guys know I try to study chemistry, and I'm going to know a lot about the stock market. So those are my 3 goals. When this crisis is over, I expect to be very fluent and knowledgeable in chemistry, in virology, and what I'm saying the one-on-one chemistry, the one-on-one virology, but definitely knowledgeable in the stock market. And far as stock trading, you know, day traders type stuff. That's my goal. That's my 3 goals.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So the subject is level up, stop crying. Thank you, Dr. Yaya. The subject, the title is level up, stop crying. Like, this is the opportunity to level up. You have nobody have any reason, if you're not working, by the way, not for those who are actually working. If you're not working, when this crisis is over, you should have leveled up in some area. If you did not, in my personal opinion, you are a bum. Okay? That's how I view people. If you didn't take this opportunity, if you're home all day and you have not increased in any area, you are officially a bum in my mind.
But look, it's especially you was done, right? I can say something.
Yeah.
Especially when you got laid off from your job because you wasn't essential or something. You feel me?
Yep.
Like basically this is going to force people to get into fields that are more technical, or not even really technical, but more essential. Let me say just essential, because it don't necessarily have to be technical. But just check this out, right? Because you have a bunch of different companies that had to change how they did everything. They had to find out ways of pretty much shifting everybody to work from at home. You see what I'm saying? Now, this is probably going to continue to be that way. Like, they're probably going to have a lot more at-home jobs in the future than they did before. They're going to accidents is less across the country because there ain't as many
Right.
like, for real. Like you know what I mean? Your insurance will probably go down just because you gotta stay at home.
It already did, by the way. It already did. Everybody's insurance went down.
Right. So what I'm saying is that it'll probably force people to go ahead to those online classes. You see what I'm saying? And go get like an IT joint or something you could get real quick just to get you some credit so you can go ahead and find some type of job to become an essential employee. It's going to force people to do that. And if you're not going to do that, then you kind of going to be stuck. I think. You feel me? I don't know. It's just my opinion, but.
Well, I agree with your opinion. Hey, Chef, you want to add
on? What's up with y'all?
Peace, my brother.
No, it's basically like what you were saying earlier. About people having different gripes with people in their platforms. The way I see it, if you ain't satisfied with a product that somebody putting out, then you don't watch it. You don't participate. You know what I mean? That's just, the basic, you know what I mean? If somebody not feeling you unbiased, it will be crazy for them to keep coming over here getting agitated.
Word.
You know what I mean? You'll be like, yo, if you don't like the content, if you don't like the personalities, why do you keep coming over here complaining? You feel me? But in this community, if you look at the chat rooms, people do that shit all the time. You feel me? They come on Sinetta chat, and all they do is complain.
My God.
They come on Garfield chat, all they do is complain.
You feel
me?
Yep.
They come on Almond Raw joint,
MBK.
all they do is, I don't like you, I don't like. Look, if you don't like it that much, why keep putting yourself through it? You feel me? That's the part I don't understand. You know what I mean? So the thing about when you mentioned you said Sinetta is human.
Right.
So for you give him the pass to cuss people out. Now I'm from a different cloth. I don't cuss people out.
Right.
You feel me? Like I feel like that's complete disrespect. Why would I sit there? You know what I mean? I hang up before I cuss somebody out.
Right. So got
you online. If I don't know you, you feel me? I'm not gonna waste that much energy. I probably never gonna see you. Why am I gonna waste that much energy trying to? But that's just me. You feel me?
Yeah.
And then if I see somebody that do that or would do that to somebody, then it's my right not to rock with them. You feel me? Then if the person is unapologetic, if they don't see no wrong in what they did, now I'm making character assessments too.
You gotta make a decision, yeah.
Yeah, I'm making character assessments. You know what I mean? but it ain't like you still don't get nothing from his channel. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta weigh the shit yourself. You know what I mean? You gotta say, yo, I didn't like that shit that he did, but yo, it still be some good debates over here. It still be some, so you gotta weigh it. You know what I mean? And if it weighs like, yo, what he did is so reprehensible that I don't want to watch his channel no more. I don't think nobody is really making that argument that's involved in the situation. I don't think nobody's making that argument. You know what I mean? I think it's more of a personal argument. You feel me? People were personally attacked. Now, if a person is personally attacked and they take a personal stance not to deal with somebody no more, I don't have nothing to say. I don't have nothing to say about that. You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't have nothing to say about that.
Right.
Because if like that's like if somebody come on here and personally insult you. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
If they personally insult you, you can make a personal decision not to rock with that person no more.
Right.
That's a personal decision. So that's how I look at it.
And I want to add this to it. So, you know, before all of the drama, all of it, I used to always listen to the Dagger Squad, you know, live streams, all of it. Now, because we have some drama, I pick and choose what I watch, right? Mm-hmm. I pick and choose. So certain subjects, because let's be real, like we come from the same community, so we're gonna have the same, you know, talking points, same subjects. So if it's a subject I like, I'm going to tune in, period. If it's something I don't care for, I'm not going to tune in. That's just that. It's just that. Like, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So certain subjects I will, you know, if you're talking about viruses, I'm always tune in, you know, so stuff like that, I'm going to tune in. But other things that, you know, other like Bible debates, I'm not going to tune in. But I'm not going to be in the chat with a fake burner account talking trash.
Right. Complaining. Complaining. If you don't like the subject, go listen to music or something.
Right.
You feel me? Like I that's the part that gets me. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't like the subject, if you don't like people's character, why be on platforms complaining about it? You can always go find some that is called YouTube. You dig what I'm saying? I guarantee you can find something on here for damn near anybody.
Niggas want other people to be miserable like they is.
Right. Yeah, it's a miserable thing. It's crazy, yo. Yeah. It's crazy. You know, but I know like everybody I like to get different takes on issues. You feel me? Yeah. I know like if I go over to Garfield, he got a group of people and they gonna have their take on it. If I go over to Sinetta, he gonna have a group of people and they gonna have their take on it. If I come over here, I'm biased, y'all gonna do the fact checking, y'all gonna have y'all take on it. You feel me? Yep. So it's, you know what I mean? But when the conversation get exhausting and I don't wanna hear that shit no more, I always turn it off. You feel me? Like, that's what people need to learn how to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I gotta add this in real fast before Amber is in a social stuff. Right. So even when me and Garfield was cool, like I was over the Hebrew stuff, you see? I was over that. So when he had a Hebrew discussion, I wouldn't tune in. You know, I'd be more distant. But some people love that topic. So I'm not gonna talk bad. Like, yo, if that's for you, then that's for you. You dig? So I was over the whole Bible stuff, but that's just me. But I will find something else to watch, or I'll read, like you said, listen to music, read, go somewhere, and find other things to do. Go to do with my time.
Yo, I got all these bills due and I ain't making no money. This shit crazy,
bruh. I mean, I wish I can get a check. I mean, can I get just one check? I mean, goddamn, like just a government. And see, and this is where I'm a roll with Lynn and Asiatic Black Man with these conspiracy theories. Now, let me say this. Don't think that every conspiracy theory that was ever known to man is pseudo. That's not how I believe. I believe you got good conspiracies, bad conspiracies. You dig? I've been saying this for a little while now. But the government definitely act like this whole you know, unemployment benefits was gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy. They definitely act like, nah, just apply, man. I'm barely even getting correspondence, bro. Like, so forget about not getting money. Like, nobody's even reaching out to me. I'm getting
Dude,
yeah.
I
was on hold for 2
unemployment
hours
yesterday. I was on unemployment all day. In Maryland, they got this waiting system online, right? Yo, when I clicked on that shit, it said I was number 255,336, right? And they was only going 100,000, number 100,000, like 55. Yo, like all day, my computer was open. You feel me? And then once I was able to get on there, the shit was so confusing to fill out. You feel me? I'm like, yo, man.
No, the other day, so I've been had my application filled out or whatever, and they've already uploaded my account balance, you know, based off of, you know, my earnings and what I'm entitled to. But they got a hold placed on there because in my application I put that I was on paid leave.
Right.
So they have to, you know, verify everything, whatever. That don't, you know, necessarily discount me as ineligible. They just got to verify everything, how much I'm getting paid while I'm out. Cool. So when I seen that they needed, you know, verification, I faxed everything over to them or whatever, but they haven't updated. I did that like last week, and they still haven't updated their system to reflect my fax. So I called myself calling in yesterday. The little automated system tell me that it's a 1 hour wait. So I'm like, fuck it. Because here they have certain days based off the last digit in your social. So I can call on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, right? So I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to just go ahead and get it out the way early in the week. I'm going to go ahead and sit on hold for an hour. An hour turns into hour 30 minutes. Hour 30 minutes turn into 2 hours. I'm committed, right? Because now I don't spend 2 hours. After 2 hours and 15 minutes, they automatically kick me out of queue.
I would have zapped. I would have zapped out. I would have been foaming at the mouth.
Yeah. I was too upset, but they gotta make some action on the case by Friday. So
yeah. So look, I want to say this. Okay, so April rent was due, right? Now May rent is due. I didn't get anything. All right, so I want y'all to know this. You know, my man sent a chat donation, Cash App, $40. Amber sent $15. Chef sent $25. I didn't get one dime of assistance. So all the food I'm buying, all whatever I'm doing is my own dime. You dig? I'm not getting, and you don't hear me complain. This is my first time saying something about it. Like, and I've been on here cheerful because that can't break me. So I'm on here like just chilling. You know, because I know when it comes, I'm going to level up like a mug. You dig? But yeah, I didn't even apply for my stimulus check yet, bro. Because the simple fact, I'm like, I don't care about no damn, man, give me some weekly benefits. All right, I want that. Screw that check, that stimulus check. You can have that. I mean, I'll apply for that later. I want to make sure I'm getting weekly benefits first. And then
I didn't know you had to apply for that. I thought they was just kicking that out.
Man, I ain't get it.
Oh yeah, you something wrong.
Have you filed taxes though?
I didn't file taxes yet because this whole coronavirus thing.
But did you file last year?
Did you file last year?
Yeah.
Everything the same?
You're supposed to get it.
Yeah, everything the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just.
But I know they doing it in rounds though. You had direct deposit?
I had they was taking my you know, because I pay taxes and they was taking money through my debit card.
Oh, okay.
Because you was paying taxes, they ain't send you a stimulus?
Man, I ain't got nothing. And my man showed me how much money he got. I was so mad.
Here, Cam.
I'm like, yo.
But now who was you talking about the other day? You was talking about unemployment was pushing you, was sent you something? Because you said somebody, so it was unemployment?
Yes. So now they doing what you just said. So hey chef, I try to check it Monday. They said this ain't just scheduled appointment. So I check it today. This ain't just scheduled appointment. When is it? I bet look, I bet it's Friday. It's always the last day. It's gonna be Sunday. It's gonna be the last day of the week.
Hey yo, do your homeboy is he married and do he got kids?
Yep. and he got a big check, some old damn near 3-banger.
Yeah. That's what's up.
So I'm saying like I'm rocking with y'all every night, and I'm playing. Now I'm having the lifetime. You dig? Researching with no money. You dig? No real money. Let me say no real money, because I got little stuff here and there, but I got no real rent paying bill money, no car insurance money coming in. Put it like that.
No, I feel you.
I feel you. That shit is, yeah, it's definitely getting tight for everybody, yo. Trust me.
And let me add this to it. I'm a business owner. My business is done. So I gotta so after all this, I gotta start all over again. You basically start all over again. So you dig? But am I complaining? Am I crying? Nope. I'm just figuring out ways how I can level up and be better.
I mean, complaining don't solve problems.
Right. Because everybody going through it, so it ain't even no point of, you feel
Right.
me?
Yeah,
It ain't just happening to you. You feel me?
right.
But
that's
even
the-
if it
that's
was,
kinda the good part
complaining
about
don't
it.
solve problems. Like, you
That's
just
kind of the
complaining
good part
and deal
about
with
it,
it.
right?
Like, yeah, the good part, everybody going through it, so it's,
Yeah, it's like it's not your fault. You feel me? You can't feel like a loser or inadequate of a provider or something. Everybody going through it. It's like nobody has a choice for real. So it's like, you know what I mean? I don't know.
yeah, definitely. You know what I mean? Definitely. So it's definitely becoming a challenge though. Like I can see how a lot of businesses won't be open when shit kick back in. Cause I'm a small business owner and I got 2 buildings and I haven't paid the lease on neither one of them. You feel me? And I don't plan on it. Like the
Right.
leasing company gonna have to, I feel like they're gonna have to give me a break. Like take the what's that shit called that you pay?
The month and a
Security
half.
deposit.
The month and a half, yeah.
Yeah, take the security deposit, yo. Like niggas ain't working. Like yo, I refuse to take money out of my account, right? The papers, like I know it's the right thing to do, but I don't know how long this gonna last, and I don't want to be asked out. You know what I mean? Like I got a child, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
no, I'm not
So
going
that's what I
broke.
said.
You don't gotta explain to nobody hell. That's
Nah.
a real talk. I
Wait,
mean,
look,
why
let me
pay a
add
bill
this
for
in here.
a space I can't use? Shit.
Right.
So look, hey, Amber, let me add this in. So most states, especially up here in the north, the governors are saying that they can apply for a holiday mortgage relief. You dig? Where they are, their payments are suspended for 6 months. So now New York flat out said nobody can, like everybody's entitled to that. New Jersey only landlords and are entitled to that. The tenants are not, but they're saying that if you offer them something, they got to take it. You dig? They got to take it because they're saying that because they're getting a bailout, basically, that they expect you to, although it's not written down for us, they expect the owners to extend it to us as long as we need it. So they're expecting them to extend it to us. You dig? So
That's fucked up.
right. So as long as you offer them 200, 100 something, they're gonna look bad if they try to like take it somewhere else. They're gonna look bad.
I just think that they need to just defer them payments, yo. Like, man, you know what I mean? Like everybody kind of just need to cop a deuce on that. Like,
Yeah, New York is definitely doing that for a fact. Like that's the only state where nobody is expected to make a payment on rent. Like nobody, or your mortgage. Nobody expect. New York. That's the only state that said everybody's covered.
And you know what? That's crazy because that's how you know the government knows the financial situation.
Right.
You know what I mean? Of the working class person. You feel
Yeah.
me? They
Yeah.
know most people are living month to month.
Oh
You
yeah.
get what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
yes.
they already know that shit, yo. They know people fucked up. You know what I mean? Like that's crazy, yo.
one day.
But it's really like an unspoken rule though, because for the most part, I know here court isn't even open for stuff like eviction. So even if they wanted to, let's say that you haven't made your payment and they want to evict you, first off, they're gonna have to wait to do that
Right.
because they ain't holding court dates for that. And even still, judges have the leniency to say, wait, hold on. So you're evicting them for not paying rent during this time period? You know, like as a result of the crisis, get your ass the fuck up out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't even have to uphold it, even though it's legally they can evict you, but considering all the factors, 9 out of 10, a judge would just throw that shit out. Have they attempted to pay you something? Okay, take your ass on.
That's a fact.
Yeah, it's kind of scary though, you know, because it's like for people who do have the means, right, or savings to pay their bills up. I'm scared because it's like I don't know when I'm going back to work, right? And then it's like, do I pay it up? You know what I mean? Then risk, you know, like unbiased, like being in a situation where I don't have money for food and shit like that. Yeah. And then do I not pay it, right? And then get into a situation where I'm behind, and when shit kick back in, I'm 3-4 months behind on everything. So that shit just like,
that's most likely going to be the scenario, Chef. Even Donald Trump said that. That's going to be the most likely scenario where everybody's behind, they're just catching up.
That's some bullshit.
But the reality is either they're going to offer, but the reality is either they're going to do something right now or they're going to do something at the end of all of this. Because what they can't have is everybody, businesses getting foreclosed on due to non-payment. I mean, that's the whole point, is to kind of save the economy. So whatever they have to do that is what they're going to do, because this is not, like you said, it's not just you. This is a situation that's going to apply to everybody. It's going to impact everybody, every city, you know, every state is going to have an impact overall. So they either have to do something now to make it to where people can pay this, or they're going to have to do something later so people can kind of, you know, pay down some of the debt that they've acquired over this time period. But what I would say, like for me, I know how I'm operating is, I know they can't evict me. They offer you the options to make payment. Now, yeah, I could just pay my rent outright, but like you said, I don't know how long this shit gonna last. I don't know if down the line they're gonna have some type of rental forgiveness or whatever the case. So why pay the rent now if it's gonna be forgiven? Because what they not gonna do is return funds.
Give it back, right?
Right. That's what they ain't gonna do. So what I do is I pay for the payment plan. And as long as my rent is paid off completely for this month before the next month roll over, cool. I could pay $200 a week. If that's, you know, cool. 200, cool. But
so my governor said this, I'm saying New Jersey governor. He said, again, we expect the landlords, is not written in law, they don't have to, but we expect them
rental forgiveness, and I know I need that money, and y'all looking at me like, oh, but you already paid your rent. You ain't getting that back.
Oh no, so you're not getting that back. Yeah, that's it. Nah. So Amber, you went out for a minute, by the way, for about 15 seconds. I thought you like, then you was talking again. So, but you definitely went out. So I want to say this. So again, only New York is written in law. Everywhere else that I know of is not. In New Jersey, they're saying, my governor is saying, it's not written in law. They don't have to, but they expect the landlords to do the right thing and extend the mortgage relief, the holiday mortgage relief, to the tenants. You dig? And then he also says, it's like real confusing. Then he said, listen, because some people said, well, what if I want to pay rent? He said, well, pay rent. He said, we're not saying don't pay rent, just pay rent. But if you can't, talk to your. So now there's like a little slick thing to here, Chef, that the landlords are trying to throw you out if you don't work out a payment plan, or like, you know, if it's you own a building, you paying rent, whatever, that's gonna be their defense. They're gonna be like, well, shit, you never even worked something out with me. You just didn't pay at all. I heard that already in these watching these governors speak. So yeah, so that's a major issue. Everybody should offer something, $100, $50, something. And when they deny it, trust me, like Amber said, in court, it's gonna favor you because you're willing to give what you could give. You're not working.
Yeah, and so I hope that's the case, because in Maryland, right, our utility bills, right, my utility bills are connected. My home utility bills are connected to my business utility bill. Right. So my electric bill and everything, like, so if it's out of hand at the salon or the barbershop, you know what I mean, they can cut my residential shit off.
Right,
because it's all under the same name. Like, so that's the scary part about it, right? But like they have some type of energy assistance
Right.
thing going on, right? And you got to be eligible for it. So I hope I can get stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but even if you can't, at minimum, they have a payment plan that you can definitely set up, and that don't even require you to be eligible for it. Energy assistance, that's like if somebody gonna pay on your behalf. Normally, they have these little different guidelines, you know, that you have to follow. But the energy company itself, because there's a minimum amount that you have to pay. A lot of times, you may have like maybe a past due and then your current balance. Normally, once you pay the past due, you take yourself out of being in danger for shut off. But even if your current and your past due are now your current is becoming a part of your past due balance, I would just contact them and see what the minimum amount you could pay to keep services on and work out a payment plan for the rest.
No, but look, I think in Maryland, well, I'm pretty positive in Maryland. For one, you can't get evicted right now.
Right.
And they can't shut your water and your gas, electric.
Right.
off.
Internet or phone bill. Right. All of them. Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty positive that's
Now I know for a fact. Yeah, I know for a fact. Your internet and your phone will be on. Now you might not be unlimited. You dig? You might not be unlimited.
Down. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Zen. I was just confirming that. Like, nah, they can't shut it off, but you might be limited though.
Yeah, most basic necessities like electricity, water, heat, air, all that type of stuff, food, groceries, like none of that stuff is going to get closed down. They're just going to minimize people's ability to traffic those areas more often, basically. You know what I mean? But
yeah, so I was irresponsible as far as my internet. It's not nothing expensive, $114 a month, something like that. But I literally did not pay one bill since August. So when I actually, you know why? Because I did the paperless thing where they stopped sending me the mail and they would like do email it, whatever. And I don't check my email like that. So and most of my bills are like just, automatic payment, debit card. So when I actually seen my internet bill, it was like some ridiculous amount of money. And I thought I got scammed. I'm like, what the hell? I called and everything. It turned out that I didn't pay since August. And like, I found this out, I think like January, by the way. So this is before the whole crisis. So I'm like, damn, I'm that irresponsible. So I was forced to do a payment plan because I ain't about to do all that. I'm not paying no damn one lump sum, some shit like that. So anyway, so even now, like they like tripping, like, yeah, pay something. I'm like, yo, relax. So when my governor said they can't cut you down, I'm like, I ain't giving y'all shit. But they did reduce my speed. They're like, all right, well, you ain't gonna get what you signed up for.
Absolutely. That's how they get your
Y'all was mad. Amber,
down the speed.
Word. I was mad, but I couldn't even say what I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
I think it's just a matter of maneuvering the what I like Ambaye said,
you went out, Amber.
Uh-oh.
damn, I thought that was me. That's usually
It used to be.
Pay that internet bill, Amber. I ain't playing.
Yeah, I'm surprised I got enough data to go live because I ain't paid on one dime.
Did y'all hear anything I said?
No, the last thing we heard was like Unbiased said. That was it.
Oh, like Ambaye said, at least set up a payment plan and make an attempt. Try to make an attempt to make a payment plan. Because even if they don't, honor it, then you can at least have it on record that you tried to, pay the debt little by little.
Yeah. Yeah, so Chef, they are lenient, the courts. And another thing is this, we should all have a worst case scenario, right? And that's if you gotta get evicted. Because Amber, they can't even go to court. So the law is they can't even file papers until 3 months, until like the whole thing is over. So you got 3 months where you ain't gotta pay rent, but you still could be evicted after everything. So they can't even file papers until 3 months from now, like somewhere in July, somewhere like that, so July, August. But I'm saying this to everybody here. This is not fact. This is just makes common sense to me. If you are forced to live with somebody and give up your lease, you dig, get evicted. I don't believe that's going to actually work against you when you're applying for your next apartment. I believe anybody who want to get out there at least anyway, you got saved. You got saved. I believe anybody further is going to understand what happened. Nobody's going to assume you just ain't want to pay, you were broke. They're going to assume the obvious, that you were told you can't go to work, you were not an essential job, and you couldn't pay rent, and your landlord wasn't trying to hear it, and they evicted you. I don't believe there's anybody in this country who's going to hold that against you when applying for a new, apartment, whatever, new house.
Yeah, I agree.
So me, man, if worse come to worse, see, it's even trickier. See, most people probably rent from a LLC. I don't. I'm like subleasing, so I'm actually talking to the individual owner. So it's like a little harder for me, you know what I mean? Because he like, hey, he could be on some rah-rah. So, but I'm actually prepared I'm mentally prepared to have to put my stuff in storage and move back home for a little while. See, so it won't catch me off guard if that comes to be a reality. I'm already prepared for the worst case scenario right now. If business can't bounce back as fast as I think it can, and I'm forced to like slow grind again, I'm mentally prepared to move in with a relative until things kick back up. So we got to mentally prepare for worst case scenario right now. Yeah, for 90 days, Sly River said that they can't evict you. They can't apply. They can't file any work, and they're gonna look bad in court when you was offering them something. And Amber, if you're talking, we don't hear you. You're gonna look bad in court. The landlord's gonna look bad in court trying to evict you when you offer to pay something. So make sure that phone call somehow recorded, is emailed. Like, make sure you got documents. So make sure that conversation with your landlord is documented. You emailed them too. About don't make it verbal and it's not recorded, because the judge is going to know, like, what can you prove? If you can't prove it, you're done. You did, because it's your word versus their word, and you're done. So you want to make sure there's an email sent, a text sent, something Cash App, something in the Cash App message, something sent. You dig? All my rent is through Cash App, so I got a nice little record, and I make it clear what it's sent for, and what they're getting for, and why they're getting certain things. You dig? It's all on record. So you want to make sure that every detail is documented, because this is going to support you in case there's a worst case scenario.
I'm about to let Bridget in.
Okay.
Peace to the family.
Peace.
What's up?
Hey, Chef, what the name of that podcast gonna be, family? There's no advertising that mother.
Yeah, I didn't see it. Oh, Dr. Yaya said she got energy stocks.
But I mean, truth be told, if you consider even people like whose lease needs to be renewed, typically how they approve you is based off of your income, whether or not you can afford the unit. So they're gonna have to make concessions all the way around, because people's income, even for like I know the existing unit I'm in, it just so happened to work in my favor that I got several checks coming to me that even though I'm not out there actually earning my money, I can afford the unit I live in on paper based off of, money that I'm receiving now. But for the people that's out of work, even when it comes to trying to renew a lease, they don't have 6 months, worth of wages that they can really account for that justify them being able to afford where they live.
Right.
Because of that period of being out of work.
Right. Yep. Yeah, Amber, I'm already mentally prepared if I have to. Worst case scenario, to put everything in a damn what's that thing called where you rent space?
Storage space.
Yeah. I'm mentally prepared. I'm already mentally, like, I will never be. It's hard for me to get caught off guard where I'm just like shocked. I'm mentally prepared. Worst case scenario, although I'm very optimistic that ain't gonna happen, but I'm mentally prepared for it to happen. So worst case scenario,
so you're not devastated.
My landlord like, nah, bro, you know this ain't working out. I gotta evict you. I'm already mentally prepared to like put everything in storage, live with a relative. You did, which would be easy for me to do, because I'm a likable guy. My family loves me, so I could like any, mini, money, mo, who I want to stay with for a little while, and they all know I'm successful, so I'm going to be out of there real quick. But you know, I'm already mentally preparing myself, and I'm advising you guys to do the same thing. Because if not, you're going to be caught off guard, and you're going to be screwed up in life.
I think New Jersey just made the stay-at-home order indefinite, so it would be more beneficial for your landlord to not evict you, unless you go months after the whole thing is over with. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It'd be better for him to wait for the back end. Because
Yep.
if he try to take you for a judge, the judge gonna say, you know what, you know the situation.
Yeah.
So,
He might screw him. Yeah.
Bam. Yeah, he might give you, you know what I'm saying, more time than he wanted.
Exactly.
He might be like, shit, now I got time. I'm gonna bounce out.
Yeah. And again, this eviction, I just can't imagine this eviction hurting you, knowing the entire nation has faced this. I can't imagine this eviction hurting you in your next apartment or your next house. I cannot imagine this hurting you too much.
I think credit's on freeze too. Because I'm doing my credit stuff like that, and now the stuff I got some stuff removed, and I try to remove other things, and they like due to the COVID-19, like I can't.
Ain't nothing moving.
Because if you file them right now, if you contesting, everybody shut down. So there's nobody to contest your complaint. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they're like, nope, ain't nothing going on right now. COVID-19, baby.
Right.
Come back later. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, because look, I'm gonna tell you right now. I talked to my landlord. I sent a text message. You dig? And I didn't give no dollar amount. Now I sent him something, but I gave no a dollar amount in the initial text. And you know, he's from the islands, and he was like, "Yo, man, I understand." And he left it like that. So like that can appear like I ain't gotta pay nothing for right now. But I didn't take advantage of that. I sent them half the rent. You dig? On
no,
top of that.
He mean I understand, so I gotta do what I gotta do.
If I was your landlord, I would have knocked on the door.
All right, and then get brought up on some harassment charges.
Yeah,
Nah,
see,
rent due, motherfucker.
Hey, Steph, I wouldn't even bring up rent. I just come by couch. Hey, what's up, family?
yeah. Hey, Amber, yo, listen. If he wants that smoke, man, you let a lion lie. You did. You better come out of the way. You come at me like that, you ain't getting shit. How about that, nigga? Evict me. You ain't getting shit. I'm gonna save all my money. All this government, you know, when it's actually shit come through, I'm saving all my shit. How about that? I'm leveling up. Fuck you. So
he was come by, don't ask for nothing. Just talk about, oh boy, shit's hard for me, boy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. You know what? Anything resembling some shit like that, I'm going all the way in.
Yeah, you playing with me.
Yeah,
But
anything
my
remotely close, I'm going all the way in.
My complex management called me. It's like they fucking knew. I wanted to say, nigga, you in my account? They called me like, hey, we just trying to see, you know, how everything's going. I'm like, oh, it's going good. I know I'm on a payment plan. I ain't made no late payments, even though, okay, so I set up the payment plan. They were supposed to email me the actual document because they ain't want no paper, you know, transmission, no exchanging. So they supposed to email me the document. So they never emailed it to me, but I know what I signed up for. So I'm sending the payments anyway.
Yeah.
So he called me. I'm like, hey, how you doing? He was like, yeah, I just wanted to check in. You know, I wasn't sure, you know, have you received your stimulus? Do you know if you get one? I was like, yeah, I'm getting one. I was like, did I miss a payment or something?
Right. Oh, she went out.
Well, hello.
Yeah.
Hi, panel.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, while she's on, before she come back.
I've been paying like I'm supposed to.
Yo, she's still talking.
Amber, you went out.
Girl.
I was about to start talking. You came back in full fledged.
Yeah, you been gone since last night.
Right? You come back on, and I told the motherfucker that I ain't paying your black ass shit.
Well, to my situation, I have a mortgage, so I called my mortgage company and was, you know, wanted to see, you know, what I can do, right?
Wait, what state you want to
No, I was trying to see what my mortgage company was offering for
right.
the COVID-19, whatever.
Yeah.
So they kind of played around for me for about a week and a half, and then they finally sent me an email and said that we're gonna grant you you know what, I don't have to pay for 3 months.
Yeah, the mortgage holiday relief.
But it's my actual mortgage, but my mortgage, my insurance, and my taxes is all in one.
Okay, damn.
So I still have to pay
Right.
my taxes because they all go to my mortgage company. My mortgage company divvy out everything at around August, September of each year. So
Okay.
I still have to
Oh yeah,
pay
yeah, yeah. So
that.
that don't help you. That don't help you at all.
Yeah, that's not really helping. It's helping me. It's
Yeah.
almost like half. It's somewhere in there. But well, it's a little bit more. Well, it's still something. I still got to pay something. So going back to what you guys were saying about landlords and stuff, they are going through the same thing. Some landlords cannot tell their tenant they don't have to pay anything because they're still paying something. You
Right,
see what I'm
right.
saying? So if something happens where you have a landlord, and we're not talking about apartment complexes and stuff because they got different type of money. You know, they got a corporation.
Yeah.
We talking about a single landlord. If something
Yeah.
happens in your home, what are your tenant gonna do? They're gonna call you. They're gonna be like, oh, the toilet stopped up, or is a pipe busted. You see what I'm saying? You can't say that the people are wrong for still telling them, like, can you pay something? I understand your situation.
right.
I don't want to evict you, and I know
Because
you
some of
don't
them
wanna
got
leave.
mortgages on the
Right.
place that you
Yeah.
paying rent on. So
Exactly.
they're using your rent to pay a part of the mortgage.
Right.
You feel me?
Exactly,
So
and they still
yeah.
got to uphold the house.
Right.
They still got to do maintenance and stuff on the house. So regardless of the fact, they're still having to pay out something. So they don't want to get the short end of the stick either. Where
right,
they
you
don't
living
want
there for free and they paying for you to stay in their property.
Right.
exactly,
Crazy.
Yeah.
But the
That's
reality
fix-
is though, but the reality
fix
is
on it.
they're entitled to unemployment too, if that's their source of income. You know what I'm saying?
I
Yeah.
get it, but at the same time, they still have to uphold the house, which they will have to do anyway. But when it's to a point where I'm not gonna say. I think that's why they're telling the landlords, you can still charge, but you know, like I said, the mortgage companies it's not totally free, or you know, it's stipulations even to what they're doing too. They still got payment plans, and then you got to give your tenants payment plans, just like how you got one. You ain't clear and free of the payment either. Either they gonna put it on the back end, set up a payment plan, they gonna get their money. Period. So I just wanted to, you know, kind of share that, but you know, I understand
That's
both
real.
ways.
That's real because you know a lot of people renting. I mean, own a home, but they also renting out a home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, like you understand, but it's like, you know, you understand you can't get nothing from that tenant. At the same time, shit, you losing double because you got mortgage and
then don't let nothing
double
happen to
mortgage.
the house where you gotta pay somebody to come out there and do something.
Yeah, cause get repairs done in the midst of all that shit going on.
Right.
Yeah, I just want to say, you know, you know, black people, yo, we really sticking together. Like I work strictly for black people, and I have clients that I ain't cutting in over a month. Thanks to Cash App, they still send me money. You feel me? They still been paying for their service like they getting it. You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, like, you know, I got clients that hit me up like, Doug, you need anything? You feel me? Like, so
That's the
yeah,
second
like
time I heard
I
that
look at my Cash App, a dude that just dropped $100 in there. You know what I mean? So I don't know how long they're gonna keep the shit up. But for right now,
It don't even matter. It's much appreciated.
yeah,
Chef,
but right now
Man,
they've been holding me down. You feel me? So
that's
No,
the
and
second
that's
time
good
today
thing.
I heard that shit from a barber.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yo,
my
like
cousin,
yo,
she's a
black
stylist.
people
Her client's
definitely.
been doing the same thing.
Yeah, black people, yo, we definitely, you know, like I know a lot of times we talk down about each other, you know what I mean, or us as a group. But like I say, me being a barber and having a hair salon, like I service nothing but black people. You know what I mean? Black people pay all my bills. You know what I mean? So I can't talk bad about black people. You know what I mean?
right.
Like they come in every week. You know what I mean? My daughter go to private school. You feel me? my house paid for. All of that is off of black people. You know what I mean? So, I mean,
but for the most part, a lot of people neglect the fact that most black businesses, even if you go to rap artists, the people that support them are black people. So when people say black people don't support black people, most black people, they wouldn't even make it to mainstream shit without black people first supporting them. So, I mean, to me, that's like a myth that we need to kind of quit telling. We could say we need more support in the black community, but we can't say that blacks just don't support blacks.
Nah,
because we actually do.
I think when they say it, they say when a black person is competing with another non-black person. So, for example, when you get a haircut, it's gonna be pretty much black folks doing it. But sometimes you're in it, like out here. I know in New Brunswick they got a lot of Dominican barbershops. So
they black.
Right. But what I'm trying to say is, but okay, let me go here then. When we say that, we're saying if white folks knew how to cut your hair as good as a black person, we like inside jokingly say black barbers probably out of business. So when we say blacks don't support blacks, we're saying in competition with the non-blacks.
Okay.
Because of course you're forced to. That's the only person serving you that particular thing, that service or that product. But if there was a competing person that's non-black, we're like generalizing and saying that we don't believe that you'll get the support over that non-black person.
And truth be told, in some instances, you're not. Like, to be perfectly honest, sometimes you put yourself at a disadvantage if you just support people just because they black. You know, you may take a loss on quality, you may take a loss on your money because services are more expensive. So, I mean, I'm not going to support somebody just because they're black. Like, there's other things that need to.
Why black?
I'm not doing that. But at the same time, I can't say that blacks don't support black people, because we do. When it's a product we like, when it's a product that we believe in, yeah, we all with the support. But now, if your whole marketing is just by black because I'm black, and you don't think you got to work for, you know, my support or work for my dollar, then you gonna miss me with all of that.
So in my defense, I will support somebody just because they black. But I do it like this. Like if it's even, I'm gonna go black. Okay? If I feel like the service is equal to, I'm going black every time. You know what I'm saying? Like that's gonna be my tiebreaker every time.
Amber.
So in that situation, I will choose black.
Tell them that story about the girl who bought the bundles. She probably called herself supporting black. They bought the bundles and who bought the bundles and got shot.
Yeah, that was recently in Georgia. She bought her bundles from this black chick or whatever. And when she ordered like a 30-inch and the girl gave her like a 24-inch. So, you know, y'all Chefrin might know, but if you're not in the business, you know, when you order hair, especially like different textures, they go by the stretch length, you know. So the girl had sent the girl a message like, hey, you know, I was just trying to see how I could go about getting a refund, or what can you do, because I ordered a 30-inch and this isn't 30 inches. And then the hair quality is, you know, kind of not what I expected. So I'm just trying to see. So then the girl sent the picture of her stretching the hair out on a tape measure to show the length of the hair. The length was 24 inches. So the girl was like, oh, well, that's because it's the stretch length. She was like, do you not see that I'm stretching the hair out and it's still 24 inches and I ordered a 30? I just want to know how I can go about getting my refund, you know, or what can you do? So the girl was like, well, I don't do refunds. She said, okay, well, what do you do? She said, I can give you a coupon for your next purchase. She was like, she said, you think I would honestly order, you know, from you again, knowing that I'm not getting what I asked for? You gonna send me what you want to give me? This $232. I don't play about my money. So the girl was like, oh, well, you know, I'm sorry you feel that way, but yeah, I can give you a coupon for your next purchase. So the girl so at this point, the girl irritated. She said, I'm not even with the whole blasting people, but you know, you dead ass wrong. You lucky I don't come over to where you at and beat your ass. So the next day, I guess the girl ended up over where she was at. I don't know the backstory, but the girl shot her in the chest for coming over there about her money.
Damn,
damn, son.
See, that's that black on black business. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't work.
No, that's
look,
black on black
the reason
crime.
the reason why I had Amber no, the reason why I had Amber do is because she was talking about the quality of
Right.
certain things. It's like I'm just saying, I'm sure her first initial, because what she paid was she could have went in any hair shop and purchased
And got what
maybe
she
that
wanted.
same-
Right. Right. It
got what
was
she wanted for
nothing
the-
unique or proprietary about that hair that she had to go there. I got you.
Right, but my thing is like I think
and she took an L on the cost, $232 for a one bundle, a 30-inch. She crazy than a motherfucker.
Yeah.
she could have walked in any store and bought that same bundle for that same price, but I think that was her initial.
No, cheaper.
Okay, let me fuck with her. But it ended up real wrong.
Yeah, that's crazy. And
Yeah,
then
you will spend extra
She could have
money
got
just
3 bundles, a 30-inch for the price she paid for that one.
She got rolled.
money just because you want to be black supportive.
right.
We'll go ahead and kick out that extra $20 to $40 to $60, sometimes more than that.
And for her to actually shoot her to let you know the amount of hatred that was in her to begin with. Big.
No, it was a robbery from the
she was
get-go.
goddamn
My thing is, at the end of the day, it ain't even necessarily okay. Let's say you're not gonna satisfy everybody. That's a given. You know what I'm saying? But furthermore, what really sets you apart is your customer service. Like you didn't offer her nothing.
Coupon.
Have a partial refund
Yeah, but
or
coupon.
like an extra bundle. Okay, well I'll replace you. Just keep that. Not saying you're a replacement. Something. You know what I'm saying? But you're not finna save your business off my back, and that's what I feel like. And don't get me wrong, I think that there are blacks that don't support businesses for various reasons, and I also think that black businesses don't realize a lot of times how important customer service and being and consistency is.
It's back and forth.
Yeah, it's a give and take. There are
Yeah, no,
some businesses that got it figured out.
There was no receipt. Like, was it like a backdoor business? Like, what was it?
Oh, that was
A lot of people that sell bundles, they
Was
do like
backdoor?
like they might have a website or something, or at this point, hell, people use Instagram as the goddamn store.
Yeah, you just PayPal or Cash App them and they'll send it to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like backdoor. Yeah, because
Yeah,
you normally
it was
like when you do
definitely
business,
back though.
when you do business, your contract is on that receipt. That's your contract. It's gonna tell
Right,
you
but I was
refunds,
telling Amber.
refund in 14 days or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's on that contract. Or if they got a web page, the contract is on that web page. You know what I'm saying? But if it's backdoor, then that's like backdoor mechanic. You ain't got no coverage, bro. Like
But that's the thing. A lot of people don't even have that, especially if they don't know that this is a part of a business, to have a refund policy, to have a, you know what I'm saying? Like some people don't even account for that. They don't even consider the fact that you need a refund policy. You need to let people know in advance what their options are, because that might set it apart whether or not I'm gonna fuck with you or not. Because if I know I ain't getting no cash refund and I'm only gonna get a store credit or something, then I may not want to fuck with you.
Just saying that's backdoor. If they ain't got a refund policy, that means they ain't think about refunding you. That's backdoor.
A lot of these people look
have
like
a refund policy.
Huh?
a lot of these people treat this like you know what I mean, like it's the next hustle. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not that it's like a legitimate business. You know, they treat it like, oh, I can just go buy an ounce of weed and start breaking it down. You know what I mean? They try to be like, oh, I can just go buy a bundle for this price, you know, and just go start selling it to my peoples. They don't really think about actually structuring a business plan.
That's right.
And having
That
you know,
supports my
backup
argument.
plans and for people who aren't really satisfied with the product.
Uh-huh.
I mean, and you can really kind of tell because I mean, you got some of those females who just start out and within a year they already got their own store, they got their own clientele and everything like that. Hello?
Yep, we hear you.
Oh, yeah. They got their own store, they got their own clientele. They really moved up in like a year's time. And then you got other females who just be getting by. You feel me? You don't know if that's their main hustle or if that's their side hustle or, you know, because it hasn't elevated. It hasn't really gained any structure over that time to where as though it's gotten more professionalized or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you ain't got no refund policy, I mean, even if it's no refund, that's a policy. So at least you know what you're dealing with. You don't got no
Well,
policy.
I know here is a lot of Asian stores that do that, and it all depends on your demographic. I think in a lot of Black communities, they have no cash refund policies. You know what I mean? Like even in some of our malls, that service mainly Black people, or the stores that service mainly Black people in the malls, like Jimmy Jazz. I don't know if y'all have them in y'all states. Like the Jimmy Jazzes and them, they service like Black people, like tennis shoes and urban attire and shit, right? And they have a no cash. My girlfriend brought me a pair of tennis shoes from there like a year ago, and I ain't like them. So I'm like, nah, babe, you gotta take them back. You feel me? When she went to take them back, they told her no cash refund. She could get a store credit. She like, yo, I just walked out the store with these like an hour ago. Dude didn't like them. I want the shoes he got, the shoes that he want is in Foot Locker, not here. So they told her no, that shit crazy. Like to me, that's crazy. And then like the Asian stores now, that's not a Black business. You know what I mean? That's a legitimate, you know what I mean, store, Jimmy Jazz. But then even the Asian carry-out stores in my community have no cash refund policy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Make sure it's right. Once you
Yeah,
leave,
so it's not just Black people. You know what I mean? Like I brought this when I opened it up. The food ain't right. You feel me?
Yeah.
I don't want to wait over. I told you what my order was. You wrote it down. You still got it wrong. I got to go back to work. You know what I mean? I don't have time for you to fix it. Give me my money back. I'm going to go somewhere else. And they'll say no. If they got it on, what's the name? No cash refund. So
that's contract.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, but that's contract though. It's contract.
But for a long time, Burlington used to they used to offer just in-store credit.
Yeah,
so
they
I didn't used to shop there when they just had the in-store credit. Like, or if I did, it would be a small. Like, I wouldn't do like no major, because when I go shopping for my kids, I like to shop for my kids. So because I don't like going out shopping, so I don't do like 1 or 2 items. But if I did shop there, it would be like a shirt or something I wouldn't care if I didn't get, all my money back. But I stopped. I didn't really purchase from Burlington until they did cash refunds, because I'm not with that store credit shit, especially when I know I done been in here for 3 hours and I barely like this shit.
I totally agree, Amber. I totally agree. If I give you my money and I give you your product back, I want my money back. You feel me? If I wasn't satisfied with that product, you know what I mean? Like, once I give you my money, that's an equal exchange. If I don't want the product, or there's something wrong with the product, give me my money back. If you're not going to do that, I'm not doing business with you. That's just dead. You know what I mean? That's robbery to me. You feel me? You take my money and I can't get it back, but I'm giving you your product back. I say, yo, this food is not what I ordered, and you saying I can't get my money back? Hell no.
But see, whatever they got though is contract. So once you exchange that money and you for that service, you agree to that contract.
Yeah. So what I was about to say,
but you
went out, Bridget.
Yeah, you gone.
My mic on?
I agree with that. I remember Burlington was like that. Like I used to go to Burlington, right? I could goddamn put a bunch of shit on layaway, right? I could come back and say shit.
No, somebody else. I thought I was talking to somebody else.
I don't know what you're saying.
Is my mic on?
You cut out, Bridget.
No.
You cut out, Bridget.
I was listening to somebody else.
God damn. Mic checking. Y'all hear me?
I think she said I would let
I can hear you, Watcher.
We can hear you a little bit better now.
Yo, we got pay these internet bills.
Yeah, but I was gonna say like,
I got a question for Jeffrey.
I was gonna say back in the day, you can go to Burlington's, right? You could put shit on layaway, right? I could put like $300 some shit on layaway back in the day, right? Put $300 shit on layaway, right? And pay $1. Say I put 100 on it. And then when time comes for the layaway to be paid off, if I ain't got enough money, I could come back and pay, and I can get credit for what I already, for what that money would account for. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo,
But now they
my
make it to
mother
where
used
like
put
if you pay for it,
everything on layaway in fucking Marshalls and Burlington, yo.
yeah. But
Everything
now,
is on layaway.
yeah,
Like
that's always
every
that
week
shit.
you would have something new.
Yeah, as soon as I see something fresh, nigga, boom, I put that shit on stock. But now the stores do it to where like, you know, if you don't pay it off, you lose everything.
For real?
Ain't no, you gotta enter into like this, like a 90-day or whatever contract, and you
Damn.
Now I know
switch it up.
I know
And some
Burlington,
stores do
I
a
think
little
they do a percentage. You lose a percentage of it, and then like the rest is you know, you can credit.
credit it, right? You don't get
Yeah.
you can't.
So, but that's with the layaway. Now, if you just make a straight out purchase and you take it back, yeah, you can get your cash.
No, but I'm talking about say you put it on. I'm talking about I don't know what it is now.
So if
But
you
back in the day,
cancel,
you put it on
your
layaway, right?
layaway,
Let's say you
Somebody-
got 120. Let's say this shit $300. You put 120 on layaway, right? And let's say you got like $30. You can come back, put 30 on, right, and take out $150 worth of product
Yeah.
and be out. So I'm saying, be like, all right, boom, I'm just gonna pay for the 150. I'm gonna get this, that, and y'all take that back. But you can't, you know what I'm saying?
okay.
You can't do that no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it, like I said, I don't know the policies now, but that was back in the day. But that used to be the lick back in the day. You know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Hell yeah, it did.
no, some of these Chinese stores, I remember it was you can't try on certain colors. Like you can't try on nothing white, and they don't have a refund policy. I'm like, I walked up straight up out there because I was looking for something white, and they said you couldn't try it on. And I'm like, well, how do I know if it fits?
Oh, yeah, now you gotta
and you don't have a refund policy. You're not helping me. Like I had to walk out of there. I really wanted the outfit.
Yeah, I can relate to that because
No, I get it, but when you can't try something on and you don't have a refund policy, it's like that's a double-edged sword right there.
yeah, I get
it's
it.
Like,
I get it.
I get it because because people mess stuff up, with makeup and all that other stuff when
Right.
stuff is a certain color, and then they're like, oh, we don't want it. Now it's ruined. Now they gotta throw it away. I get that part, but it should
Or
be
give a
certain
discount. Me, I'd be like, oh, this got a hole in it. I need a discount for that.
Right. No, I totally get like business like that. It's not a franchise. It's almost like a mom and pop. So for them,
right.
It's to them, it's not worth the hassle, the risk of what you just said, like a damage it when a discount. So for them, it's like they probably don't have insurance like that on certain things. So they like, listen, if you want white, try on black, same shit. If it fits for you black, it's fit for you for white. So
You know what?
Hey, look, we gotta be honest. Some of our people.
But that's crazy that you even. I didn't think about that until after I offered that to us. We thought about it at the next store. That's what the next store offered us.
Yeah.
But
Me
we
and my
gotta
daughter
be
was
honest too. There's some of these stores that develop these policies. Some of these policies develop over time from some brothers and people
From the
doing shady-
consumer.
Right. It'd be
Consumers
bad
doing shady
experiences,
business.
like Amber just
Then
said.
over time they got scammed and jammed. They like,
Right.
what, no more.
Right.
We gotta
Exactly.
really be honest.
That's-
Like,
That's why I was trying to say it's genius for real that they do it like that.
you're on a robot, Bridget. You're a robot on it.
Y'all can hear
Yeah,
me?
but I mean, that's the thing. Like most times these things come
I
out of
know.
being in a situation.
Damn.
But you over there sounding like Lil Daryl.
I'm not even saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing.
Oh, that
Not
shit was
even
back.
more. I don't know. It might have been a delay then.
Yeah.
Nah, but I was saying it's kind of genius because it's like if you're gonna shop here, if you're gonna buy something, then you obligated to keep it.
Yeah, but like I said, a lot of times that's for getting jammed up. 'Cause I remember I was watching Tyreek Nasheed, right? And he was going in. He was like, yeah, these Asian folks that come here in our neighborhood and they got bulletproof glass. I'm like, bro.
Yeah, they got one.
I'm like, that's you know what I'm saying? Like
10 folks died in 1 month in front of your shop.
before getting murked and he robbed. I'm like, come on, bro.
Right.
Like,
And I was like, now I know plenty of places where they was robbed, and next thing you know, they got bulletproof everything. You gonna be talking underneath the little window trying to order your shit because they ain't fucking around with none of that.
Like a lot of people don't even remember this shit, but like I remember when you could go to a gas station, pump your gas, then go in and pay. It's the reason they stopped doing that.
Yeah, right.
That's only in certain states though. You can go to New Jersey right now. In certain parts of New Jersey, you can pump your own gas. Well, nah, somebody comes up and pump your gas for you. I think actually.
No, I'm talking about nigga. You could back in the day.
Yeah, I remember.
It's illegal to pump your own gas in Jersey.
But yeah. I was gonna say I can't relate to that. So all that pumping gas stuff. I'm spoiled out here.
Yeah, you can't pump your own gas in Jersey.
I ain't pumping no gas ever.
Damn.
But
Back in the day,
because,
10, 20 years ago, shit. Man.
but hell, just about 5-10 years ago, you used to could like even if you pay at the pump, and I'm letting y'all know my ghetto antics. they used to just put $1 hold on your card, so you could fill your shit up, and they'll just do $1 hold and then go back and try and get it later on. So you pay as long as you had $1 on like a prepaid or something, you could fill your shit up. But they don't stop that now. That you have to.
And see, this is what I'm talking about. Shepherd, I saw you go on mute. Let me ask you a question. Since you're a black business owner and you service a lot of blacks, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if not you, let's say one of your employees, they get their hair cut up, sharp, line up and everything, smooth ass part, and then they're like, my nigga, I'm not satisfied. Give me my money back. How do you
Shit,
handle that?
that don't happen.
Shepard gonna pull his gun out.
I'm asking you. We gotta have some restitution policies. How would you handle that?
No, that I've heard about that happening, but I never seen it personally happening. You feel me? Like that's just.
But you're an owner, my dude. So if you got some people working some chairs and some niggas from out of town pull that shit, how do you handle that as a manager? You gonna give this money back?
But before
that off
hold
camera,
on, before I will let if it's a dude now, because I do have a female barber. I think most of the time, if it's a dude, I'm gonna sit there and wait for the barber to handle his business.
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
That nigga said he wasn't gonna pay you, dog. You feel me? Like you gonna have to now. I help him. If you working there, I ain't gonna let you have to fight. You know what I mean, for your money. But that's a principle, yo. If I feel like you messed the dude up, you feel me? Because some people just be trying to get over. You feel me? Now, if I feel like, yo, you got a decent service and you just being an asshole, you trying to get over, I'll be like, yo, matter of fact, I'll pay for your haircut, yo, just leave.
Right.
Come back. You feel me? You can handle it like that. You feel me? Okay. Or you can handle that shit like if the barber be like, yo, no, he gonna pay me my money, then that dude might get hit in his mouth. They gonna have that's an issue right there.
Right.
Because I can't tell another man with how to
handle that. Right.
Yeah, disrespect. You know what I mean? Like niggas sit there and give you a service for a whole hour and you get up and say you're not gonna pay that man?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I've never really I don't cut hair, but I do a lot of barbershop. I do a lot of barbershop hopping, and I have never I agree with Sheffer. I've never experienced somebody black doing that.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
Yeah, it ain't too often.
I got my because with black people.
Yeah, people are more inclined to just pay for the service and never go back.
Right.
They don't like it.
Yeah, because with black people, we know that's about to be an issue.
Hell yeah. The whole barbershop gonna be in your ass. Hell yeah.
Yeah, like you have to mess it up something seriously, like something embarrassingly bad, like you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, I gotta be embarrassed.
I've been in the salon with a new stylist where she really fucked somebody up, and I was really trying to help her out before she got to the cutting, because I'm like, girl, you finna fuck that cut up, you know. But at the end of the day, she ended up going through it, and our girl like, nah, this ain't gonna work for me, like at all. So
females are different.
I offer like, hey, you know, you can redo the service, and I'll help you through it. And the girl's like, nah, I don't really got time to be, you know, sitting here while she try to figure it out with you. I'd rather you just wash me out and do it over. So the client was actually willing to pay me to do the service, but since it was a do-over from another stylist, you know what I'm saying? I was just like, no, don't worry about it. You good. Because you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that would have just been a little unethical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, females different.
Yeah, real quick. The reason why I brought it up is because I also want people in the chat to understand when you're a business owner, you have more responsibilities than just collecting money and just making motherfuckers work for you. So when those situations escalate, you have to have restitution policies or procedures in place. You can't just everybody get their money back. Sometimes you gotta really enforce it. Now, if you fuck with somebody's edge up or you destroy somebody's edges in the salon type shit, then you gotta give these people their money back. You know what I'm saying? But I respect that.
But
Yeah, because I would say, you know what I mean? I would say, like, I have a if it's a new barber that I'm giving a chance, I watch him a little bit more closely. So if I know it's something that he can't handle, and it like I know a lot of people. So if I know a dude coming there and be like, yo, I can't wait, I'm gonna let the new dude cut my hair, I'll be like, no, because that's about to be an issue. Because I know you particular about your hair, and I know he can't do that shit the right way. And you feel me? Like, so you got to know when to not to put people in certain situations.
Yeah, the new barber get kids. You know, he gotta work his way up.
See, I don't even do kids. That's crazy.
Oh, you don't do kids? Oh
No,
yeah, that's a tough road. That's a tough road. That's a tough road for a new barber.
Kids, man, that's work and a half. They gotta be at least 7 years old. Like,
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you start them off with, I mean, just young rays. Start them young. They ain't doing
some
too
of my
much.
worst clients been kids, but really it be the parents because you know your kids bratty and spoiled. Man, just drop their ass off and come back. You want to sit here and cater to them, and no, you making it worse.
And make it worse.
No, the worst part about it is females who want their little sons to look like grown men. You feel me? Like, yo, that's a grown man haircut. This little kid is not gonna sit here and get this whole set. Like, that's not gonna happen. They be, I want them to look like this. You be like, yo, that's a whole grown man. Like, no, this little kid is not gonna sit here and get this whole service. He's a one against the grain and a shape up. That's the only thing this kid gonna sit for.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah, so it's crazy. But I hate that. But if anything, I hate when people bring babies in the movie theater.
I don't be getting that, man.
I get up and leave. I get up and leave.
Like, now if it's Marvels, I'll take an exception. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, I can't do it.
Baby ain't even watching this movie. You just couldn't find a sitter.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know what I mean?
So
like,
inconvenience everybody else because you couldn't find a sitter.
Yeah, exactly. I don't like that, man. That's
you need to be at the matinee.
That's very inconsiderate.
And why I said that, because some people will bring a spoiled little kid in the barbershop, and that child will cry and scream the whole service. That's fucking convenient. If your child don't let his father cut his hair in the house, you feel me? Your child is not built to be in the business. That shit is irritating as shit. Yeah. You feel me?
Yeah.
Man, the Muslim barber that shot the eye, I be in it mostly, man, Brother Keith. That's Eric Muhammad, minister, by the way. That guy Eric Muhammad doing what he's doing. Man, listen. He recommend parents just leave. Just leave. Like he'll smooth talk you to leave. Man, that's your child's worst nightmare when you leave. Shut the hell up and sit still. He goes in. Your child will never do that ever again when he's done with your job. All right, man. He smooth talk to parent. Once they leave, shut the hell up. What the hell wrong with you? He goes all the way in. He breaks your kids straight out of it.
Yeah, that's normally the best way to do it. Normally the child did better if he go anyway.
Yeah.
When the parents, I had a little girl, she was getting a blowout. She had a hair full of hair,
Uh-oh.
Damn it, Amber.
And you got a head, you got a head full of straight empty minutes right now. Yeah.
Whoa, she crying during the watch. She crying during the blowout.
Amber, you said head full of hair and that was it.
Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. I think it's the Zoom and not us. How about that?
Nah, y'all the only two though.
Y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now?
That's
Yes,
genetic.
yes.
That shit genetic.
Yeah, I think she was crying. She was crying through the shampoo. She was crying through the blowout. So whole time, at one point I just stopped touching her hair, period, just to see. And she ow. So her grandfather was like, "Girl, she's not even touching your hair. Like, cut it out."
Right.
I was like, she'll be okay, but if you could just, go to the store, because we was in like a plaza, go to the store or something, just leave her be, because she's getting your attention. So as long as she's getting your attention, she's gonna keep showing out.
Yeah.
So he was like, all right, I'll leave or whatever. Man, after that, I'll let her know. I said, I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm gonna take my time, but what you're not gonna do is cry for no reason. If I'm hurting you, just say that hurt. It's okay. I don't mind you letting me know if I'm hurting you, but what we're not gonna do is be overly dramatic. She said, okay, and she sat there quiet and got her hair done.
Yeah. Hey, so we got Wujawa and Kansu just checked in, and I want to say this. I spoke to the watcher earlier, Kansu, peace, and Wujawa, peace, and I said, I told the watcher, I said, yo, did you check out Kansu interview with Sadnetta? And he's like, nah. He said he heard a little bit of it. He didn't get a chance to see it. And I was like, yo, man, that was one of the best interviews that I've seen in a long while, Kansu. The interview that you know what I mean, what you did with the economics.
The economics,
economics and COVID-19, bro. Like, yo, so much information was dropped there. I'm like, damn, I wish people would have found value in like real talk like that. I mean, like, I'm definitely gonna re-air that one. That was very, very, very good. But too bad that it's above our heads. That's crazy.
When did that take place?
That was maybe like a week ago.
Friday. Is it Friday?
Oh, okay. On Kansu channel?
Nah, it was on Sadnetta.
Oh, okay.
See, yeah, Kansu needs to get that on his channel too. Yeah,
What's that?
no disrespect to Kansu, I'll fuck with him. I haven't subscribed to Sadnetta shit, so I mean, like, I haven't seen it. That's the only reason why I didn't see it.
So Kansu, you probably didn't hear me, but I said I watched your interview on Sadnetta TV, you did Sadnetta Studios, and I said I was very impressed with the interview and the information. I was like, yo, that's one of the best interviews I've seen on Sadnetta platform in a long while, man.
What's that about? My internet keep acting crazy.
Yeah, the interview you had on Sadnetta, well, not interview, but I guess your presentation on economics and COVID-19.
Oh, thanks a lot, bro.
Yeah, that was heavy. I wish more people would have seen that, man. But that's a shame that something as real as that, something as informational as that, like something we can apply tomorrow, that we don't find value in it. And the proof is there. Like, there's no speculation. The proof is people didn't find value in that type of information. That's crazy.
Well, can I be frank?
Yeah.
Not no disrespect. I've been doing it for years, man. It's just that cats in the conscious community, they haters, man. They tell you what you're not. They tell you you're dumb and you're stupid. They tell you you're not scholarly. I mean, they tell you these things, man, and they don't want to deal with tangible information. They want to, personality worship.
Right. Yeah, great interview. I'm going to re-air it tomorrow.
I appreciate that, bro.
I'm going to re-air that thing tomorrow. That needs to be seen, man. That was very, very good. And look, I watched the one on your channel with the light skin dude. I've seen that one too.
That's my business partner, man. We got
I watched, and that was good too. But yo, this one, you kind of like, in my mind, you kind of like impressed me more with this one on Sadnetta. They both were good.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, I haven't talked about it, but me and the brother Darren Marion, we number 10 on market value for the first black in financial investment fund.
Right.
We're gonna have our platform by next year. But people don't understand what that means. I mean, they really don't understand. They have no understanding what that means. 2 black men, one from the west side of Chicago, another one from East St. Louis, and we finna have our own platform on the stock exchange. Like,
wow, that's
really
crazy.
People don't understand what that means. They don't. So I just hope that my people, that's why I love everybody black, man. I try to do my best, just to put it out there.
Yeah, congrats on that.
What's up? Hey, Kansu, can you describe for us what it is that you getting into?
Well, I'm a financier. I deal in business scaling, business startup, and I'm a private investor. I'm an angel investor actually, and I teach financial awareness, financial responsibility, financial management. I'm the kind of person you go to that builds wealth. I've been doing it quite a long time. I just have I like economics, but I went to school for history, but my vocation is finance. So I deal in all aspects of financial, from stocks to Forex to business startups and stuff like that.
Okay. That's what's up.
Because the number one killer of Black people is poverty.
Right.
It's the number one killer.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was happy you said that because I was saying the same thing. And way back when I was coming out of religion, the Bible says that that money is the evil, root of all evil. And I was like kind of jokingly saying back then, like, nah, I think poverty is. And that was like years ago. And I even got a shirt saying that. So when I heard you say that, I'm like, damn, man, that's what I've been saying.
Well, you came from where I come from. You're in the nation. That's what they taught.
Yeah, right. Hell yeah.
There ain't no poverty for no Black man.
Hell no. They talk about success in all walks of life. Yeah, they don't have, and you know what? The nation is one of the very few Black doctrines that don't teach the broke man doctrine. Like, it's cool to be broke, because most of them that I know of or been a part of, it was like you were blessed to be poor. You did, they teach that whole the first be last, last be first type doctrine. The Nation of Islam, they never taught that. They taught, nah, your heaven's right now. You dig? So like they always push success, and they always said Elijah Muhammad don't have any broke followers. So now they definitely push for you to be successful in the nation.
Yeah, I think he dropped off.
Oh, yeah, because he said he's having a problem with his internet connection. Yeah, but yeah, y'all should definitely check out that that segment that he did on Sinetta, and he has one with his business partner, light skinned dude that I watched. It was on economics too. So I was trying to tell Chef, like, there are things that I will watch on certain platforms, and there's things I wouldn't, because if it's not an interest, then that's just what it is. So when Garfield has a certain subject on there, like I'm not, just because we had like a little issue, I'm not a anti boycott Garfield type dude. Nah, if it's something that I can relate to, I'm gonna tune in. I'm not gonna call in. I'm not gonna talk in the chat, but I'm gonna tune in and see, where the discussion is going.
Yeah, I mean, I watch shows that I'm interested in now. Like, Sinetta, it's not like I don't support him because I don't like him or his views. Like, that really ain't got nothing to do with it. I just don't engage in channels where I'm blocked. So once I'm blocked, you don't gotta worry about me.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna try to get on to unblock you.
I mean, I ain't saying it for that reason, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, I just don't. That's my personal thing. If I can't engage and be a part of the platform, then I don't really want to be here.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it don't matter to me. I listen to something. If I like it, I listen. If I don't like it, I'm out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even mind religion. Like, if it's from a historical perspective, I don't mind. Or even if it's not historical, if the conversation is feasible and it's to where it's spoken at a way I can actually hear the information, I'm cool. But if it's just yelling and screaming, like, I don't even care who it is, bro. Like, I'm out on that shit. Like,
right. Yeah.
I mean, this shit get too ignorant. Like, I'm gone.
I give everybody a chance once, but nah, if you talking too crazy, I'm not following you, like, subscribe to you, I mean, or anything like that. Like, nah, Inky, Ali Muhammad, like all those guys, Sinetta. Even Sinetta, I don't watch 99% of Sinetta videos unless he got somebody on there that we all either associated with.
Interesting.
You said what?
Yeah, so somebody that you might be interested. Like, I mean, like I said, if it's a topic, it's cool. If it's two people that's going to build, it's cool. I mean, like I said, it's entertainment. If I think it's gonna be entertaining, I'll watch.
Right. And that's why I try to reiterate a lot to people. Like, listen, like we kind of tune. Some of us tune in to Sinetta for like what Zen said, for those people who are interested and intrigue you. And the problem is he might have that person, not a problem, but the reality is he might have that person come on maybe the whole week. So we got kind of spoiled to seeing that person. And then he'll go back to what he normally is supposed to do. He'll put another viewpoint in there, and it might be somebody who we feel like is off. So then we forget and we try to like hold on back to the person who we watch. And you're like, oh, bro, like you forgot, like this platform is to service everybody, because a lot of us, no matter how pseudo that we can be, a lot of us don't watch TV. So like, you know, we look forward to these different platforms to be our entertainment for that particular moment for when we need it. Maybe like Chef is waiting on, you know, DMV, I'm not DMV, but the you know, the government, whatever he called, you did unemployment, whatever he called, he took forever. And that's a great time to tune into a platform that intrigues you, because that time going to go by so fast. So that's what he does it for. He does it for people like that, and different people are not going to like certain guests, and some in different times you are, because you know Curtis Calls, evidently people tune in. I don't. Yeah, I don't tune in nothing involving Curtis Calls.
I mean, at the end of the day, my thing is his platform to do whatever he wants to do with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't have to agree with everything he put out. And again, when I voice my opinion, it's just my opinion. It ain't like, oh, you shouldn't watch it. You should. Yeah, I'm entitled to my opinion, just like he entitled to do whatever he wants with his platform. Like, I mean, I feel like fair exchange ain't robbery. So at the end of the day, it ain't for me to tell nobody what to do with whatever they want to do.
The thing is,
yeah, I don't tune.
The thing is this: he's mad misleading. Like there was a time where everything and you know scientifically literate people were saying was law. You know what I mean? And then there was other times, and including when he did start with the whole pseudo information. Like that was the thing. You feel me? But when Unc and them came in and they was cool, he actually started banging on pseudo stuff. You feel me? So now you starting to mislead people, because now you start to make people think you switching up, and now you go back, and then you just have this whole psychological effect of the people where as though they don't know which way to go. You see what I'm saying? Like
facts.
I think he was just really riding. I think he was just riding the wave. Like at the time, the pseudo shit with the wave, he rode that wave. At the time, banging on pseudo with the wave.
Right.
Now the pseudo shit's coming back. He on that wave.
Nah, I agree. I definitely agree with that.
That Pharaoh is killing right now.
Yeah, then we listen to something, you realize like that's what he is. Like he ain't, you know what I'm saying? Like when you really hear him speak freely, you realize like he more in agreement.
See,
Valentine and stuff than he is with
and Sosa, the thing is like people kiss Sarnetta butt so much that they don't be real to him. So when Unc had me on there, Sarnetta he had that echinacea in his hand. Yeah, it's
I remember that shit.
Right.
He was taking those shots.
And what do? I made it clear, Sarnetta, you are a pseudo to hold that in your hand. See, but most people kiss his butt so much they're afraid to say that. No, Sarnetta. I said, Sarnetta, look, at first I called it out and then, you know, the subject changed. I brought it back an hour later. I said, Sarnetta, what do you think that does? You dig? And then when he said what he thought it does, I said, nah, it does not do that, dude. It actually works against you if you're actually infected with the virus. You dig? So I made it clear, dude, what you got in your hand is straight bull. Like, I know Jabari's out there promoting that at that time, but it doesn't help you out at all. Zero. See,
also, like,
most
to
people
me,
don't call him out on his, you know, most people are afraid just to express how they really feel.
Yeah, but even still, my thing is like, Sarnetta can't be, and he shouldn't be responsible for everyone's consciousness or everyone's common sense or everyone's, you know, viewpoints. Like, it sounds good to say, well, he got influence and he got to be responsible and this, that, and the third. And like, yeah, to an extent, that's true. But if he chooses not to do that, because at the end of the day, it is a choice. If he chooses to do what he wants to do, then shouldn't people choose to kind of think for themselves and quit looking to different people to get their guidance or get that, you know, like at some point people got to be responsible for themselves. You can't tell nobody else what to do. Only thing you can do is do what you can do. And if you feel like he's misleading the people, then to me that sounds like the perfect opportunity for you to start a platform where you
Exactly. That's what.
people
Hey,
what
look,
you think
Amber,
they need.
Amber, you was going where I was about to say next. I said, listen, that's why we do what we do. You dig? So my platform was just for that, for people who are complaining about certain content, certain platforms. But guess what? We're the fact checkers, so we are here to address what's being said, and we're gonna, expose that, and then hopefully it reaches, the public at some point.
But look,
so let me ask you this, and I respect that. Let me say that first off. You know what I mean? Because everybody goes about, shit different. You know what I mean? But I think we be all on the same page. But what about the person who say, well, it's 2,300 people over there getting misled? I'ma speak up about it. You feel me? Because this shit could be dangerous. You dig what I'm saying? Like, is somebody over there on that platform jacking that crazy shit? You feel me? I don't feel comfortable as a grown man letting people lives is on the line. Like, for example, check it out. In Baltimore City, right? When the COVID-19 shit first started to jump off, it was a rumor in the Black community that Black people didn't get it, right? Swear to God. It's a video, I think I sent it to you, Unbiased.
Yeah.
The video where we got low-rise projects in Baltimore, right? So everybody outside, not taking it serious in the low-rise projects, not keeping social distance or whatever. A white police officer walks through and starts coughing all around the people. And the Black people, look, the girl's gonna say, you nasty MF, you know what I mean? That was some nasty shit. I should report you. It don't matter, Black people, we don't catch that. That's a white people, you know what I mean? So, and then when you hear shit like somebody on there promoting 5G might got something to do with it, right? And I see people in Baltimore saying that, you feel me?
Yeah.
What's wrong with a person saying, yo, Sinetta platform could be dangerous right now? You feel me? Because everybody is not as sharp as you, Unbiased. Everybody not gonna do all of that diligent research that you do. Most people, and they watch a video on the YouTube, hear somebody say something, that's how they form their opinion. You feel me? That's how a lot of people operate. So if somebody here polite or somebody on a well-respected platform like Sinetta spew, and it sounds good because they can talk their ass off, you don't think that put people in danger? Not people like you, because you're gonna do your research. You dig what I'm saying? So ain't it selfish of you to say, I ain't gonna say nothing, I'm gonna just go over here and do that? But why not try to warn the people, the 2,300 people, you know what I mean? Say it's 5% of them that's gonna take that pseudo information and have a negative result from that. You don't think it's right for somebody to try to speak against that? You know what I mean? Like,
I don't think it's anything wrong with that. I don't think it's anything wrong with it, but you also have to understand, I don't feel like I have seen too many people effectively voice their concerns in a way where they would even make an impact on those people. You have to understand that a lot of Sinetta supporters, they have an emotional attachment to him. So you really not going to get a positive reaction if you just come out like, oh, he's pseudo, he banging, he irresponsible, he tripping. Like, you have to know what tool to use. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I agree.
You have to know what tool to use.
And that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, you can bring the information. There's nothing wrong with that. You can even acknowledge
they're gonna
that,
call you an agent.
Listen, that's
bring up information.
But my whole thing is like, it's certain people I don't care about their opinion, especially if I feel like you're so out of touch with reality. When you get deep into these conspiracy theories, it ain't nothing shit you could tell me about me. I'll be an agent if that means I'm using critical thinking skills and logic. Call me an agent all you want. That don't bother me. Maybe you should get like an agent. Get like me.
Like, it's almost kind of manipulating people's minds in a way. Like, he's playing with the psychology of people through commerce and social media. You feel me? Like he's found out ways to bait people into basically watching his videos and sending him money and in the chat, which is nothing is wrong with that. You know, we got probably millions of channels of people who do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes down to these serious issues, there is something wrong with that. You see what I'm
Yes.
saying?
But listen, I made the statement before, right? And I said it before about it being dangerous, right? Right. But at the same time, I don't like if you feel that way, like it's you can say it, and then it's up to you to put forth the product to remove,
Right.
to push that person out the way. Because I still feel like that person should be allowed to spew wherever he's spewing, even if it's pseudo. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just not for like suppressing.
But what if it's dangerous though?
But
So-
look,
And
but
it's your
Sosa,
job
he could
to-
do it.
it's your
He could
job
do
to
it, but he
remove.
just got to create his own platform like Alex Jones did when he got banned off of YouTube.
I mean, he's already doing he's doing it now. Like,
Right,
so
right.
you gotta like if
Yeah,
YouTube does it, then
this
that's
is his
different.
own platform. So look,
Yeah.
so I want to before we jump cut that.
No, I'm talking about like Alex Jones has Infowars.com. And you know he's banned off of YouTube.
Right.
So
Right.
Infowars.com is where he streams and stuff from now.
Right. So when white people take it upon themselves, now check this out. Either we can check ourselves or we can let white people check us. You feel me? Then we get mad. Then we get mad when white people say,
Exactly.
yo, that
No, we can check them. We check them.
When white people say, yo, that information is dangerous, even though they know that information is mainly spewed to a black audience, right? If we're not gonna be big enough to stand up and check our own people, don't get mad when white people do it. When white people shut a channel down, you feel me? I don't want to hear niggas cry.
I mean, but the reality is they would still be hypocrites. That's the thing. Like, don't come over here trying to check shit when you got a whole president saying like you can't come check a Sinetta and the president telling people to disinfect themselves with fucking Clorox and goddamn Lysol. Like at the end of the day, this shit it's not color specific. People are just saying any goddamn thing all over the place.
You don't think the president was checked?
No,
I
don't.
Oh my God,
the president is one human being. Like he's not a scientist.
He's one human being with a lot of influence. Ain't that the argument with Sinetta? That he has influence
is one
Can I
thing.
please be allowed in this cipher?
Actually taking him for
Go ahead.
doctor type.
Hold on, because see, we're shifting gears, and I want to get my 2 cents on Sunday.
Yeah, we go switch the whole topic. Go ahead.
Right. Yeah, don't do that before I get my 2 cents. Before like people take this as a sound bite and go somewhere else with it. So I want to say this. As far as Sinetta's platform, although first of all, I really believe Sinetta believes what he said, what he says. You dig? So,
I do too.
right.
I do too.
So if you believe that, you don't see any rippling effect. You actually believe it. Now, Ali Muhammad brags about being on Sinetta's channel first, right? The first person he was on the couch. So his origin started off like that. You dig? Ali Muhammad's on there. So secondly, he does allow me, I am a moderator, he does allow me to promote my channel as a net catcher, you dig? To like clean up some misinformation. Like he look, you guys see me in the chat, after live, my channel, I'm self-promoting myself to clean up what was said, you dig? So he does allow me, he could stop that, he could take the wrench, whatever, block me, but he does allow me to try to gather as many people as I can to my channel. And matter of fact, I got Indigenous Black Man from Sinetta's channel, by the way. So he does allow me to do it, fish as many people I can to my channel. Right. So that's why he does allow that. He doesn't block it. He don't say, listen, man, this is it. And I gotta listen. He said, nah, I'm biased. Do what you do. Like if you can get these people over there to convince them otherwise, do what you do. And so I got immunity to send people, as much people as possible, over to my channel to try to get their mind right.
Yeah, that's why I said I agree with you, Sheffield. Like I don't really think I disagree with you. I think that you can go at them, you share your disagreement, but I just don't feel like he still got the right to say what he got to say, and it's up to us to push the right. If you could care enough to push the right information, out, and then gather that type of movement. But we can't just be like, like you can't tell Sonetta to shut his shit down. That's his shit.
I'm not saying that, but it's like what Unbiased said. It's almost like, okay, just because a person have a right to say something, all right. My thing is this, Unbiased. When somebody spews misinformation, right, you check them, right? You don't be all diplomatic about politing them and their misinformation. You attack that shit head on. You don't call that banging on him. You feel me? Now, if Sonetta was just the reporter who's reporting and letting people, but he actually sometimes
interject his opinion.
Yeah, he put forth his opinion the same way as a person that he's interviewing
on a panel. Yeah.
At that point, you don't think he's supposed to be checked, and then sometimes he supports a point of view that somebody is. You know what I mean? So now think about it. In the interview, I mean, most of us is Zen probably a little the youngest dude on here probably, but I remember Phil Donahue, right? When I was growing up, I used to watch Phil Donahue.
Yeah, me too.
Show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, whoever Phil Donahue would back in on his program, that person got the most support from the audience. So you do sway people on, you know what I mean? Like, so when he backs certain things, he actually is putting his weight behind certain arguments. So at that point, it's not banging on Sonetta. You checking him like the same way you would check polite information or Divine Prospect or anybody else or what's the Curtis Cost or anybody else, because he put himself out there to be shot at like that. Now, if he just step back and listen and say this, then I would agree with that. But go ahead.
I think upsetting the most though is the boycott. The boycott. Sonetta.
Now, who said that?
Yeah, I ain't gonna say.
Oh, but it's people that's like talking about boycotting him.
Yeah, I think that like
look,
like, bang on me, but you
right.
My money, like what? Like,
yeah.
Look,
Sonetta, at that point, it's war. Go ahead.
It's war. Yeah.
Nah, Sonetta like that the drug kingpin that fronts you a couple things for real, and he mad that you that
copy
now
from somebody else now.
Yeah, like you copy from somebody else now. Exactly. Yeah.
You owe him your whole allegiance.
He don't mind. Sonetta let you copy from somebody else. It's just like, just let me get my money, Like, don't try to shut down my block. Oh, y'all setting up shop on my block? Like, it's like that on Sonetta, like, you feel me? Like,
I also feel like
the most though, the boycott Sonetta thing was like,
yeah.
I also feel like when certain people started going missing from his platform, it was, a difference in viewership, and he does have to feed his family. So,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a business for him.
At the end of the day, yeah.
Yeah. So whatever product is selling is what got to be sold. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could bring in your personal opinions and your moral values, but that ain't got shit to do with his business and the product he pushing.
Right.
Like,
because I think with Chef, like, you would have no problem, right, if Sonetta was like the reporter. Like, if he did not insert any of his opinions, if he was like, the views so and so expressed by these people does not reflect Sonetta.
He say that.
But he interjects.
Yeah,
when he interjects, he becomes like somebody on the panel.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that'd be so funny back in the day. They'd be like, nah, I'm debating you now, so then you hopped in it.
yeah, you jump in quick. Now you know Jabari. When they say, go ahead, Woodrow. Go ahead.
Hey, peace, y'all.
Peace.
Peace, what's up?
Nothing much. Yeah, I don't know. I'm listening to you all, and I think a couple of things y'all are missing, man. I think that people argue things that's not being argued or never been claimed, and I'm not saying this in a negative way to you all's conversation, but because I hear other people do it too when they talk about like this similar situation and stuff, and like people will defend the right that somebody has, but nobody's attacking a person's rights. And so that conversation is really unnecessary. Like people have a right to sign up for YouTube. Google is free. YouTube is free. If they got fingers and a keyboard, they're gonna sign up and do what they do. So I don't think people are attacking anybody's rights. And so when people say so and so have a right to do this, or someone's, person X or Y has a right to do that should be self-evident. And nobody should, like, I don't see how that even becomes a conversation. The issue, a better issue to discuss is the being responsible when you are in a position of influence. And this goes for celebrities. This goes for any kind of entertainer, celebrity, sports person, or whatever the case is. This is one of the first things that they tell you. The first thing that your manager and your PR person will tell you, especially in a lot of different fields. Once you become a person of influence, you have to change the way you move. So for a quick example, most celebrities, before they become celebrities, they have their personal life. They probably had a MySpace account back in the day. They probably had they probably have a Facebook account and a Instagram account. But when you become quote unquote famous or become a celebrity, your manager and your team will tell you to wipe all that away, take it all down and start fresh. And they're specific about your image. They're specific about your perception, how people perceive you, and what you influence. Now, of course, it's not all 100% across the board, because some people don't care, but that's the standard. And so in this kind of social community that we have, we calling it a conscious community, that still applies. And so people are influenced by certain people. Certain people have weight in the influence. And so it's a natural progression and evolution to be more and more responsible. Because if you're not influential and stuff, and you reckless with what you say, and you don't study anything, you just passing off information, that's one thing. Nobody's going to really see it or pay attention, except for a very few. But when you grow and you become a magnet, you become a main attraction and stuff like this, where people actually hang on your every word, and this goes for anybody, so I'm not pinpointing any specific person, then you have to move differently. You have to be at least enough care and concern in you to be able to move differently, because now you're responsible for what people think, even if you don't like it. Like nobody likes to think for other people. We would think that people can think for themselves, educate themselves, and like, man, I'm not your father, I'm not your mother, so you do your own thing, don't listen to me. But the reality is on the ground is that people will lean on you. People will take your word and
But
stuff
listen,
like that.
though,
Yeah,
that's like kind of like perfect world synopsis, right? But in the other world, in this world, like, people that have influence may be schizophrenic, or they may have a schizo type of personality. Like, you cannot, and so their idea
or be hooked on a narcotic, or
so their idea of what's healthy and what's right, if they truly believe vaccine is harmful, they're going to push their influence to support vaccines are harmful. You see what I'm saying? So their responsibility is not going to be, the same as a celebrity they got their slate wiped clean. Like, it's not going to be the same type of paradigm.
I hear you, and I am taking that into account in what I'm saying. So maybe I didn't make that clear. What I'm saying is that that's the standard. That's what we would like to happen. but in reality, it doesn't happen. That's what I'm saying. You're saying the same thing I'm saying, that on the side of people who, like you said, who think this, they also can influence. So because both of those things exist, when I think Sheffrin made this point, when that occurs, then it's going to take another person to point it out, to be critical of it. It doesn't mean that person have a right to do anything, but the same person that has a right to say anything that they want to say, the same rights are afforded to the person to point out and be critical about it and say, wait a minute, that stuff is wrong, or that's not how it should be, or we would prefer, we have preferences, or things go towards progress and certain things go towards our detriment. And so a person pointing it out has equal right to do that as the person who's saying whatever they're saying.
Yeah,
So
I agree. I
both of
agree.
those
Like,
exist.
at the end of the day, everybody has their opinion. What I say is people need to realize that just because you have an opinion or a view of what is right does not mean that anyone is obligated to acknowledge that or move according.
Uh-oh.
yeah.
You knocked out. But anyway, that
She'll
I
be back.
think she gonna
That's
come
that
back.
Kind of
Metro
like those two
PCS.
doctors in Bakersfield, California, who just recently came out with their own opinions about opening up the country, and now you got a lot of
Yeah, now you do.
Hey, Amber, come
back
back.
at it again.
What's going on? Doing all right?
Hello.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Can you
doing
hear
all
me?
right? Yeah,
Can y'all
we
hear me?
hear you.
Just
We
got
good.
back from outer space.
Yeah. I was
Mhm.
saying, like, at the end of the day, people have to know that just because you have a right to your opinion does not mean that anybody is obligated to respect it or to consider it or to acknowledge your opinion. Everybody can share their opinion. I don't agree with everything that goes on his platform, but I also know because I disagree. Hello?
Huh?
Yeah, I also know because I disagree, that does not mean he's obligated to consider my opinion and move differently in the future.
Yeah. Go ahead, Zen. You
So-
saying something?
No, I was just, I guess my point, I just wanted to point out there that I don't think that people are, the whole right thing, like a person has, person X or person Y has a right to do stuff. I don't think that should be, that should be self-evident at this point. It's really just a question, and it's not even cut and dry. Like I don't want to give the impression that what I'm saying is black or white or cut or dry. It's fluctuates, and it's a case by case thing, and it could be even topic by topic thing. Certain things are dangerous to
Yeah.
influence people's minds. Certain things are just funny and harmless. It's really just harmless. So it's not really cut and dry like that. For it to be that way.
Yeah, I
think Crux though, what we're trying to get at is though, like, and Shepard was trying to ask is like basically like, what's a fair way to go about combating it, and with the same time understanding he has the right to do what he has to do, even if the information putting out is harmful. That's what we was trying to. That's really what we was trying to banging that. Like, just create your own platform to drown the noise. That's kind of what we was kind of.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
So how to combat it obviously is to put out correct information. It's just that simple. And to do it in a way where it's clear for people. You may do it in a way where it's attractive to people and stuff like that, but you just put out the right information. So if you feel that somebody's wrong, if you're telling everybody 1 + 1 is 3, and then I, approach you about that and try to correct you directly, and then you're not having it and stuff, then, I would just put out that 1 + 1 is 2. And then at the very least that people will have an option. People have an option. But here's the thing, that's only step one, because there's different steps to this. You can give the person an option, right? If you walk into a store and all they had was Adidas, then obviously everybody's gonna walk out with Adidas. But the moment you put Adidas, New Balance, Nike, and all the other kind of shoes in there, now when people go in there, they have a choice. So that's step one, is to provide the choice or the option. But then another level of that is people have to learn to discern, because now that you have choices, now you have to discern which is the right choice now. And so if we can't get to step 2, we never going to get to step 3. So I'm saying the same thing you all are saying, or at least what I think Unbiased said earlier, is that people create their own outlets, platforms, or what have you, and just at least start off by giving people the option. So Unbiased will let's say Unbiased does a presentation. Well, let's say what I did a presentation a while back on the immune system, because I felt the need that back in December of last year, that so-called debate, I felt that the debate was premature, because I felt before you have a debate on that kind of topic, people have to be educated on the immune system, because that will eliminate a lot of the unnecessary craziness that comes out of that. Once people understand how the immune system works, then you can talk about vaccines and stuff like that. So what I did is I just did a presentation on vaccines. So now at least people have an option. Like, okay, let me see what Wajah was saying about the immune system. Immune system. And then they could take it a while. But then another level, they have to learn to discern, because now people are very impressionable. They get into personality worship. I think somebody said that earlier, personality worshiping. And now it's not a criteria of the information being supported and factual. Now it's like, okay, who is saying it? Okay, is it a charismatic person who's very popular, or is it a nobody saying whatever? And so that gets real tricky. But anyway, I ain't trying to hog the mic, but I'm just saying that's just so to answer your question, I agree. One of y'all said it earlier. I agree with you got to put the option out there, but you can't stop. You have to start to actually also give people an idea of how to learn to discern.
Let me butt in right quick. But just to go on top of your point, the Journal of Nature just posted something today talking about pseudoscience and COVID-19, and they're pretty much saying that they had enough. And the scientists on there were saying, basically, how do we combat the information? And they were just saying we just need to flood these platforms with good information. Basically, that's all you can do to combat bad information.
It's the classic example of the clean glass of water versus dirty glass. If all you have is a cloudy glass of water and that's all that people know, then that cloudy glass of water is just water to them. They're not gonna know any different. So until you put up a clean glass next to it, then their eyes open and they see, whoa, wait a minute, I've been drinking this foul water all this time, I ain't even know it. And then they'll try the clean glass. So that's that principle. And that's correct. That's what you do.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it back in the day, like probably some years ago. You know what I mean? He said, when misinformation come out and scientists hear it, they just ignore it.
Right. Yep. And they always done that. Like they didn't want to give it any life. So right. And me and Unc talked about that way back. When with the whole flat Earth thing, because people wonder why the scientists never felt the need to debunk that, or any creation story. Like, they felt like it was totally beneath them and
like, don't waste my time. I waste my time.
It's silly. But when it becomes a public health, they come out and then they do what they do. And now you see, when it comes to the flat Earth discussion, you'll see it's more people with a scientific background. Some of them are outright scientists taking over that debates discussion right now. So if you guys Google flat Earth debate, you're going to see actual scientists butting in the debate, kicking butt. So
because if the scientists are quiet, then that gives the people
right.
Room to go. Okay, yeah. So the big dogs ain't saying that. We must be honest.
Right. So that kind of supports what Zen was trying to get to yesterday, is that now that this crisis happened, a lot of information is being, passed around, and scientists are saying, hey, maybe we were wrong about this way. Maybe it is a benefit to share with the public more often than we do.
Well, listen, I'm gonna say this. If y'all follow Neil deGrasse, on a regular basis, if that was it, if he shared in that opinion, now scientists in general, that is their position, but Neil deGrasse Tyson, Bill Nye, the science guy, and the other guy, it's a crew of them.
Yeah,
they have the whole total opposite approach. They want to form a PR or a segment or an interface from science, hard science, to the layperson. And that's why Neil deGrasse Tyson does so many appearances, so many interviews,
Right,
and
right.
he's
Yeah,
very, very visible because he has the opposite approach. He's like,
yeah,
listen,
that's what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying. It's based off that commentary that he started with the cosmic queries because he realized that scientists weren't saying anything, and he
Right.
realized danger in scientists being silent.
exactly. And so that speaks to what I guess you all were saying earlier, and what I was just echoing, the fact that we got to give people options first. And he'll say that he says the same thing in a different way. Give people the option, flood with right information, but he also has t-shirts, supports t-shirts, and they'll say y'all MFs need science or whatever and stuff like that. And he pushes scientific literacy because it's not enough to give people an option like, left or right. Now they got to know to discern which way they go. Do they go in door number 1 or they go in door number 2? Just because you have door number 1 and 2 there, that's only one step and that's not it. And some people stop at that. And we can't stop that. People have to start learning tools of discernment, which is what science is. Science is a discerning endeavor. And they have to learn, scientific literacy, the methods, research methods, and all that good stuff. So that needs to be pushed more.
And that's what I was
just
saying yesterday when I brought up because the whole thing that I was trying to bring up was the fact that the climate of this pandemic right now is changing how science is interacting, and science needs to be shared a lot faster so people can talk about it, so it can be peer reviewed in a community of people who are credited to be able to disseminate the information. So basically, these preprints, what I brought up, because they're yeah, hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. But yeah, these preprints is what I brought up, and I do have some stuff we can look at right quick. But these preprints I brought up are just basically finalized papers that are being reviewed to go into journals. And these preprint servers allow those authors of those prints to basically share it with the community, and it can be peer reviewed in real time, like just how we interact on Facebook and we share comments and whatever. But these are more so a community of accredited people, where as though they're sharing it back and forth quickly. And I'm just saying, as researchers, not us being clinical advisors, you know what I mean? As researchers, we can take this data and we can discuss it. You see what I'm saying?
I got a question for y'all. If now I'm assuming everybody's familiar with science and scientific method and what makes science here. You and because of that, you all can recognize what's scientific or what's science, and then what's not science, or what they call pseudoscience. Now, would you all be okay when with something that is really pseudoscience is being called science and being pushed as science? Would y'all be comfortable with that?
No.
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 Okay, and so now it depends on the level of your discomfort is the I guess litmus to whether you're gonna speak up and say something. If it's if it's something minor, you be like, all right, whatever, I ain't gonna put no energy on it. But if it depends on how much weight you put on it, then you may speak up on it, right? You may say something and be like, yo, wait a minute, that's pseudoscience, that and here's why. I mean, you're not just gonna say it and leave, but you're gonna say it and then maybe explain it and flesh it out and edify people about it. And so the same thing should happen across the board. When, for example, when something is being called a debate, but it's really not a debate, it's something else. And so depending on how it is or what weight you put to it, you may speak out and say, well, wait a minute, what you're doing is not debating. You're doing something though. Just call it something different. Just like now what you're doing is pseudoscience. Don't call it science. Just call it something else. Same thing. And so people have to understand that's what's necessary. That's what's needed. And people should be okay with that when people do that. Just like the person being reckless with information, or people passing off pseudoscience for science and so on and so forth. So it's not about having a right. It's just about what is the best move, and always moving for the best move. Unbiased, you play chess. If you play yourself in chess and you're not playing an opponent, you'll realize that it's about the squares and the best move, regardless of the color that you're moving.
Yeah.
And so our progress should be based around that same principle. We should just go for the best move, not into no personality. I don't care who says it, who or whatever it is. The question is it the best move? And that's it. We go with the best move.
Yeah, but you know how to go. Same thing. The best move is determined by who's playing. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
so
everybody's idea of the best move is not the same because it's subjective. You know what I mean?
Okay, so yeah,
Well, but that's where science comes in. See, if science operated that way, then it would never work. See,
we're talking. Yeah, well, we're talking. You know, we're talking about what we're talking about. That's why, you know what I mean? You know what we're talking about.
Well,
So,
that's what we have to. Well, I don't see it really being a problem, because that's why we have to elevate our actions and our interactions in a more scientific way, because it takes the subject, it diminishes the subjectivity or it being subjective, and you got to be a little lean more towards being objective, and that's what science tries to do. The objective truth. Go ahead.
But check this out though, and because I think we can get bogged down in conversations like that, because it started off right saying that a channel or certain views at this point in time, where we at right now in the world, can be harmful, can be even deadly to people. You dig what I'm saying? So it comes to a point where right now in New York City, New York State, is over 20,000 dead, right? Now, if you have a platform that's helping to confuse people, you feel me? Like, it's like, we don't have the benefit of time to wait for everybody to get up to speed on science. You feel me? Like, we don't have that benefit. You know what I mean? Yeah, like over 20,000 dead in the state of New York, but we still play like a person really should have the right to influence people. You know what I mean? When their lives is on the line. Like, for me, I ain't built like that. That's crazy to me. You feel me? That's crazy to me for me to say, well, that's how he making his money, or you dig what I'm saying? So I should shut up.
Chef, though, how the question is, and this is what, like I said before, we were just struggling with, how far should you be able to take that?
No, how far should we be willing to allow him to take it?
And what are the steps? Like, how far are you willing to go to stop it? And then how far is it okay to go to stop it? Is it okay to say, boycott that shit? We finna shut that shit down.
Yeah, the shit can be. What I'm saying is, it shouldn't even be a question.
I'm asking.
Yeah, but check the move. It shouldn't even be a question if we see that people's lives could be at stake. It shouldn't even be a question. See, a lot of times in the Black community, we have issues with that because we have people in our families, right? And sometimes we used to sell drugs. We have people in our family that sell drugs. So we don't know how, we always think that we're being hypocrites or we stepping on somebody's toes. But if somebody is being a detriment, right? If somebody is actually causing harm, we actually sitting back allowing it because we contemplating whether to do something or not. Like, that's like, we put ourselves way behind other communities when we do that, yo. Like, right is right and wrong is wrong. And we got to start operating like that. Like, if not, we're gonna constantly be behind other communities. Like, somebody is spreading misinformation that could be affecting the lives of other people, right? But we want to sit back and give people leadway when people lives is on a lot. Like, why do we do that?
Okay, Wu Jia, well,
This is
how
a-
far?
No, so
Go ahead, Zen.
like what I said,
Hold on,
but hey, just real quick. Remember what I was saying, that it's not black and white. There's not a one cookie cutter or one size fit all type of situation. And so, and I think somebody agreed with me when I said this earlier, that it's all based on the value you give to it, and it could be topic by topic, case by case. So like right now, when it comes to life and death and people's health and stuff like that, then obviously you're going to give that a higher score of importance, and that's going to trigger criticisms. At least it should.
How far are you willing to go? Is it okay to start boycotting? Like what? Like that's what I'm asking.
Okay,
I think every option should be on the table.
Can I speak? Can I speak to that? Because I see where you
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I see where
I want to add in that.
Okay,
let the watcher go. Let the watcher go.
No, because I've been patient and I'm listening to everybody saying what they're saying. Let me just throw out my disclaimer. The opinions and views expressed right now by the watcher does not represent a biases network. Anybody else who's on a panel who's massaging relationships, people in the chat who are massaging opportunities that may come down the line. Now that I threw that out there, this is just what I feel. I've on numerous occasions have deferred to authorities because I'm not a scientist or a virologist or whatever type of situation. So whoever their opinion, whoever say their lives, I'm going to follow them. I've sent text messages, clips, and videos that I received from my mother, who is watching my nieces and nephews, to people like Zen, to people like Unbiased, and I'm like, look at this bullshit information that's being disseminated from various people, not this quote unquote conscious community, but just anybody in social media that's affecting my family. And now my mother thinks it's more important to turn their cell phone off and opposed to making sure kids are washing their hands or wearing masks when they're going out in public. So this information can be harmful. And I'm going to use an actual situation that where it affects my family. Now, when someone says, how far should you go? How far should you go? Should you boycott? I can give a fuck about anybody's opinions or their representations or how important they may think they are. And if I'm going to boycott them, that's going to hurt them. I do not want that information out, point blank. So if I'm looking at information and I have a button where I can click and say, this is disinformation, I'm going to click that disinformation button. I feel bad that I missed Brothers Bill just because I'm not watching certain people's networks and I feel like I'm not necessarily supporting them. But what, to me, in my opinion, and where it all boils down to, we can say that Sonetta is relevant, but if he puts on his show at 5 o'clock and Young Pharaoh puts on the show at 5 o'clock, one view getting maybe 100 to maybe 1,000 views, when the other one's probably getting like 50,000 views. So we got to really look at what's really relevant, and if somebody's really boycotting somebody, as if we're really silencing somebody. That's not what. And Jabu started earlier by saying about the responsibility to speak. And let me just wrap this up. I apologize for speaking too long. But everyone should have, quote unquote, in America, this country that we all love and we all support, quote unquote, they should have the right to speak. But along with that right to speak, you got to accept the responsibility for your actions. And you can't hand wave it away or wash your hands and say, well, it ain't my fault. I didn't tell them that, or they should be able to respect and learn, or everyone has their own opportunity to learn something. Fuck that. If disinformation is coming out, it got to be labeled as disinformation, and we can't pussyfoot around the point of calling it what it is. I'm done.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to answer the question. I'll be very fast.
Yeah.
To your question, Sosa, as far as boycotting, we got to understand what boycotting is. Boycotting is a form of protest. And so obviously, if there's not enough people that's going to protest, i.e., or for example, boycott, then the boycott is ineffective. So at this point, my opinion, anybody talking about boycotting somebody, I don't think there's enough of a collective of people to even make a difference. So that I think the boycotting talk is really empty talk at this point. And it may change, but that's my opinion right now. So the boycotting is not an issue with me. I don't think it's going to be effective if even if somebody tried that right now, and it's a form of protest. But you got to ask yourself, what is being protested? And so that's the issue. I think that's what we're discussing. What's being protested and why? And so that's what it really boils down to. And so until people have that understanding, even before talking boycott or whatever the case is, That's what people need to have an understanding. And I don't think enough people have that understanding to be effective one way or the other, because everything is going to go according to how it goes right now. Right now, you know, a show live stream start right now is going to be business as usual. And matter of fact, a month from now, 2 months from now, the people who are beefing now are probably most likely going to make up, and it's going to be business as usual anyway. Because why? Because that's the pattern that we've seen historically in this social community that we call the so-called conscious community. So that's my answer.
I've missed a little bit of what y'all said, trying to restart my router and stuff. But at the end of the day, I definitely agree. A large part of why I can't take a lot of stuff seriously, like I said, people have their opinions, you know, whatever. But a lot of people, you have to question the motive as to why they have a problem all of a sudden. It goes back to you saying earlier, like some people, you know, at what point are you going to get outraged? Are you going to let the small stuff slide, even though it's misinformation? And when it's too much, you know? So my thing is, it's a lot of foolishness that goes on that's been going on, and nobody has been outraged. So then when you take into consideration different variables, I have to wonder to myself, is it truly you're upset about misinformation? Right. Or is it a number of other things? You're not getting as much time on the platform, or you feeling like, you know, your time on the platform wasn't as favorable as others that were on there. Like,
or are you mad because other people are on there and you don't like them?
Exactly. Like, so, and they get, you know, more support, or, you know, better time slots, or, you know, it's a lot of petty shit and politics that go into even with this community. So nothing is ever what it seems to be.
Or are you mad because people are critiquing you?
Right. Exactly. I mean, for whatever reason, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, so a lot of times people use different scapegoats when this ain't really your issue at all. You know, like, this the issue you decided to make a thing, and this the excuse you using at this particular moment. But if once you start to break it down, you have to question, is this really your issue? You know, like, and of course, it's not everybody. Some people genuinely have issues, and they've been having issues for a long time. But when certain people get involved and they start becoming more vocal about certain things, you just have to question what the motive is, and if they're being true to what they claim they're upset about.
Well, I want to just. I forgot I'm biased. I was going to say.
Let me get in there. Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a chessboard, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hate the Morpheus rhetorical questions, man.
Right.
So I love the chess analogies, because this is something I'm good at, and I understand not just the moves. I understand the reason. I understand the whole objective of chess, like what you're trying to actually control. So people can get behind this board and move pieces around, but you'll never beat me because you don't understand the objective of chess, like, and what squares that's important that you're trying to control.
Boy,
so
if
that
10 years ago, I'll make you eat those words. I just want you to know.
Well, I don't know, because remember, chess is a time game. So I would say, okay, challenge me to a 1-minute game of chess, which is called bullet, and you won't stand a chance to help beat me in bullet. That's what minute for the entire game.
I played speed chess. I played speed chess for
years.
Okay,
then.
Real quick, I'm biased. Has anybody on this panel giving you an L in chess?
Yeah, you were the only one.
Okay, let's just throw that out there.
Yeah, so when it comes to chess, to really beat me in chess, you got to play me in a 1-minute chess. You know, that's to my advantage, because I'm a quick thinker, and you only got seconds to figure out what I'm trying to do to you. You dig? So, and I know so many opens and defenses. Java, that might be true, but most people can't make that same, you know, claim when it comes to 1-minute chess. Now,
speaking hypothetical, I'm just messing.
Yeah. So now, because it's true, like nobody can say that they're great in chess. You will get, if you play chess, you will lose as much as you win. That's a fact. So, even grandmasters, by the way. So I love the chess analogy because I apply it to everything in life. And I was just talking to a friend earlier, and I was talking to the watcher, and which I would bring it back up. And we were saying, like, chess is really analogous to every field there is in life. It's everything. You can make anything a chess analogy. So when it comes to, since the platform is the platforms period is the subject today, then the platforms will be the chessboard. Okay. And the chess pieces are the people. And to some degree, the platforms could be the chess pieces. Now, when you open your chessboard, you decide what's on there. So, but real life, you decide who's on your board. That means your world. So if you, let's use Sonetta. If somebody's boycotting Sonetta and they're done with him, then guess what? He's not even on the chessboard anymore. You dig? He's out the picture. So the chessboard is only for those who you still have that you find value in, right? So now when you find value in that person, he's on the chessboard, she's on the chessboard. You got to dictate who that person is on the chessboard to you. If the person is a pawn, then you use them like you use a pawn. You dig? If you find more value in that person, then that person is going to be a knight or a bishop. They're equally valued, right? And then you move around like a knight and bishop. You use that person to help you out in life as a knight or a bishop. If that person is more important, more valuable to you, then that person is elevated to a rook and possibly a queen. Now the king is always you. You did. It could never be a king. That's you. So you got to decide if you want to communicate or deal with that person, whoever is in life. You got to decide who is that person to you on that chessboard, and that's how you should use that person. If it's a pawn, pawns are sacrificial, right, in chess. They're useless. You don't really need too many of them. So go ahead, just exchange it. Get a gambit. Gambit is offering a free pawn for nothing. Create a gambit. King's gambit, queen's gambit, Evans gambit. Create a gambit and let them take the pawn for free for you to level up somewhere else in the game. So when you give a free pawn in chess, that's for you to have better positioning in chess. So you sacrifice a pawn to have tempo or better position. Now his piece is out of where it's supposed to be to take that pawn and moved over here now. You dig? So now it's nowhere near where it need to be doing his duty. So that's all I'm trying to say in life. So whether you support Sonetta, if you don't, if you find any fault in him, you got to decide what piece is he on the chessboard in your life, if he's a piece at all. And that's anybody in life. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, I just want to say, I like the chess analogies too. That's why I use them. I always emphasize people playing themselves. Once you know how to play chess, play yourself, because it's going to put a different spin. It's going to shift you into a different paradigm on how you see things, because it takes the oppositional element out of it. You're playing yourself,
right?
So you're not going to beat yourself. You're actually going to focus on the squares and the pieces and everything. But so here's the thing though. With these platforms, and I'm not even singling out one platform, right? I've never singled out one particular platform. It's all of them. And so my criticism since 2010 for past 10 years has been the detrimental actions that we all have engaged in on all of these platforms. And what I always have been highlighting is the adversarial oppositional climate that these platforms create, which is not conducive for a learning environment. It's not conducive for learning or progress. And by that, I mean, people have gotten so used to arguing or fussing just because being an adversary or an opponent to someone and not really correctly arguing issues. You never debate people. You always debate issues. And so what I've been seeing over the years is that people will get pinned up against people, and then an issue is created. And when you do it backwards like that, you actually are, it's almost like this. It's almost like have you ever taught or explained something to somebody or gave a lecture, and then you have a question and answer session, and then nobody really has a question. And then you're trying to fish your question. You're like, anybody have questions? Come, going once, going twice. And then somebody raised their hand just because they're like reaching for a question.
Right.
And their question be like so low quality. It's like, man, you might as well just kept your mouth shut.
So is the earth really flat?
They'll just come up with anything. Why? Because there's a void and they're reaching. Well, that's what happens when you create this adversarial climate. People really, really reach, and they invent topics to talk about, and it'd be like some most silliest things that I've seen. And so I've always criticized that style of what's been transpiring, this adversarial thing going on, and then the instigation, and for the past 10 years, as far as I've observed, I have not seen anything good, or I've seen more detriment coming out of that than there is good. So there is some good, but I've seen more detrimental or no progress than I have seen progress. So I've been unapologetically and outwardly and publicly critical of that on anybody's platform, no matter who it is, no matter who platform it is. And so I've always said that. So that's what I've said. But recently, kicked it off in terms of my name or me getting a full day's attention on the platform is because of instigation. Because what I've always said for 10 years got, a magnifying glass had been put on it, and it's, and you concentrate the light, how you burn the leaf with the thing. So somebody bottlenecked what I said and targeted to one platform. And then along with that, money came up as if I was stopping money from coming in. And those two things coupled together cause a reaction that people are seeing. But anything that I've said, a lot of people say it, even to this day right now, people say that the same things I say. But because things were instigated, money was tossed into the conversation, it seems like, okay, it's all about Wujau or what Wujau said, and stuff like that. So I just want to make sure people.
Yeah, and I've been heard you, being critical of different platforms, and that's one of the reasons I was drawn to you, because you were more speaking on the wave that I was trying to be on. Like it could be entertaining to see people go back and forth, right? But if people are really about education, advancement for Black people, you got to know that shit hasn't gotten us anywhere. Like, so it's cute, but what we doing next? Like, so for me, and I'm not trying to control nobody's platform. I just disengage when I feel like I've had my fill. Like, okay, I see that you're kind of a one-trick pony. This all you offering. Let me move around. But as far as the whole like debating, not debating, boycotting or whatever, like, that's cool too if people want to do that or choose to do that or whatever. But at the end of the day, you have to be realistic. If you are not getting the viewership or you don't have access to these people, then who knows you're debating? Who knows you're boycotting? You're boycotting with people that already are like-minded. You're not really making no real change. You talking amongst your own circle where y'all already share the same views and opinions.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I want to say like, okay, in all fairness, because let's just keep it even. I'm just keeping it even keel. You know what I'm saying? Because in all fairness, another platform was built off the boxing match. Let's be 100. Like, I ain't been watching 10 years strong. I started some years back, and it was built off boxing matches. Polite versus two Hebrews. So-and-so versus Islam. Like, it was built off main event boxing matches. That's how I built the steam. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I liken it to this. It's like, every day a man comes to the corner and he lights his sword on fire, sticks it down his throat, blows flames around. You watch it, he do it every day for years. That's what he does. And then now, because people are walking around with gasoline canisters in their hand, you think this man is going to stop doing what he's been doing for years? You see what I'm saying? Even, you know what I'm saying? Like, he ain't really changed.
Okay, but Sosa, here's the thing. Yeah, you're 1000% correct. And that is and has been my point. So let me because we're talking general. So let me be specific, right? Recently, early this year, late last year, there was a whole thing between the elders and it was elders feeling like they were being disrespected and talked about. Okay, specifically Baba Heru, Jabari, Mfundishi, and maybe some others felt like they were being disrespected and stuff like that. And so from that point, there's a whole bunch of beefing and volleying going back and forth, playing out in public on Facebook and on YouTube. You remember that? I remember that.
I used to be in the chat like, do that shit offline.
Okay, right, but it wasn't. But it wasn't offline and stuff. So my stance then and always has been is that you saw when that happened, people complained about that, and my point was exactly yours. I'm like, why are you complaining when that is the environment? This is nothing new. This happens all the time, every time, each time. For the past 10 years, this has always been the pattern. There's always been a pattern. Before there's a debate, there's always some kind of instigation that leads up
Fake
to
beef.
some kind of
Mhm.
beef. Now, sometimes the beef don't get, where it will appear to, kind of be violent, but there's always some form of beef that builds up pressure, eventually pressure bust pipes. So the pressure builds up, and then if the debate happens soon enough, then nothing gets too out of hand. But there's always that pattern. Every single event, the debate, and I'm not even singling out Sa Neter or his platform. This goes for all across the board, because there's other platforms beyond that, beyond Sa Neter's platform. This goes across the board.
I
So
know we not
so
log on.
my thing, or my stance, has always been that don't complain. Like, don't complain about it, because people jump in it. And I think somebody in the chat said, all you got to do is unsubscribe. So people subscribe, people watch, people chime in on conversations, people will even get involved with the beef, but then all of a sudden complain. I'm seeing people in the audience complaining. I'm seeing even the people who are actually doing the beefing complaining. I'm like, nobody needs to be complaining, because this is not something new. And to your point, it's
That's
always
my
been like
point.
that. It's always been like that. So why are people complaining? And so that's been my point. So that's one point, but overarching that point, my criticism have been very consistent for 10 years is that the entire thing, I don't care how long somebody could be doing it for 50 years, that doesn't make it the best way that we should be doing stuff. And so that's my criticism. Like, man, we have to do better. That's my criticism.
Yeah, my criticism,
about
like
it.
what I wasn't directed at what you was going through. I'm just talking about in general, just to the everybody that's feel the way about.
But the reason why is because people are biased and they don't want to say that they're biased, but they are. This stuff is happening all the time, but it's not a problem until it's somebody that they respect, or somebody that they admire, or somebody that they,
That's
feel some type of connection to. Then it's all good when it's well, I bang on all Hebrew Israelites, so I don't care if it's a Hebrew Israelite versus this person, but when it's different people that were supposed to be or are supposed to be cool, that's not cool, that's falling out and having these different problems, then like, oh no, y'all wrong, y'all instigating, y'all this, y'all that, because now they feel like they got the dog in the fight. So now they gonna say something, even though it's the same shit that's been happening, ain't nothing changed. It's just you don't like the players now.
Right.
The players
I
are
just
different.
I feel like there's so much other stuff we could be talking about besides the Hebrew Israelites and I don't know, the same old bullshit. It's usually religion. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I know. I feel like more. I feel like now that we taking it down to people and situations versus talking about, at this point when the country is on lockdown and people's lives are in danger, and there's a channel spewing misinformation. Like, I don't care if a dude was cool with your last month and they might be cool again next month. You feel me? Or what's his personal issue? I'm saying the issue should be the welfare of the majority of the people. You know what I mean? Now, personal shit, like however you feel. If you feel like a dude is just doing this because he not getting enough time or the crowd not agreeing with him, I look past that, because we all human beings, like, and got feelings. But what I'm saying is, a nigga, like it was people in Baltimore getting coughed on saying that black people don't catch the COVID-19.
Chef,
And how many of those people watch Sa Neter though? How many of those people can you attribute to?
No, but that ain't the point. Somebody spreaded that misinformation. It could have been 2 of them and spreaded that misinformation to 100 of them. You feel me? Somebody fuck around and died behind that. You feel me? Somebody can put on a mask, you know what I mean? And somebody could have, 20,000 people dead in New York. Shouldn't nobody be playing, spreading misinformation? Like, shit too real right now. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
I could do you one better.
Do you
Here
think
in
it's a
Georgia,
stretch that? Do you think it's a stretch that could have just been their own personal disposition, though? That nobody told them that they just think that they can't get it?
No. I just don't think that a person of that type of mindset is just going to come up with a scientific hypothesis that they can't catch a disease. Like, no, ain't no regular person just gonna walk around and something gonna pop in their head that they are immune to something that everybody else is catching, and that comes from somebody else putting that opinion in your head. Like that, it does.
but I think, well, let me. I was gonna do one. I was gonna. I don't know if y'all are aware.
That's
of this,
an influence position.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
See, yeah. People have to. Okay. What we're talking about is being indiscriminate, right? Like in a lot of cultures, especially on the continent, people pride themselves on being pro-black and African this and African that. But a lot of communities on the continent of Africa, they take celebrityship very, very serious. Like not just anybody can become a celebrity. And the reason why is because they understand the power of influence. And so they call them influencers by whatever language that they speak. And so people have to actually be filtered through to become an official influencer, because they know that if the wrong person attains a level of celebrityship or an influencer, that they can influence people to do some crazy stuff. And so they take that serious. And I think we should adopt that. I don't think we should have an indiscriminate open house policy that anybody can say anything, especially in a situational scenario where things are heavily influenced and people are impressionable. We got to understand, we can't just pretend and be in la la land and act like people are not impressionable, very impressionable. You know,
I ain't with that one. I ain't with that one. That shit sound like communism to a degree. I feel what you're saying.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, Wuja.
I understand what he's saying.
But hold up. So let me ask you this. So you have children?
Of course I do.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know, but okay. So you have children, right? So are they still in the age that they still go to school?
Yep.
Okay. So let me ask you, because I'm going to make it close to home with you.
I already know where you're gonna go with it, but go ahead.
Okay. So all right. So let me get the question out, then you could answer.
Yeah,
so if your child is going to school and sitting in the classroom with a teacher, would you feel a type of way for that teacher to just fill your child with a bunch of misinformation that can be, depending on the topic, potentially dangerous? Would you?
Of course not, but that's kind of like you kind of shaping a scenario. Like if I'm sending to school, if I'm sending to a school, then I'm expecting a certain type of
expectations are different.
That's set. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, here's
we got to keep it in perspective.
Okay, and I am keeping this perspective. You have to understand that some people look at these platforms as an educational platform and not as an entertainment platform. As a matter of fact, some of these platforms used to say, on YouTube, you can put your channel in a category. Like Unbiased's category for his channel is entertainment. If you look at Unbiased's thing right now, it says category entertainment. and some people put it as entertainment, and some people have changed it to education. And some people expect the platforms to be educational. And in that sense, they become very impressionable. And so, like I said, when I bring it close to home, I know I'm painting a scenario purposely so you can understand what I'm saying, is that in those cases, it is a serious thing. So that's what I mean. I don't mean to be communist or to be censored, like, okay, this person can't ever say anything. I'm saying there is a responsibility that must be taken into account for. And cultures do this already. Like, you can say whatever you want, but
I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I just don't feel that.
No, I know, but see, when people say I'm not wrong, but but I'm talking to you, and I'm just trying to get you to understand what I'm saying, because I don't want you to think that I'm saying that to be communist. All I'm saying is that
I mean,
this indiscriminate attitude where everything goes is irresponsible and kind of reckless.
Are you talking about democracy?
Well, so my thing is, like, at the end of the day, I understand completely what you're saying. However, in my mind, it's irresponsible for an adult to blindly go looking for education on YouTube without knowing how to vet information. I think that's irresponsible as well. So for me, while I understand that there does need to be a set of standards in our community, especially when people endeavor to quote unquote teach different things, until that standard is set in place, like we're just kind of talking about it, but there is no real guideline. We don't have a real standard. So at this point, nobody's really doing anything wrong because they didn't sign up to uphold a certain standard. There is no ethical standard or no moral foundation in this community based off of what they should be behaving as. It's great to say that we should implement something like that, but until that's implemented, they're not really going against anything because there is no standard currently.
And standards are subjective.
The thing is the jargon that they use words like scholarship and debate and this is facts and all this other stuff. Like when you deal with stuff like that and people are coming over to these platforms, a lot of people usually didn't go through school or any type of really rigorous type of study. So these people are blind, and when they hear these words, they think that they're getting that knowledge. You see what I'm saying? So it's misleading.
I mean, we'll agree that it's misleading, right? But I'm saying, right, like how? What do you think you should be able to change that though? Like that, I'm saying, like that's his. Well, because see, I think we keep talking around the point. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like, okay,
yeah, what is your solution?
Right.
Yeah,
at what point do you become responsible for what you intake and what you buy into?
We live in a democratic society, right?
You know what my solution would be?
What was that?
The question was kind of proposed to me. Listen, my solution would be just like how all financial advisors be on YouTube. You know what I mean? I am not a financial advisor. Like they set disclaimers at the beginning of the video, basically.
So Sonetta had this. Sonetta do have disclaimers.
Sonetta just set disclaimers.
Sonetta do have disclaimers.
Yeah,
he does do that. Yeah.
But everybody see, all right, now we kind of now
I'm saying, I ain't even gonna go there. I'm just saying, like.
But now we playing games.
Let me add in real fast because I sat back, I listened, and I try to get my thoughts together. So Sosa keep asking the question, and it's not really getting answered. And then I just asked, what's the solution? Because I always brag that I'm solution based. So my solution was to create my own platform and try to counter any misinformation. I even call us the fact checkers, the fact checker committee. So that's my solution, is to actually provide correct information. And I didn't stop there. I said I'm an active mod on this thing, so I get to influence people there. And he even calls me out to call in. You heard him call me out to call in to address some of the misinformation. Also, I'm again a solutionist. So you see my screen right here with the community standard right there. You guys see that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, Sonetta has that, right? And he likes it, and he's going to implement it in the show tomorrow. So I'm a solutionist. I don't cry. I level up, and I try to contact and influence the people who I might think, can upgrade some things or adjust some things. So I actually try to influence those people, and I'm apparently good at that. So I holler at him. He likes it, and he's going to try to implement that. So we'll see tomorrow. Right. So, but that's kind of what I do. I try to say, okay, there's a lot of complaints. What is the solution? When I can't get a solution, I get frustrated and I get really annoyed. So I say, okay, I'm going to provide some solutions. And one solution was my own platform where I can dictate who comes on here. And, I can also dictate the content to some degree. And then I'm going to not stop there. I'm also going to keep in touch with some of the people that we complain about. And I'm going to try to influence those people.
Okay, so let me answer that.
And that's all all you can do. Like that should be that's the solution. That's it. That's all you can do.
Not really.
Okay, so
there's more you can do, bro.
You know what I mean. It's not absolute watching, but
I would like to hear everybody's solution as well. So I don't know if we're taking turns on bias.
Yeah, yeah. So
This is
I
good-
went
this is
first.
good.
You guys can go.
Okay, so I'll go next because I agree 1000%. My answer to, or my solution, because I look at myself as a conflict resolutionist, and so I said it earlier that when misinformation is being put out there, depending on the degree and value given to it, and what we're talking about specifically is misinformation is given a high value and is highly influential, then the best move is to educate people and flood with the correct information elsewhere on a different platform. So this is something that I've been doing. I've been consistently doing, whether it's Facebook or on YouTube. When it comes to more narrow topics, that's what I'm into. Like as far as all the stuff about Egypt and Kemet and stuff, I have a channel. We have a channel, Seshu Mighty Metal Nature. We've been going in for years on that channel. My own personal channel under Wujao, my user Wujao, I didn't really use it. But now when I started to use it, I never used it. I've had the account for the longest, but I've never ever used it. The moment I used it was when on the Dagger Squad, Garfield was going
Yeah.
in on the ADOS,
The
and
ADOS.
the whole the whole ADOS situation.
Right.
So when Garfield and I started bumping heads, and I felt that Garfield was misleading people, I went on my own channel, and people came and watched and had good discussions. And those live streams are still up on my channel under my account. And so the solution is to just give information and not even have the expectations of getting a large quantity of people, because I'm not for quantity, I'm for quality. So out of 100 people, if I get 5% of those people, which would be 5 people, or 10 people, 10%, I'm cool with that, because I understand how societies are set up. Everything is not for everybody. And so if you lower your expectations on who's gonna jump on board with what you have, and you are in the business of providing right information, that's the best you could do. And you just go with like-minded people and you roll with it. You just roll with it. So provide the people the options. And while you're doing that, you also have to elevate and start teaching people how to discern. So I'm in the middle of doing all that. I've been doing that for 10 years.
Okay, more solutions. Let's go, guys. Solution time.
I mean, like, my whole point is like was just kind of shaped to where kind of what you brought up. Like, I like the reason I kind of we brought together, because we started with it was really the Sonetta recap.
Right.
So we take what information that was brought out. It could be a debate. It don't matter. We try to do the recap of what we just watched on the show. We're inviting people. People are getting invited over who just watched the show. And we're doing like real-time reviews, whether we got to pull up sources and show, okay, did this person have a good point? Okay, well, let's look that up.
Right.
Let's see if this shit is factual or not. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so that's really the best way to go about countering it. You know what I'm saying?
I have a question for you, Sosa, real quick. Because I agree with you, but I just want to know your thoughts on this real quick. Let's say you do that, right? Let's say you watch somebody's live stream, and when you watch it, you see a lot of errors made or misinformation that you know to be a misinformation. So then you go on your own platform or somebody's platform and you fact check it. So we go on Unbiased platform, and he has the FCC, the fact checkers, right? And so now you want to go in and fact check the information, and you do that. But then you go on the same platform and you watch a different stream, and people are saying the same thing. And so this happens periodically over time, and you find yourself addressing the same information, the same misinformation, and you got to repeat the same set of facts. What would you do then? What would you change, or would you just continue to address the things over and over again and follow through with the pattern continuing?
I mean, you got an outlet where you can point them to. Listen, like when we dealing with MBK, certain areas he's like, listen, man, go to MBK channel. There's a video, blah 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 blah. You got that. When it comes, you know what I'm saying, and you can cover it briefly, and then you can direct them to a more full course meal. You know what I'm saying? So I
no, I okay, that's good. I'm glad you said that, because I'm saying I agree with that, because and this goes into what my other suggestion I forgot to say is that people need to start documenting things, because what happens is because of the internet and the way things are flow on the internet, you can get tied down into addressing things over and over again to where now you're so distracted in reacting to misinformation. Now you're no longer proactive and doing things, before the curve. So if you document, so let's say if somebody has a live stream and they just wrong as 2 left feet. If you document the right answers on a video in a very concise way, that's not too long and this and that, to where people can actually learn from it, then like you said, now you're creating a body of work that you can now just provide a link for, and you don't have to take up the time to keep addressing it, and you can start addressing new things and keep progressing and keep moving forward. So that would have been another my suggestion towards of to add on to the solutions that people can do.
Zen or Amber, go ahead.
As far as how I feel about it is, some good ideas have already been presented, as far as, presenting the real information. But I'm a big proponent of being accountable for oneself, being responsible as individuals, and not relying on other people to do the right thing. Because as long as people are kind of told what to think and not how to think, they'll always be looking to get their guidance from other people. So for me, I try to model accountability, being self-accountable, not making the excuse or passing the buck. At the end of the day, people are going to buy into the ideologies that they want to buy into. It's their decision. So to give the excuse of this person doing this person doing that, all of that is well and good. But until we learn how to think for ourselves, we'll always be subjected or at the mercy of someone being honest or someone providing us with the right information if we don't know how to seek that out for ourselves. So being a part of this platform, being a part of the conversation, and just being that mirror to say, before you look at anybody else, look at yourself. That's one of the ways that I try to be a part of the solution, always bringing it back to what can you do on an individual level to save yourself from being subjected to misinformation or buying into that. What responsibility do you have as the individual to protect yourself from being misled or abused or a pawn? You have to be in control of your own destiny.
Yeah, so for me myself, right? Like for me, just by participating in conversations like this is contributing to the solution, I think. You see what I'm saying? It's when you have a diverse group of people who come together with different skill sets and different assets that they can bring and have conversations about different diverse sets of topics, we can the listeners benefit more than us on the panel having the conversation. The listeners can sit back and they have time to digest what we're talking about. They can play, replay, and do all these other things with it over time. But us in the midst of the conversation, we just building, and we're all people who, who aren't the layman, should I say? You see what I'm saying? Just to sum it up, not finding the right word right now, but we can all build and have a conversation about various different topics to where as though people listening can gain something a lot more beneficial than anything we hashed out, yelling back and forth or debating back and forth or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just saying that the topics and the conversations should get more centered around stuff that's going on right now. And I don't know. Yeah.
I have a question. Do you think the people that's giving this information, do you think they're giving it out knowing they're giving misinformation? Or do you think that they have done their research, their own research, and thinking they're giving out the correct information.
I say both. And I
Yeah,
can
So,
demonstrate it.
but that's what. So going okay, saying that it could be both. Who's to say who's right?
There's a method to tease out what's right and wrong, and that's what I was speaking earlier about the scientific literacy and the entire scientific procedure. You know, epistemology, how you know when you know something. There's an actual procedure to do that. Just like when you argue, there's different types of arguments that lead to certain conclusions. And people have to just learn that. And that's part of the solution is to teach people how to discern.
Right,
That's
but that goes back to what Amber was saying is you gotta know for yourself or want to do research for yourself. I know it's people out there that are they're influencers or stuff like that, but at the same time, if these influencers are thinking that they're giving out the right information to quote unquote their people, their followers, or whoever's on their channel or whatever, it don't even have to be a channel. It's still up to the person to discern if this information is correct. If you're putting out a platform, if you're putting out a disclaimer, so a person might not have came at the beginning of the channel or when they started it to hear the disclaimer. They only hearing the latter end. They might be an hour in, but I'm just saying people still got to take their own accountability of what they want to intake and what they don't want to intake. So you can't get mad at the person who's giving out the information because they might think that they're actually giving out the correct information.
Yeah, I don't think it's the issue of being mad at the person. It's just, I mean, listen, see, that's what I mean. I don't. It's just what is the best way to go and what we're going to push, because a person like here's an example. If I swear up and down that I'm right, but I am wronger than 2 left feet, and y'all can prove, everybody on the panel can prove me wrong, but in my mind I believe I'm right, and I start off a lecture or a build, and I got my channel and I'm just kicking it. I think I'm right and whatnot. Yeah, y'all don't have to get mad at me, but there's a certain level of, wait a minute, something needs to be said. It's not about, you're not saying something because you're mad at me. You're just saying something because you care enough that you want the right or the best move to be presented to whatever audience. It's not that you're mad at me.
Right. I agree, but would y'all like in this community, and it's unfortunate, but in this community, admitting that you're wrong about something is like a death sentence for somebody who actually has a following or a platform, or like, and that's the thing, like so many people will not admit when they're wrong because this community does not breed any room for error. Like you got to have the right information all the time, so it discourages people from being honest about what they don't know. They pretend to know shit that they don't. They're wrong as 2 left shoes, and they just would not admit that they are wrong,
and they unapologetic about it.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, truth is not what's respected here. Like it's just not.
That's because you're dealing with people that are really coming out of a argument centered around belief.
Y'all are speaking my language. That's absolutely right, and that's why I said the climate is not conducive.
So they're not on my phone. Yes, yeah. So they're not dealing with. So when that conversation then leaks over to science, they're not prepared to deal with that on a scientific level because they're not used to working through a methodology like that. You know what I'm saying?
But check the move.
Comes into play.
Go ahead. Let Chef get it there real quick.
Yeah, like as I listen to everybody, like it keeps coming back down to the individual. Like it ain't our fault if the individual come on YouTube and listen to somebody and get misled, or is not their responsibility. I'm not a proponent of the individual. I'm a proponent of like the institution. Whoever is given the information needs to have the integrity. You dig what I'm saying? To be presenting the correct information. You feel me? Like when I send my child to school, I'm not telling my child, and the kindergarten that they supposed to discern, you know what I mean, whether the teacher is giving them the correct lesson or not. I'm sending my child to school.
These aren't children, though. But
No,
okay.
don't the analogy. I'm saying, like, when you're presenting information, you are presenting yourself as an authority on some type of information. You feel me? So I'm saying that you should have the integrity should be there on the person that's presenting the information to be giving the people the correct information. And when you're not doing that, I feel like the onus is on the person disseminating the information, not on the, it can't always be on the miseducated people. You feel me? Like, if we know the majority of our people are miseducated, right? But a person comes into our community and say they a doctor and they giving our people misinformation. So is it on our people, or did they just get conned? You dig what I'm saying by a person?
But that's my whole thing. You have to know how to who's credible and who's not. Like, at some point you have to learn what certifies someone as being a doctor. No one should be able to just come to you and say that I'm a doctor without you having an understanding of what constitutes a doctor. You, like, at some point, like, how do you determine somebody to be an authority if you don't know how to establish what an authority is? You're just letting someone come tell you anything.
I agree.
That's unacceptable for an adult.
Listen.
Ain't the person who's doing that wrong? Isn't the person that's misleading with wrong incorrect information, aren't they the person that's wrong though? Like, and if we speak up against those people, you feel me, that's misleading people, like, I
consider it wrong.
I'm not gonna keep blaming. Hold on. I'm not gonna keep blaming the person that got presented with misinformation. Like, I can't keep blaming him. I gotta start blaming the person that's doing that shit to him.
But
you see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but I consider it wrong when people, like, we bring in the scholarly information, we bring in the science, and they're not scientists or they're not actual scholars. I consider all of that shit wrong. Certain shit is just not in my vocabulary because I know I don't qualify or fit the bill. So I don't just use words loosely, but it happens a lot in this community. People self-proclaim themselves as scholars and they're they're just not. But it happens every day.
Let me say this. Let me say this right quick. Listen, I agree with everything everybody been saying, but let me add this though. A lot of the problem over the years is that scientists was never really addressing a lot of the conspiracies, etc. online, and nowadays they are. You feel me? Like, you just have to combat it with a different perspective. You have to have, I mean, you're going to have people out there spreading conspiracies and nonsense, but you have to have people out there who are smart and who are in these fields who at least feel like this is important enough to address. So you now experience that in 2020. I mean, it wasn't like that years ago, but now you're experiencing that. You have platforms out there that is posting accredited people daily, you know what I mean, whereas though you can get this information. I mean, this is a whole different world.
But who is to check the people who are putting this out that say that they're scholars, and then are you the?
But I mean,
I'm just saying when you police. Well, I'm just saying when you police other people's channels to a point where you're taking what they say and then you're digesting it to when you're figuring out, well, who said the right thing, who said the wrong thing. But who are you if that's not even your field either to even fact check them?
Well, if you're dealing with science, let me just say this before we get it real quick. We're dealing with, I think we talk about science. So we got a methodology in place. We're talking about science. You know what I'm saying? So you can actually go to the scientific study and you can see what it says. And we can always say, you know, we can't go past what the experts say. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to say to Sheffrin, I get what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I think when you say kind of maybe going on people say, I get what you're saying, bro. Like you feel like, okay, like if a dude coming to your hood selling poison, yeah, the people buying it willingly, but who gonna step up for the people? And
Right.
we can't just blame it on the people becoming drug addicts. I get what you're saying, bro. I feel you. I feel you on that. Go ahead, Wuja.
Now, I was going to say that regardless of what monikers they choose for themselves and call themselves, whether somebody says that they're a teacher, scholar, doctor, whatever the case is, it's in the behavior and what you in your actions that will actually live up to whatever that title is defined as. And so not everybody's a teacher, not everybody's a scholar, even if they call themselves that. And so, speak to what Amber was saying is that it happens all the time. But here's the challenge though, because we have to just be real with what we see now, and I'm speaking about everything all across the board on this social community, Facebook, YouTube, wherever. You have people who are very impressionable and are not taking the time out to know how to apply rigorous study, research methods. They don't know how to scientifically discern or break down a topic and even think logically or deal with reason, argumentation, argument theory, philosophical reasoning and things like that. People might not even have the time to even take the basics of that to really understand what to do. And so because of that, we have children and adults that may be vulnerable to be misled, whether it's intentional or not. It happens. And so those of us who see it happening, some of us may take on a responsibility of trying to change that. And so, and those people should not be demonized either, who are trying to say something and trying to change that and push for a better environment where people can have a trust factor there, or be able to check things out to know if they're being misled or not, or what's right, what's wrong, what's live, or what's Memorex and things like that. So the climate on these platforms is definitely not that. And so the part of the solution, as you all said, create your own platform or create your own outlet to be able to supply that to people, and whoever gets down with it, they get down. Whoever doesn't, they don't. You can't make somebody do something, but you provide the option, and that's it.
Now I have a question. So do we think it's okay for people to, let's say, because someone in the chat said you don't need a degree to be scientifically literate, and I agree, you don't, in order for you to learn some things about science for yourself. But when you endeavor to teach other people scientific literacy, you don't think that you should be have some type of accreditation or certification for that?
No, I mean, unless you're doing it, you're doing it in brick and mortar on the program, then yeah. But if you're just on YouTube and
see, that's my problem with the community, that we want to operate outside of the standard of the white man, but same way that we look at there's a process in science and it's for a purpose. I feel like you can't skip the educational process if you want to become an educator. If you want to teach yourself, that's cool. There's no problem with that. You can be an autodidact. That's not an issue. But when you endeavor to teach others, I think you should hold yourself to a higher standard, and you should take it seriously enough to go and get the certification and accreditation that's necessary for you to fill that role. I think
you can be a researcher and still defer to authority.
Yeah, I mean, because if you agree that a person can be scientifically literate and not have a degree, then that scientifically literate person can pass on whatever wisdom he has from being scientifically literate. Now, he don't have to go as far as, we're talking about being a teacher. Like that's a little different. You know what I'm saying? You talk about.
Well, that's the thing, because now you're imposing on the minds of others. No, you don't need a degree to take in information for yourself.
No, but if that's the case, people will walk around
with other people.
Yeah, but I'm saying if that's the case, people will walk around not passing on any information. I'm saying if you agree,
it's a difference between passing on information, but people are donning themselves as teachers, not just sharing information. They're donning themselves as teachers.
Well, that's different.
So if you're a teacher, you have students, right?
I mean, I don't know. I don't like if you talk about somebody that got students, you got to be specific. I don't know. I don't know anybody that actually have students that call themselves a teacher.
Like I'm not familiar. I'm just dealing with the people that I know about that talk about scientific literacy.
Wuja, you got a
Hey,
class. How do you feel about that?
I have students, and I pride myself.
Man,
on being a
yeah,
teacher. I've been a
Wuja.
teacher. I've been a teacher for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I already knew what you was, Wuja. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? That's why I didn't even go. I'm
I'm
talking
saying,
about.
but I don't have a degree in Egyptology. I don't have a degree. I don't have a bachelor's, master's, or PhD.
So how do you feel as though you're qualified? That's what Amber is saying?
Do you have any accreditation?
Not in that. Nope.
Okay.
I have none. In term of formal accreditation from a recognized body or institution that dispenses accreditations, no, I have none.
But you still feel that you're proficient enough to teach
Absolutely
what you teach. See,
yep, absolutely. And but see, my peers, some of my peers are accredited. They actually have degrees, and they recognize my ability, my proficiency, and my competency to teach.
So other people in the field have kind of stamped you.
Yeah.
Even though you haven't gone through the formal process.
They'll vouch for me all day, every day.
Yeah. But yeah, I just like, I mean, like I said, I'm just talking about the people that I know of. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, Wuja, you do your thing. I'm talking about the other people I know that do scientific literacy, or they teach, or they talk about different things. They just disseminate information. And the end game is that they go to the experts. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like if you're scientifically literate, then you can pass on what wisdom you have in that area, and then show them where to get the information from. I mean, because I talk to people on a regular basis who are not proficient in certain things that I am, because I'm into that type of stuff and I read it. You know what I'm saying? I don't claim that I'm teaching them, but I pass on what I do know, and I show them, hey, this is where you go. This is where I'm getting from. This is, and you can show them, and then they can learn that way from there. And if they want to go deeper into it, then they can seek that professional route. I don't see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, making a suggestion and deferring to someone who is actually, qualified, then I don't see anything wrong with that. You know, we have discussions all day, every day, but people use their platforms and say that they're teachers. Or
yeah, see, I agree with Amber, and that should
far.
be a standard. You feel me? I agree that if you're going to teach, there's nothing wrong with us having a standard. You dig what I'm saying? Like we act like standards or something, you know what I mean? Like wrong. So that's crazy. Like she's saying, yo,
teaching though, the chef. Define what you mean by, but define like make it so I can see what you're saying. Teaching like okay, give me example.
She explained it perfectly. You feel me? Like Amber, can you reiterate your point where you were saying if a person going to call themselves a teacher and teach, they should go through the correct
proper channels. Like it's one thing for you to take in some information and learn it for yourself, and you can even shoot the shit with other people that are interested in that information. But when you start delving into the realm of teaching, I'm teaching, now you have taken a position like you have students, people that are under your instruction. So yeah, I feel like you need to follow and go through the proper channels in order to be qualified as a teacher.
That's a standard.
Still vague though, because you're not making it like.
But
that's still vague.
So I'm gonna use myself as an example. See, it depends. Like that's not cut dry either, because
vague.
Because if you're like I wouldn't be able to walk into a college and just start teaching or apply teaching. I would have, there's some prerequisites I would have to meet to do that. But to teach, right. But we're not talking, we're talking about the democratization of information over the YouTube and internet, where anybody can buy a microphone and a webcam and just go get busy. And so we're not talking about institutions. I would love to be talking about institutions, but that's not the reality that's on the ground.
But the reality is, if we were talking about that, because at the end of the day, the two kind of go hand in hand. We're trying to hold people to a ethical standard that really don't have an ethical standard to be upheld to. But if they were endeavoring to be teachers and they went through the proper channel to become a teacher, then they would have an ethical standard that they had to be upheld to. They could not get out here and just say anything, because they have something in the background that's keeping them from spewing whatever the hell they want to. They have a standard that they're upheld to, be it their field, their position. They have a different standard that they're upheld to. We're trying to take the layman with a YouTube channel that claims that they're conscious and hold them to some type of standard because they're making allegations or they're a self-proclaimed this. But if the self-proclaimed teacher isn't held to the same standard as a regular teacher, then why are we holding these self-proclaimed conscious leaders to this, imaginary standard when there's no standard that currently exists? Like, either we're gonna talk about methodology and a proper way to do things all the way through, or we're just gonna leave it alone. Because if you can pick and choose when methodology and the proper way to do something applies, then what are we even talking about?
Yeah, I just want to to the planner. I'm out.
All right, then.
Yeah. Okay, we done went back full circle. I was trying to keep it confined to YouTube as far as teaching goes. I'm just talking about, because I'm talking about disseminating information. I don't want it to spin someplace else. I'm talking about just disseminating information on YouTube. Like, what do you consider, like, when do you think that person has crossed over to the line of a teacher and then he should be reprimanded because, okay, now you're not a teacher?
All right, well, I get what you're saying, but this is my point, and I want to say this to Bujawu because I heard him break down shit before. He definitely can teach. You know what I mean? You can hear it in his tone, the way that he conversate with us and how he breaks shit down. That's definitely in him. You feel me? Like, but to Amber's point, you know what I mean, is a standard. You know what I mean? So, like, why not go all the way through with the whole thing and get the proper, you dig what I'm saying? So you can't get checked. That's like man, Wuja was talking the other night, because Wuja, like, I'm a, I used to be a barber too, or I cut hair too. You feel me? And I can agree, some of the best barbers I know, cut way better than me, don't have license to first, ain't never been to school. You dig what I'm saying? But even in that, I see mistakes that they make. You feel me? That can get them jammed up because they don't have the proper, you know what I mean, schooling. You dig what I'm saying? They not up on the proper sanitation and things like that you can get somebody infected. You dig what I'm saying? Like,
listen, let me rephrase.
Hold on. And when you don't have that license, you don't have a governing body that can enforce penalties on you. You dig what I'm saying? You can infect somebody and you don't have a barber's license that can get taken away from you. You know what I mean? There's no penalty towards you. You see what I'm saying? So,
but what I'm saying is this though, like, who? Okay, let's say like the pseudo killers, right? Mm-hmm. Like at what point can somebody come and say to you, okay, y'all going too far, you need to become an accredited teacher? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, but it's the same. It's the same as the FCC.
Yeah, I consider what people call themselves. So for the person that's just sharing information online, if they're not calling themselves a teacher, I'm not gonna really throw that on them. But I hear people calling themselves teachers. So then, if you're a teacher, what qualifications do you have to teach? Who certified you a teacher? Or are you just saying that you're a teacher because you put out information and people watch your videos?
But okay, so let's flip it too, because I don't want to miss this part of it too. A teacher teaches students. And so just like a teacher has a certain definition and framework, a student also has a definition and framework. So if we're gonna apply something to teachers, we also have to speak on these so-called students are not really students. So what people are really doing is just regurgitating, sharing information that they stumble across and learn, and they're passing it by way of YouTube and stuff and Facebook and social media. Really just a sharing of information. But no, right. But if these people who are doing the sharing are not real teachers, then the people who are doing the reading and listening are not real students either. So because to be a student, it takes a certain criteria and standard as well. And so this is something that we come to understand in knowing how to teach adults and children, andragogy and pedagogy. These certain curriculums and scientific methods of teaching is understood by teachers and instructors and educators. And so what I do personally is that, you know, I'm telling people, you know, the difference between an enthusiast and a student, or a difference between an enthusiast person, a teacher, and a scholar. Those are three separate different levels, and we blur them, and we try to hold standards to where they don't belong. And so we just got to be careful that what's going on is that although we can say that, okay, teacher is not, you know, you have to have certain qualifications and credentials and things like that, but people are claiming themselves to be teachers and they're really not. But the audience, a lot of people in these audiences are looking at them as teachers, whether they're real teachers or not. That's the expectations. And so they're you know, emptying the cup and allowing them their cups to be filled on whatever the person's saying. And it ends up being people that they like, whether they like the way they look, where they talk, how they carry themselves, or their popularity and things like all that stuff is all caught up in the mix. And so this is why we do need to have institutions. That's something that I push all the time. We have to have institutions. We have to talk about these things that have institutions, but you know, that's not the talk. That's that boring talk. Nobody really want to hear that. They want to see drama and know, you know, who gonna have a wow moment, or, you know, have one up on somebody else. And that's just sad. That's to our detriment. We're not gonna get anywhere with that.
Now, what I will say, because I try to set things up for a greater point. To be perfectly honest, I don't think that you necessarily need to go through the proper channels to be a teacher or to be considered a teacher. Now, I don't think that's something a title you should give yourself. I think it's up to those who consider themselves a student of yours to consider you a teacher, because a teacher without students is not a teacher. So in order for you to be qualified as a teacher, someone has to qualify themselves as one of your students. So going back to the whole choosing platforms, we may not see value in some of the content that's shared, right? We wouldn't consider them a teacher or an authority on anything. But to some people, they do consider them their teacher. They consider them their authority. And I don't necessarily have a problem with that, because as we just noted, there are different ways to skin a cat.
Yeah.
Everybody is not going to agree that it's one way to get to this end goal. So
right.
Even if I don't like it and I don't agree, it ain't for me then. I didn't choose them as my teacher. I didn't choose them as my authority, but somebody has. And I'm not going to discount the fact that somebody has, because I don't see the value in what they offer. And going back to a point I was trying to make earlier, at the end of the day, everybody has their audience. Every product is not for everybody. People in marketing understand this. Everybody has their own segment, their own demographic. Everything is not for everybody. So while we may look at it like, oh, it's pseudo and we got to get that pseudo stuff out of here and we got to bring the real information, some people are looking for misinformation. It sucks, but it's a reality. Some people aren't looking for the truth. They're looking for what makes them feel better.
And you're right.
And as long as there's a demand for it, there will be a supply.
And you're absolutely right. And that goes back to what I said. It's not for everything. Is not for everybody. There's different levels. If you were a principal of a K through 12 school, let's say one school had K through 12, and you were a principal, you know that you are dealing with people at different levels of maturity, maturation, and a whole nine. And you can't treat a 12th grader like you would a second grader and stuff. So when these audiences on these platforms, everybody's at different levels. Not everybody's not even there for the same reason. Everybody's not on the same level. And so that has to be considered when people are giving presentations and things like that. And a good teacher, a good educator, whatever, keeps that in mind as they're, you know, giving this information, giving out information. And so, like you said, that's why I said it doesn't matter the title. It matters the the outcome. Like, what is the final analysis? What's the outcome? Because I can call myself whatever, but if I don't live up to whatever that definition is, and you can't see it, I can't demonstrate it, then my title really has no value, even though I may use it. So I consider myself a teacher, and anybody who's taking a course or class with me calls me teacher. Matter of fact, the word Seba, I didn't even accept that title because I don't like titles at all, really. I didn't even accept that title at first. You can ask anybody who you know dealt with me early on. I kept refusing. I kept telling people, don't do that, don't do that. And then eventually I said, okay, cool, because it's true, but only call me that in this setting, not like on YouTube, but like Seba Wujao. I'm like, man, that kind of got under my skin. Seba Wujao, Seba Wujao. But the word Seba is the word for teacher, and that's what I do. So unbiased, just real quick, unbiased, I see you looking up teacher versus instructor or educator. The difference, I saw you go through a few pages. The difference is a teacher, this the core difference. A teacher points out things, and by pointing out things, it informs or instructs someone. An educator is a person who would be, in layman's term, more of a babysitter of a person's mind, because they're trying to draw out of the person what's already in them. And so educators come from the word educare, the Latin word educare, which means to draw out. But a teacher points out something, and an educator draws out something that's already in the person. So they have more of a hands-on, and they follow the person more so. A teacher, they instruct, and then that's a wrap, basically. So that's like the main difference between the two. But you know, splitting hairs in lay terms is not necessary. But that's what the core difference is, if you were looking for that.
Yeah, I just want to, you know, because when I'm reading, you know, because people have a problem with the term teacher sometimes, you know, and in their mind, it confines you to a school to some degree, you know, and you're appointed, and it's your job, and you're appointed through, you know, I guess like the education process. So I was just trying to see what would somebody, because you have fields where you can, I could say, I'm trying to avoid the word teach, but you can teach something, and there is no institution where you can go learn teachers. So like, for example, if you want to teach hip hop dancing, you dig, are you an instructor at that point? Or are you a teacher? Because like, what school can you go to teach you how to teach people how to dance? Also a pianist, right? What, you know, you might just be great with the piano. You might got taught, you know, you might have been taught at some point, and later in your life, you decide you want to give back, you want to teach lessons. But you know,
you can coach. You can coach. Train somebody to play basketball. Teach somebody to play
And
basketball.
they also have performing arts majors where you would, you know.
Right,
But
hold on.
But at that,
Wait, please let me get a couple words. I've been quiet a long time. But what I'm trying to say is this: like, I don't. I'm afraid to say teacher, but I do something with children, right, where they learn. You know, so, and I'm amongst teachers that's in the school system that gets paid to do is business school. But what I'm trying to say is this, Amber, like, I'm involved with many children that is taught all around the clock. Some children got a pianist, some people got this, some people got that. And everybody who's teaching them there's not even like somewhere you go to school for that. It's just a skill set that parents believe is valuable, and a person has that and they're selling it, you dig, to parents as a service. So some things are like straight from the school, math, that type of stuff. There's other things that, you know, there's no schooling for. And you just said it, somebody said it, like a basketball coach, you know, that's somewhere else. But you might can just know the game, and you could feel like, yo, you want to learn how to play basketball? I could teach you some one-on-one stuff. Or and let me say this, I bowl. You know, I'm a great bowl. I bowl better than I do anything. My average, the best is like at like 217. So if you average anything over 200, you are called I forgot the exact word, but like, you are an official trainer. If you can average 200, I think, because I did that in 3 different leagues in 1 year. So when I did that,
you can get your card.
Oh yeah, I got that. So when you yeah. So my point is, when you want to teach people how to bowl, like, I'm teaching them how to bowl. So am I a teacher? Am I an instructor? What am I? But according to the bowling, to the PB, whatever, if you average over 200, I think, period, but definitely 3 leagues in 1 year, you are a certified trainer. Like, you can actually say you're a trainer.
Yeah, but they do
but
they do have some type of standard. But my point
Right, because
was,
that's why.
in order to be a teacher, someone has to be a student. You understand what I'm saying? Like, people will just give themselves a title,
Yeah,
but
I definitely got that point. You got teachers
Yeah.
with no students.
But even to go back to the bowling thing or
True story.
what? No, I'm just saying. You said you brought up that scenario, but you had to uphold a standard of a certain score to even get there. That's the same thing when I forgot who was talking about I think it was Chef, when he was talking about being a barber. Like, you can have two different people that did not go to school. One don't know the standard, and then one do. But he was self-taught. He know everything that needs to be a barber, but he just never went to school for it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So you, at this point, you have to say, if you know that this barber does not have his barber's license, but that's up to you when you go to this barber for the first time, or if he's in a barbershop. More than likely, if he's in a barbershop, he's an apprentice under somebody. So somebody is vouching for him, that he, you know what I'm saying, that he's going to do what he has to do. You see what I'm saying? So at this point, if you want to go to this apprentice versus a certified barber, or go to this teacher that actually went to school versus a substitute or a person who is tutoring on the side that never got a teaching degree, you go into it knowing that they don't have the certification. So you going in it also with a caution, like, okay, I trust you. You are bagged by this person, they're bagging you. So at this point, they still are going into a situation, a YouTube channel, whatever, knowing that these people are not scholars, they're not teachers, they're not educators, or whatever you want to call them. And it's still up to them to say if they're going to take this information to heart, or they're going to do their own research, or take what they want to take and not take what they want to take. They still should hold themselves accountable for whatever they're doing. If they're going to a barber, going to go get piano lessons, whatever, at this point, you should know who you're going to for this, especially if you're spending money, what kind of credentials they have, period. You still have to hold yourself accountable for some of these things. There's no way that, and I understand you guys want to give out correct information, whatever, but like I said, at the end of the day, who said who is correct? If you're not a scholar, if you're not an educator, who are you to say that this other person is not?
But see, that's why I keep saying that. Let me say, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like in science, like so the problem comes when you keep saying who to say who's wrong or right. When you're dealing with science, the scientists say who's wrong or right. So you can simply go.
Okay, good. You said that.
But there's no science to this, though.
Wait. Back up. There's a science, because it goes back to the person who's certifying you to be a teacher. That person determines who's right or wrong.
But we're talking about in comparison to this community. What I'm saying.
Who is the science?
We're moving all over the place. I'm trying to address one, but I'm just talking.
No, I'm just using an example. So someone on this platform right here, who is to say that somebody on Sinetta's channel wasn't given the right information? Who's certified on here to say anybody's on here is not certified over there?
No, well, okay.
No, we don't.
No. It's like this. It's like this. We all are. Okay. If you know that a red crayon is red, and I'm gonna make it real simple, and somebody's calling the red crayon is blue, he's wrong. You're right. I know my colors. So like that. So
but the person who's listening should know that too. They can see it.
So now I'm glad you said that. All right. So now when it comes to Black people, we are a peculiar people. We are below the standard education, right? And we got to know that going in. And this is why a lot of us is caught up on a lot of fake news. Like our education, we go with stats. That's just factual. Our education level is below standard on all levels, right? So graduation rate and everything. So with that being said, like we are, some of us are, some of us only, like myself, only finished high school. That's it. Like, so we don't have a race of people where we at least did 3 years of college, 2 years of college. We got a race of people, majority, or at least on average, got a high school diploma alone, or not even that. So with that being said, how could we know certain things if a lot of things, like for example, calculus is more of a college thing, you dig? So how would somebody who never been to college know anything anything about calculus? And so there's just things like that that's only being taught in college for the most part. And if you've never been to college, you couldn't possibly know that for sure. And if half of the race haven't been to college, then that means that that's something beyond our our capability of actually knowing and learning.
Yeah, and we're dealing with, if somebody says, paint your room with lead paint, we know that that's misinformation, because we can simply go to the studies and then we can look at the reports and we can see that this shit is harmful and it's been taken off the market. So I'm saying it's like there's a body, there's a consensus of people you can go to and just check information, see what's correct and what's not. So I'm saying, so we review it in that sense, but when certain things are subjective, there's no right or wrong. So you're talking about faith and stuff like that, then that shouldn't go either way. I ain't trying to argue that. Or sometimes even historical events, you only got but so many primaries. It's kind of unclear. But when you talk about certain science applications, we can kind of narrow it down to what's actual, factual, and we can say, okay, we can talk about probability and possibility. And we can narrow it down.
So the hard part that I have a problem with is just like we talk about misinformation that he has on his channel. People have to maneuver over to YouTube in order to really find this information. It ain't like nobody knocking on their door and dropping off misinformation. They have to go seeking this, right? So the same way you open YouTube and you click in that little search bar, Sonetta Studios, you can click in that little search bar, calculus. It's videos on how to learn that shit. It's videos on how to, decipher between what a virus is and what a virus isn't. It's video. So to me, to come to this platform, the YouTube platform, and then you're not responsible for what you type in that search bar, but you done made it this far, I don't give passes for that. It's not my fault that you don't know what to look for. It's not my fault that you find more value in this platform over here than the numerous other platforms that are giving out proper information. This shit is not like under a rock. The same platform that you use to find misinformation, you can use to find correct information. So that's why I'm not really keen on giving out passes, because it's not like it's inaccessible to them. They're already here. The bulk of the work is done. All they have to do is enter in the right thing and sift through and find them a nice video to watch with people that will show you what qualifies them to speak on the shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't, like I said, I'm not talking about really giving nobody passes. I'm just saying, like, because, I just think in general, when a person clicks on YouTube, like, one, they're normally looking for entertainment to some degree, whether it's education and entertainment, they're looking for entertainment to some degree, right? So if you happen upon Sonetta, sometimes people are digest information when it's made more layman, and you know what I'm saying, than the professionals. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think people come looking for misinformation. I think people come because they're just like normal people. They hear somebody say something and it reaches them. They feel like, oh, like I feel like you spitting facts. They don't really know what the facts are. And most people are just sheep. Like, that's just a fact. Like, most people are the sheep, and they're not going to, and they need the sheep herder to kind of corral them up. Like, that's just a society we live in. So I mean, that's just the way it is. Like, they're always gonna be sheep, and they're not gonna click on the calculus. They're gonna go to somebody who they trust, like children do. Like, you know what? Like, okay, I trust. Like, I'm sure Bias had people coming to him and ask him his opinion on things he not even educated on. Yeah. Just because they trust unbiased. They feel like, I feel like you are an honest person and you make sound moves. What do you think about this? And he might be like, bro, like, I don't even, you know what I'm saying? But that's how people are. You know what I'm saying? That's just how people are.
Yeah, like, I hate to bust your bubble, but I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You try to guide them to something or someone that can help, but the other people would be like, yo, let me tell you what you need to do. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If they ain't a true friend, if they ain't true blue, you know what I'm saying? And then they go take somebody to come and say, hey, bro, don't do that. Like, I don't know who told you to do that, but look, I do this. And you can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the cycle of life. You know, that is how it is.
Yeah, so the word teacher is thrown around loosely, just like every other word, and definitely scholar. That's thrown around crazy, and also the word doctor is thrown around crazy.
His brother Reggie a doctor? Cause now
no, he's not a doctor.
Cause I know now because he was Dr. Reggie for a minute.
Yeah, but he was never a doctor.
But then he start now he's correcting people like brother Reggie. I'm like, brother, you wouldn't say brother. So, but anyway,
he's not. No, he corrected himself. He corrected it before, but when people I guess kept saying it, he just let it go, and he's just back. I guess because it's kind of embarrassing when you're amongst doctors. You dig? People with doctors and they call you a doctor.
The show was labeled Dr. Reggie so and so. You know? Dr. Reggie versus the Hebrews.
Yeah. So right. And like if I was Reggie, I would really say, like really, bro, you're killing me with that title. Because then when he got there and say what he says and be wrong, people were like, oh, what the hell? You know, the same way when Polite and Unc had a discussion, the first one about what is a virus? Well, somehow Polite misunderstood when Unc was introducing Corey. So Polite really believes that, like Polite really, I heard him say it over and over on different occasions. He really believes that Unc introduced Corey as a doctor. and he keeps saying the doctor.
I know. I remember that shit. He brings on some doctor talking about.
yeah, exactly. So you know that kind of and I could see how he took that because what Uncle was trying to say, he was trying to say something else. But when he was trying to say something else, you know how we talk, we don't use correct punctuations. So when you don't stop like you're supposed to and you keep going, it all is one connected sentence. So it appeared like he was calling Corey a doctor. He really wasn't. He just ain't respect the punctuations.
Yeah. Shit hilarious.
Well, you know, in all of this, you know, people got to just take responsibility, be mature, try to be as professional as possible. Because we have some older folks that are just acting, exhibiting bad character and just acting very, very immature in the social community that we interact with, called the conscious community. And I mean, you know, so it doesn't matter like what we talk about right now. I think everybody can see that at least, or should be able to see that. And so do we just sit by and just allow that to become the new norm and get numb to it and just let it ride, or say something about it in hopes that, you know, people will change? The only reason why you say stuff or protest or complain or whatever is to affect change. And you know, in a little bit of way, or a lot. And so we have a lot of these things going on, but it, you know, there's a seesaw. People are acceptable of that, and they tolerate that, and that's all good. And those people are going to attract and draw to that. Then there's people who don't. And so you can't tell the next man what to do, what not to do on their own, what they own and everything. But you can do what you do on yours.
No, like walking inside a man's house, like pull your pants up.
Right.
So that at the end of the day, that's what it is. So Unbiased, you started this channel. I know you had this channel before you actively used it for this purpose, but you already had it, and now you use it for what you use it for. And I'm sure that your change of use was inspired by some of the things we've been talking about. Like, you know, you want to fact check and do this and that. And likewise with me, I've had my channel since I've been on, since Google Hangouts, way before that. I've never went live. I never even uploaded a video. I just had an empty user because I wanted to comment on.
Right. Yeah. And like stuff. You can't do that without an account.
Exactly. I just had an account sitting there, and I only started mine based on the ADOS conversations I was having. Right. And then I had to set you. I was actively on there because focusing on Kemet and all things dealing with language and all that. But so we're inspired to do all these different things, and there's room for everybody. So my personal approach, I deal with quality over quantity. I just look for like-minded people and just focus on that. and just do what I do in hopes that, you know, people will take it in or whatever. But my expectations, I don't have high expectations because I know how societies are. And matter of fact, I think Unbiased, you showed this. I don't know if you did it or somebody else did. It's a pyramid that shows you like at the bottom of people who could
Oh yeah,
regurgitate.
I told you that. Yeah.
Yeah. So just with that, what is it called? It's called the Blooming something.
Yeah, I got that from Dr. Maya. It's called the Blooms. Wait, let me go get it.
I saw put it on the other day. Hey, Buzz, you was on that platform. You was on that panel, huh?
Which one?
When we got to the ADOS thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I was on it too. That was way.
Yeah. And look, and do you know?
I'm just remembering.
Yeah, do you know he's so when we had a fallout, he brought that up. Yo, you know how long that was ago? Because I was
I think I called in that day too. He was on Garfield channel.
Yeah, Amber, when he got mad at me, said I'm ADOS against immigrants. Jawa, he was talking about that one day where I was talking to you. I mean, I don't know how long. I never talked about it ever since then. I left it alone. And my man was mad at me way back then. And I'm thinking I should be mad at you. You're like, because I feel like I'm being attacked because I dare to agree with an identification for Black, you know, Foundation of Black Americans. I felt like we should have something to separate ourselves from everybody too. And I'm like, so I feel like I was being attacked. And then
he was going crazy back then.
Yeah. So it was interesting that was brought up again as my motive to not like somebody. I'm like, oh my God, dude.
But that's another thing that is a problem. Like, it's so cliquey over like in this community. You would swear it's high school. Like, if you cool with me, then you just got to be cool with me. So when I beef with somebody else, if you're really cool with me, you got to beef with them too. Or at minimum, you can't agree with them publicly, like, because we're cool. Like, what?
It's a web. Weird. It's a web though, because like I realized, like, you know, because like, more people I deal with, and everybody knows everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like, you think they don't know each other. I'd be like, yo, you ever? I be watching MK. Yeah, I know the guys. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Solomon, yeah, Solomon for years.
Yeah. Right.
They just all split up and they doing different things. They got different outlets and different platforms, and they may have fall out and don't talk to each other no more. But a lot of them are intertwined, man, in different types of ways, man.
Yeah. So just real quick. So the thought of ADOS I liked, even the FBA. But I was not a fan of the people who were pushing it. You know, I was not a fan of Yvette because look at her and Tariq. Like they're like very immature. So I'm not a fan of either one of them. So that's one of the reasons I fell back. I said I don't want to be tied to that. Look at the people who are pushing it. They're very immature and petty. So I like fell back from that. I mean, I still agree with the notion. I just disagree with them two who's pushing it.
But see, yeah, it's an effectiveness of things. I mean, how effective at the end of the day is how effective are things going to be? Efficacy. That's it. You know, how effective are you, and how potent are you? Like how much influence? Like how does it permeate out in, you know, among the audience, among listeners, among viewers, and stuff like that? And so people got to just lower their expectations. You know,
I like that. This is what I like. I think like that conversation is totally ignored in this community, just in the Black community across the world.
Which one? The ADOS thing?
Yeah, the political science, just how to effectively deal and vote and put people in play in the state level first and foremost. And you know what I'm saying? Like that type of conversation is like very rarely had on a wide spectrum.
Well, that's why I engaged in it. I was going hard, and I would, and see, like, I'm actually living proof of some of the things we were talking about in terms of ADOS, because like Garfield being a recent migrant to America as a Jamaican, he's on one side of the argument and he sees things through his lens, and he has every right, you know, to do that. So whenever I called in the morning, I would just offer people a different perspective. So I provided people the option, and people agree with Garfield. Some people got my points and stuff. And then, you know, I had my own conversations on my own channel. People joined in, had real good discussions and things like that. And that's just that's the only thing you could do. Because Garfield, I couldn't go on Garfield's channel and tell him what to say, what not to say, and how to run his channel. And, you know, I felt and it was cool that he even allowed me to call in, you know, so I call in. But see, here's the difference now, and this is what's missing in this community. It really comes down to like good character and maturity, because although me and Garfield disagreed, like we were 180 difference of opinions about things, but we still respected each other. I still respected him in the conversation in real time, before the conversation, after the conversation, never called him out of his names. He never called me out of my name, none of that stuff. But we actually had a brick wall disagreement about certain things, to the point where I felt that that what he was saying was very detrimental, because he was misrepresenting the arguments at times too. So I felt strong about that. But still, if you are professional about your business and you understand it, and you don't put it on a person, you deal with the issues, then you could still disagree but still have respect. And so,
But it's,
you know,
but it's
that's what you
different
gotta
though,
show.
Wujah, because even on that, and I'll just say, you know, it's a certain type of respect given to you because because he view you as a certain type of hierarchy. Anybody below that level, he wouldn't treat the same way.
Okay, but okay, so
that's where the conflict may come in. It'd be less patient, more erratic.
okay, so let's say that's the case. Now, let's say that happened to me though.
I'm saying that's the case.
Okay, yeah, okay. So that being the case, let's say it happens to me. Let's say it happened to me. That still wouldn't warrant me to be the same way. So like I will still maintain my level of professionalism, my level of maturity and stuff like that. Even recently, like now with the shenanigans with the whole Sonetta dedicated a whole day, uploaded a silly 4-hour video from Team Osiris and stuff like that. Look, I don't make videos about Sonetta and stuff. And matter of fact, y'all said something earlier that I wanted to say something about when y'all mentioned boycott and stuff, and y'all said that, you know, hey, people boycott, that's kind of messing with people's money, whatever. When Sonetta uploaded that silly video, he entitled it and said, "Don't buy this book." So in his mind, he's trying to actually hurt, like, let's just say, you know, because he don't know me or whatever, but he's intentionally trying to hurt my pockets, or that's his intent behind
Or your
doing that.
brand.
Yeah,
Mhm.
or my integrity, or my brand. But wait,
I
so
brought a boycott though, just because I was saying, like, I think that's what set him off. Like, you know what I'm saying? I ain't saying
But
issue with it.
but
oh no
but
no no
Wajawa's
no, I'm
point
saying
is,
my point.
it shouldn't set him off when he's doing the same thing to other people. Like
And
people
that,
can,
I would just stated that's why I said it. I ain't
yeah.
oh
saying
no
that.
I'm not I'm not speaking to why you said it. I'm just saying on the issue period of boycotting. I've never told anybody to boycott anything he's done, but in this pettiness, he's affected. He's trying to affect a boycott by telling people don't buy whatever, and by posting the silly 4-year-old video. He's trying. This is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, okay,
It was funny though.
if
Don't buy this
Wujao,
book shit. I was like, that shit petty, but it's funny as hell.
hold
I was
up,
like,
but see, check the logic behind it. He's revisiting that, so he's intentionally trying to, in his best way, hurt me in some kind of way. Okay, so he's trying to imply that if I plagiarized a book and tell people don't buy it, then any book I come out with now, then people are not gonna support or buy that one. And so he's intentionally trying to pull his weight, because of his status in the social community. He's trying to pull weight on little old me, and that's his words, that I'm not known, I'm nobody and stuff like that. And so that right there is very, very immature. So I'm speaking to the character again. So I'm saying
And
so
hypocritical.
yeah, and even in light of that, I'm still not making videos about it. Never did. You won't find one video where I talk about Sonnet or whatever the case is. I've been very critical of the matter of fact. On my screen right now, I have a 5-year-old Facebook post, and I could pull up pull up all these posts for days going back to 2010, where I talk about the climate in general, not a specific platform or a specific person. I'm critical about the climate and how it's just not a very productive climate. I say effective learning is done in a systematic, controlled environment, and I always talk about that. And I've been very critical about that. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, whether you call yourself a teacher or not, journalist or not, lecturers, science, whatever the case is, if you don't have the character to be honest and know your strengths and weaknesses, that's going to stop you from, that's going to like keep your ego there, and you can't be wrong. Like I think Amber, you mentioned earlier, in this community, being wrong is like a taboo. But to a real student and a real teacher who has the character, they're honest with their strengths and weaknesses, their shortcomings, and what they're good at. They can admit when they're wrong, and they can admit when they're speculating. They're more transparent, and we need more of that. So this climate doesn't produce that. It doesn't push that. It pushes the opposite. You gotta be right. You gotta have a one up on the next person. Otherwise you're embarrassed. You like the talk of the town, and that level of competition and stuff is not very productive when it comes to this. Sports, probably a different story, but education, mind, and growing with knowledge, nah, it doesn't work that way. And that's something that we learn in college and in school. You don't do that. So anyway, but I'm biased. I see you had a thing on the screen. That's what I was talking about. You got it up right there.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, being an autodidact is cool, but to me, it's just certain things that are lacking from this community, because there are so many people that are self-taught and they have not had to go through the actual educational process on another level, not high school, but they have not had their ideas challenged. They have not had to show and prove. They have not had to, research and provide evidence. Like, so they just feel like if they say something and they provide the source, that they've made their argument. You know what I'm saying? Like, or if they say something and people agree that they're right, like, it's just, it's an issue. Like, I can understand that it's not necessary. Everybody don't need to go to school, but to some degree, like, the fact that a formal education is so dismissed in this community, I think is a detriment to us on a larger scale.
That's the white man. You go to school, that's the white man.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
start talking science, that's the white man.
I mean, but to think they have a monopoly on education is just ridiculous.
Like, I like some aspects of it, but I ain't gonna even lie, because like certain people have different interests. You know what I'm saying? Like this thing that happened right now, got I'm biased reading virology books and taking lessons and becoming more efficient and understand these things. You know what I'm saying? And there's certain things like, history that I may not have the time or necessarily the desire to put forth the effort to study. So it's cool that I can have somebody like Wuda who puts that time in, or somebody like Asar, that I can sit back and I can learn a different perspective of some things that I may not necessarily go study myself, like in depth. You know what I'm saying? And then I can go back behind the fact check and see how accurate it is. You know what I'm saying? I can talk to Rob Warren about some historical shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I do like the expert, that access that I get. And you know what I'm saying? And some of them, they're not necessarily teachers, but I do like that I can get that feel, and then I can still be on the other stuff that I like. I like neurobiology and neuroscience. You know what I'm saying? So I can then study that, and then I can get the other stuff from people on YouTube that that are pretty good with the information. They put the time in.
So, like, I think we all on the panel, at least, are all for institutions, and I think we need to be about the business of creating them, and growing them, creating them, growing them, cultivating these institutions that, one, will hold people accountable for what they pass on, and then it'll allow people a place or some kind of environment to where they can actually grow. And so I think we need to really, really have those kind of conversations where people, be about that. And obviously everything is not for everybody. So people with like minds get busy with that, and people who want to, get into that environment to learn whatever it is, to be able to do that. Because there's a lot of information out there, and like I said, you can learn a lot from a dummy. So you can learn from anything everywhere, but certain environments are just not conducive for a very effective learning process. And so this is what we have to create. And so me, like, I don't take this stuff too serious. That's why, like, some people, inbox me, like, especially over the last week, in light of my name being in people's mouths. I got a lot of inboxes and emails, and people be saying, like, I'm the most unbothered person they've ever met and stuff, because certain things I just don't take serious, or because I'm used to. Like, I wouldn't complain because I'm not surprised. I don't really complain. I'm not surprised. I've been witnessing and seeing patterns for the past 10 years.
You like,
So
what took so long?
yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like it's like seasonal.
I think this pandemic,
The quarantine.
made people phone in. Like, I think that's why these people are seeing some of the outrage when it comes to that particular brand and what was going on. Because I mean, I think that made a lot of people go, "Whoa, okay."
But
Okay,
but I also think it's because people are rushing to have content to create because there's nothing else to do. So
but
I
I'm talking
think
about as far as like, because I ain't saying no names, but I've just seen some people take a look, go, okay, wow, like that's dangerous.
But that's what I'm
For the
saying.
first time,
I think the danger is stemming from the pandemic as well, because people feel pressure to create content because people are at home and they need something to do. They're trying to, produce so many shows, and they're jeopardizing some of what they already built because they're not necessarily thinking about what they're putting out. They're just in a rush to produce. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, because more people are at home and they have more time to, tune in and watch these things, you can't do the occasional one show here, one show there, maybe two shows this day. Now they back to back with content, and not all of it is content that they should necessarily be producing, especially because the pandemic is something that's talked about and something that's popular. It's the reason why we all at home. People want to talk about it. Whether or not they qualified or have people qualified to talk about it, they want to talk about it because it's a hot topic. So I think a lot of it.
It's like running a TV station. If you imagine if you owned a TV station that ran 24/7, that means you have to fill in every slot. And so once you run out of content, you're gonna start reaching for content. You're gonna start creating content, and then the quality will diminish because you're gonna be scattered everywhere trying to find anything to show and stuff.
Yeah,
And so
but
the
what
quarantine. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, but what I was saying is like, and kind of like what I said before, like at least for me, like, I don't think nothing's changed, and that was really my kind of thing. Like, that's why I said it, the analogy about the person that comes on the corner and blows fire in his mouth, stick a sword in his throat. Like, he like that, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think nothing's different. I just think that the climate, and being that everybody's now walking around with gasoline canisters and he's doing the fire, now people realize, oh, because now they could be impacted severely now by the person that comes on the corner and blows the fire and sticks a sword. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's making people take a step back and go, oh, like before it wasn't this dangerous to me.
Right.
I'm saying it's always been dangerous, but I didn't respect it because it really couldn't affect me. But now I'm seeing it play out, certain things that's said in real time. And I don't know if it's from that, but I know that ain't good. You see what I'm saying? And I think this pandemic is making people realize that. That's what I'm saying.
So the level of frustration can come from the amount of care you have for others outside of yourself. Because like I hear what Amber was saying earlier, on an individual level, it's like, okay, if you control yourself, nobody forced you to type in the URL in the YouTube search engine and this and that and stuff like that. But then there's a level of just concern for your fellow folks. And when you see them being misled, certain people just have a different thresholds of tolerance, and it builds a frustration. And so, like you said, Sosa, when it comes to this pandemic, at least these kind of topics with viruses and things where people losing their lives, like, you know, y'all mentioned it's about 23,000 deaths in New York due to COVID-19. New York has the highest, and New York is out like almost definitely doubled China's reported numbers and stuff like that. So this is some serious stuff. Now somebody knows somebody who had COVID-19 and maybe recovered or passed away from it. And so it's a serious thing. So so the level, the tolerance is different now.
All right. So yeah, so when I hear this outrage, I call it fake outrage on Sonetta. For some, not everybody, for some people, I call it fake outrage. Now it's all about, you know, protecting the ears and education of the public. For some people, stop it, because those same people called Sonetta and said, "Don't allow me on there." So now, what am I saying that's dangerous? What am I saying that shouldn't be heard from the public?
Blackology.
Yeah, I mean, so now everything I say is pretty much just I'm parroting just the establishments for the most part. You know, I'm just saying what's already documented and what's considered, you know, regurgitation from the experts. So why are they calling saying block me? So that's why I'm like, man, stop it. Not Mujawa, but I'm saying, yeah, the other people are stop it. Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Can't be talking about me because I don't call.
Yeah, nah, it ain't you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but people have their own personal agendas. Now, what I can say is prior to this pandemic, I heard you, Wujawu, you know, speaking against the culture and in this community and how people aren't taking things seriously. You know, it's not a conducive environment for learning. I've been hearing you say that. So none of this is directed toward you. But at the end of the day, the reason why I say people need to take accountability for themselves is it's the same way as like the HIV. You should use condoms to prevent transmission, right? Me as a woman, I have to look at protecting my own interest. My own interest. A nigga can tell me they clean, free, clear, we don't need a rubber, but not only am I opening myself up for potential pregnancy, I'm opening myself up to potentially contract this virus. So if I contract the virus, I can blame him for not telling me he was infected if he knew he was infected at all. But at the end of the day, I have to take some responsibility because it's my job to protect myself. I can't leave that up to nobody else. And as long as we keep leaving it up to other people to bring us the right information, to tell us the truth, we're always going to be at the mercy of the other person and their moral conscience or their moral compass. So I'm a big stickler on people not passing the buck. You have to be responsible for you and what you ingest, what you consume. You have to be responsible for that. Like, yeah, in a perfect world, people should be socially responsible and watch what they say, but we know that people don't do that. So what can you do? Since you can't control other people and all you can control is yourself, what can you do to potentially protect yourself from being misinformed?
So
when I look back, let's say real quick, I'll be in and out. When I look back, right, and we look back before the pandemic and the conversation about viruses and vaccines and the effectiveness of vaccine, like these conversations were already being had months and months before the pandemic played out, and people were saying, you know, you need to listen to the scientists, you need to become scientifically literate. You see what I'm saying? Like, and the same thing was being said back then. You see what I'm saying? Like, but it didn't mean much till this pandemic happened. And now it's like, now you see this, and now you see the seriousness of it firsthand now. And I think that's why people are coming to go the way that they are now. Now we'll see in time, like Wujan said, this has happened before, breakups, and then, like, you know, it's like that dysfunctional relationship. They, they get into an argument, they break up, they get to drinking, they break up, and then they get right back together. So we'll see how this plays out, how everything plays out in the end, though. We'll see.
I could put a prediction, and of course
I already know.
But Amber, I want to ask you something, because that was interesting, and I agree with you, but I think there's more to what you were saying, because, and I'm gonna give you an example here in Georgia. In Georgia, there were 5 people recently, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday, 5 people drank disinfectant. I don't know which one it was it Clorox or Lysol or something like
Did it
that.
in Georgia? God damn, Georgia. I thought it was from Florida shit. Man.
No, that's in Georgia. I got the alert on my phone. The poison center here in Georgia reported that 5 people poisoned themselves by digesting whatever disinfectant, and they're grown adults. And so the question is, who is responsible for that? Right now, we can say, because like you were saying, we could
I say they are. The
Yeah.
label says
I
do
got
not inject.
So hold on, wait. So let
Do
me.
not
So,
inject.
all right. So wait a minute. Let me speak for you for a second, because you already said it. That's what I'm saying. So you are in a position. You just said it. They're responsible, and I don't think anybody can argue with you on that, or disagree and be correct. But now there's another layer to it, though. So here's where I'm coming in. So I agree with you, but then there's another layer to it too, is because just like a job, right? If you're the boss, or you're the overseer or the manager of a job, and you have employees that work for you or under you, if they screw up, the responsible party is going to be you, even though you didn't break the machine. One of your employees did, but ultimately, like when it comes down to it, the way things are is that you're going to be responsible, even though you're not the one that did it. And so, like President Trump, that Lysol thing recent is a direct result of a trickle down effect from the announcements on the coronavirus task force, where it was suggested that people get injected with some kind of disinfectant or whatever the case is. But like I said, we could blame and say people are stupid because the directions say whatever it says, but still there's another layer that we can't ignore as well. So I'm giving you what you're saying and agreeing, but we can't ignore the other layer of responsibility when it comes outside of the individual, because we don't live on islands by ourselves. The way society and communities are is that we do interact and interface. Like we have this interconnection and things, and responsibility is shared. So like who is the blame or whatever the case is. Same thing with children. I know earlier somebody gave an analogy with, I think Sheffrin gave an analogy with children, and you said, well, we're not talking about children, but the analogy, children, we say age, okay, but we're talking about maturity or the wherewithal that a person, whatever level a person's on. A person could be 40 years old, but still mentally immature in certain subject matters. So they would be a child in that subject matter. So it's just based on just ignorance. So ignorance is not discriminate. It's, it doesn't care what color you are, how old you are.
You're right. So my question is, I understand what you're saying. So my question is then, so can we hold the government responsible for allowing the internet to be so accessible to people who aren't mature enough mentally to engage? Is it because once we start delving into this person has to be socially responsible because they have a platform, then you have to wonder, okay, well, if they're responsible because they are potentially, because it ain't like he handpicks the people who come on his platform. It's an open platform for anybody to come into. So a child, a minor that's, not of age to watch the content or something like that, can he be held responsible for things that they come and they watch and they see, even though the content is supposed to be for an adult? Can he be held responsible for someone who is not mentally mature enough to discern between? And if he can, then what stops the government from being just as equally responsible, since they're allowing, because nobody will be able to access his platform without having access to the internet. So if that's the case,
if you
I'm gonna answer
text somebody, right? Let's say you tell somebody to commit, they talk about killing themselves. You go, you should do it. You should do it. You should just kill yourself. If that person kills himself, you can be held liable. Like that's already happened. Like that's how shit works, though.
Well, and
Like,
let me say,
and,
Who did he tell to kill themselves?
no, he's just giving an
I'm
example.
just giving an example. But what I'm saying is that
So,
you are.
but what I'm saying
just
is,
let me-
go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, just because somebody's adult, you can't really look at the adult, because every adult doesn't have the same mind. So let's say you tell somebody that they can inject themselves with disinfectant, right? Some people are schizophrenic. Some people have other issues, germaphobes. When they hear
Some people
something
looking
like
for that bag. Some people looking for that. Some people did it just to say they did the shit so they can say the president told me I'm filing a lawsuit because he told me that this was cool. Some people is looking for that bag, make no mistake, because of the culture of passing the buck. Someone said this, I listened to it, and I've been harmed because I listened to what they said. That's a hustle too.
Exactly, but it does not change the fact that those people that I named, they exist.
Yeah,
right.
It does not change that. But what I'm saying is, if Sonetta is responsible for people coming on his platform that aren't mentally mature, then why should he be the only person held responsible? YouTube should be responsible.
I'm not tying, like, I was I'm not tying everything to Sonetta, because we had really, because at the conversation that spiraled to Donald Trump comment about disinfectants and I'm just talking about the mind of individuals, and just I think Ujab was just talking about in general about just the path.
Yeah, so this is a hypothetical.
I was talking about, we're talking about, let me finish this. We're talking about, like, just to be clear, right? We're just talking about the pass the buck mentality, right? We're not, everything is not, we're not fashioning everything to just Sonetta and platform. We're just talking, I was just addressing the pass the buck mentality in general, right? Where he's saying, like, he agreed with what you're saying in some aspects of it. In some aspects of it, I agree too. But on the other hand, everybody, all these individuals don't have the same mind. And you have to, even though you may not want to, you have to protect the people that are not mature enough, right? Education-wise, are not able to mentally wise. You know what I'm saying? And you have to protect them. So I do see both sides of that. That's all. That's really all I'm trying to say. I see both sides of that.
I do too, but I think that protection should come long before Sonetta. I think.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not tying it just to Sonetta. I'm talking about.
Go ahead with y'all, because I wanted to ask a hypothetical question.
Yeah, I just want to say because I don't. Okay, I brought up Trump because
I don't want to make it just about Sonetta. That's what I'm trying to.
And plus I brought up Trump because that's an actual thing we can look at how that played out. Trump was criticized heavily for his statements, so much so that he even lied about his very own statement. Like if you play his response after he got criticized versus his actual statement, he did a 180 and just lied about it. And
what he said, he's being sarcastic or something.
Yeah, and that he was talking to fake news reporters, but he was actually talking to the expert to his right, and you can see it. But now, so here's the thing. So let's look at what happened though. Trump's statement caused the disinfectant companies to actually put a press release or a public announcement out. So they took the responsible position because they understand what I'm saying. They understand the power of influence, and that just because you're an adult by age doesn't mean that you're an adult or mature by your mentality on different topics, and the potential is out there. So because we don't live in the islands by ourselves, we live in a hierarchical society and so on and so forth, communities, that they took the responsible position and covered their bases by saying, listen, as we put on the labels, internal consumption of this is dangerous, or whatever Lysol put out, or whatever case is. That's what I'm talking about. And so it's twofold. So somebody who is stupid enough to drink some Clorox, we can always blame them because they're the active participant. But there's also a shared responsibility of the governing bodies or whatever the case is, and they themselves understand it. So that's why Lysol stepped up. That's why Clorox or whatever the other company was that stepped up, they tweeted something, they put some information out there to make sure that they did the responsible thing. So
Right.
that's
So
the thing. But hold on, just real quick on the YouTube thing, real quick. On the YouTube, YouTube or Google they're constantly changing in terms of service or policies or whatever the case is. I don't even know if people really read them, but if you pay attention to them, they changed them, and now they've even changed it to where you have to answer the question whether your content is for children or for not, or this or for that or whatever the case is, because they're taking a more responsible position because of how things do occur on the internet. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
right, and I know that, but what I'm saying is, if a child is under an adult's account and comes across some information, can he be held responsible for that? Don't answer that right away. You can come back to that because I wanted to propose a hypothetical scenario. So hypothetically, these people have ingested these different chemical agents that weren't for consumption, that was clearly stated on the label. And then these companies later came out and, reiterated that this is not for actual consumption. It's not for you to ingest into your body. So let's say that they filed suit against President Trump because I was listening to the president and I ingested these chemicals that were not for ingestion. Do you think that they're going to win that suit despite the fact that the label says do not ingest, despite the fact that the companies came out and said that it's not for ingestion? You think a judge would ignore all of that and say, well, because Trump said it, you're on the hook for it because people ingested this because Trump said it? Do you think that that's going to be a legal defense that's going to hold up in court?
Nah, to your hypothetical, I don't think that will go very far for that specific hypothetical situation. No, but
So again,
the
so to
principle
some
of it,
degree,
but the principle
ignorance is not an excuse or a defense. The information was there. You disregarded it.
But wait, I want to say this because now I'm being specific to your specifics, which is your hypothetical. But now, because I've done paralegal work, and I've seen cases where the principle does apply, where a third party will be responsible, culpable for something that goes down that a person should have known better for. So it depends on the process, how the case is prosecuted, and what you can show and demonstrate, and how you can connect the connect the dots and things. So I have seen that happen before, and it is really the principle of if you cover your bases, like if I have a label like Lysol could not be sued because Lysol, one, obviously in your hypothetical you didn't mention that, but in the real situation that I was talking about, they're protected because they followed all of the prerequisites on their labeling and this and that, and plus they issued the statement. They went above and beyond their required duty, and they announced those statements. So somebody would be crazy to sue them. But but in your situation, suing the president in that situation, nah, you gonna, that's, you ain't gonna get very far.
I would say the same thing, but I do, being that it's the president, that makes it more difficult because it is the president.
It's not going.
But in a different circumstances, of somebody with less power, I think that person could be looked upon as negligent in that case.
I would think the fact that he has more power will make him more of a detriment, since we're saying that he has so much influence. The president of the United States is considered the most powerful person in the world. So
let's take a wrongful.
He has the power to fire. Yeah, so he has the power to fire people that's actually investigating them in the higher ups. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Like, that's why it would be hard to.
Well, here's another
even if he's accused on impeachable offenses. You see what I'm saying?
It would be another reason
impeached,
hard.
So
if you look at wrongful death lawsuits, where surgery is not guaranteed, a successful surgical outcome is not guaranteed. So people go into surgery knowing the risk, and that's why you fill out the paperwork and you do all that kind of stuff. But yet, people still get sued. Doctors still get sued for wrongful deaths, in surgery, and then other scenarios where people are sued for wrongful deaths, and then some people are victorious with it. And so if you find anything in their procedures or anything that they didn't follow, even within the scope of there's no guarantee of a successful surgery, and you sign all the paperwork, that's where you have to tease and find out. That's why I say it would be difficult for
when
your
it comes to
scenario.
that, when it comes to that, they try to prove malpractice though.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. They are going to try to prove that
It's another angle.
some procedure that should have been done was not done, that you neglected to do something that you should have done, or you added to a procedure that should not be, should not have been in the process, and or you could leave a scalpel in somebody's body, sew somebody up with a tissue, some crazy stuff that happens above and beyond that.
That's why, in case of the president, though, they would angle it like, they wouldn't go at it. They would go at it different. They would go at it as influence, manipulation. See what I'm saying? They couldn't go at the companies itself. They have to go at the president for negligence.
It wouldn't be a suit. It would be similar to how they treated the impeachment. It wouldn't be a suit. It wouldn't come down as a suit or anybody victorious in a suit or whatever. It would just
maybe
be what
not
it is.
necessarily right now, but once he got out of office, even if he was out of office and when the suit was brought, do you think?
Yeah, but I don't think a law. I don't even think that avenue would even be able to be taken. It would be more so just pretty much what went down already.
I think they would probably sue the government since he's an extension of the government.
Well, but see, he didn't give, because see, if you play the tapes back, he didn't.
Yeah, he didn't specifically say do it.
Right. He didn't say to do it. It's all technical stuff. Nobody's gonna get any wins with that. Like it's just whatever. But I only reason I brought it up is because there's no coincidence that these 5 people, at least in Georgia, I don't know wherever else, 5 people in Georgia did it on the heel of him saying what he said.
In New York, something like that.
Yeah, on the heel of him saying it. So I only brought him up is to show the power of influence plus ignorance equals disaster. And we gotta understand that's a reality we live in. That's
ignorance
we live in.
And for somebody like I say that be into neurobiology, neuroscience, like you just cannot. Y'all just.
But I'm talking about really negligence though on an individual level. Like in order for them to ingest the chemical, they had to have it available to them. Now, of course, they could have had it in a container that it wasn't the original container, or if we're going to just go out there on the limb. But I'm not going to go that far. I'm going to say that they had it in the original container.
It was in a Sprite bottle.
The directions on it. So for you to ignore the manufacturer's directions and take the direction of somebody else, that's negligent on your part. Like that
it is.
You can blame Trump. Yes, you can. And it's easy to do that. But how does that help people become more responsible on an individual level?
It's not one or the other. That's why I keep saying that's why I agree with you, because that's the easy part, because the actual participant in the foolish act is the easy no-brainer blame. But there's another level to it because of how communities work, how society operates. And we can't ignore, I'm just saying we just can't ignore the influence plus ignorance will equal disaster. That's what we live with. Like people with guns, that's a gun argument too. That's a similar argument among the gun community, where guns don't really kill people. People kill people. And then people are negligent about discharging their firearm incorrectly, accidentally killing people or themselves or shooting themselves and this and that. But yet on the gun or in the instruction manual, they tell you how to do this, that, and the third, but you were negligent about it. Now, if somebody influenced you to do something silly and you listen, that's, the whole thing as a child. They say, if somebody tell you jump off a building, will you do it? I'm saying, no, we live in a world where that actually happens. People do it. People will do stupid things because of their level of ignorance. And then the power of influence, peer pressure, influence. We grow up doing it. We see it all the time. So we can't act like it doesn't exist. And that's all I'm saying is that the reality is that occurs, and we just can't ignore it. We can't ignore it.
And that's
Now,
true.
you know,
I guess maybe because I know we don't have the luxury of having the defensible argument that this person influenced me. Like in any other situation, let's say that it was the commission of a crime. Blacks especially aren't going to be able to use the defense that, well, I was influenced by this person, and that's why I did it. It doesn't matter. You're going down too. I don't care that you was influenced by this person. You're just as culpable as they are. So my thing is not that I don't understand that people should be more responsible, but people have to learn that regardless of people's irresponsibility, you have to be responsible for yourself at minimum. Protect yourself, because as Black people, we don't get the luxury of not knowing shit. We just don't have it.
I
We
agree.
don't have that.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That's why I say I agree, but we can't ignore it. So let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say you have a son who's of age, you know, he's a young adult, and you have a brother, which is his uncle, and your brother, and this is hypothetical because I don't know your family situation, but so let's say your brother tells your son to do something stupid, and you raise your son, and you think your son has the wherewithal to not do anything stupid or make some crazy foolish decision, but he just happens to do it because he looks up to his uncle. His uncle tell him do some crazy stuff, and he does it, and he gets in trouble for it. Now you as the sister of your brother, and then as the mother of your son, you're gonna get on your son for being stupid, for making the decision and being stupid, getting caught doing something silly, but you also are gonna go in on your brother for telling him to do that stupid stuff. And so this is something that we see and live, and that's all I'm saying is that the reason why we would do that. Oh, let me that's hypothetical. Let me stop. What would you do in that situation?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you now that was just a bad analogy to use, because my son, based off of past problems and issues that I've gotten into surrounding my brother, he loves him as an uncle, but he don't respect shit he got to say, and he's not going to take any advice from him. Truth be told, my 16-year-old son.
I chose the wrong hypothetical.
Chose the wrong hypothetical. My 16-year-old son is more inclined to give him advice. My brother will call my son for advice.
Well, advice. Okay, so because
so
that was a bad one.
Bad analogy.
Well, now it's a good analogy, but bad choice because because it's the opposite. Like
it's not going to happen in that way.
You can't even follow me.
I don't have to worry about it.
Right, you can't even follow me on my own hypothetical because your real situation is the opposite. So I get it. But I mean, but okay. Aside from that, but do you see my point? Like, let's just say, let's make it a true hypothetical. Take your real situation out of the picture, but let's just take anybody. You know, not you. Anybody.
Well, I'm gonna tell you straight up, just based off the hypothetical that you included. First off, I try not to put my kids in situations with people that I don't feel like are responsible enough to guide them in the right way. So I'm a little overbearing as a parent. So people having access to my kids to get them to do things in my absence that I would not be with, I just try to avoid those situations at all costs. Furthermore, if it was to happen, I would be on my son because I know my brother. So at the end of the day, I tell my child.
You would give your brother a pass?
Yeah, because I know my brother. I would blame myself for putting my child in a situation to be influenced by him. And then I would get on my son for disregarding everything that he's taught to follow behind some bullshit, because that's the first thing that I try to get my kids out of at an early age, is telling me what the fuck somebody else said to do. That's like number one thing that gotta go.
So I get it. So, but I'm gonna tell you, like, I hear you, and your situation is what it is. But I'm gonna tell you, the average person will do what I was saying. Like, if you were to poll the average people, and by child, I didn't mean that your son was still a child. I meant he's a young adult. Like, he's not under your household or none of that stuff, and he just got access. He could call who he want to call. But I'm saying in a basic general scenario like that, people will get on their son, like people will get on their child, or you know, when I say child, it's because they're your child, but they could be 25, 30, whatever, for doing something stupid or being influenced by anybody. It may even be your brother, but because if you know them, you're gonna get on both. You're gonna get on the person who did it and how silly it was and badger them, whatever the case is, reprimand them. But you also are gonna have some choice words for the person who influenced them. And if you take a poll, most people would do that. And my point is, using that scenario is to overlay it in what I'm saying that happens in society, where both are there. You can't, you know, it's not one or the other.
And that's the thing. I agree with you that most people would. I think that's the problem, though. I think it's a problem that, you know, most people would try to change someone else's behavior when they know that who that person is. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I'm not invested in trying to change people when they already have shown me who they are, what they about. Like, I just try to teach mine to stay away from that. When you see somebody is just completely opposite of you, they don't hold the same values as you, you would be a fool to try to waste your time convincing them to change their value system, when all you have to do is just surround yourself with people who value the same things that you do. You know, like, it's just, to me, it's like you're fighting a losing battle. It's a waste of your time. You don't have to do that. You don't have to try to change someone that's not, when there are so many people that are. Just go with the R's and forget the not. If they want to become an R, then they become an R. But we're not going to invest our time in the not. It's ridiculous and redundant and a waste of time. That's just how I perceive it. Like, I'm just not in the business of trying to force people or convince them to think like me. People are entitled to think and do whatever they want to. Either I'm with it or I'm not. And that's why I try to teach my children. You can't control other people. All you can control is yourself. That's the only thing you can control is yourself. So if people are operating in something that you feel like is, you know, contrary to your position, then you just move around and find another group of people to rock with.
Okay, on that,
Joe, can I say something real quick?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, just Bridget. Okay, so with both scenarios, when you're talking about a nephew and a uncle, the uncle would have known that he's given misinformation or got the nephew doing something that's wrong. Versus Trump, he was asking, and it was a crazy question, but he was ignorant of the fact of what he was saying. That's the difference. That's one of the people on these different platforms, or the people that are influencers. If they're not going into it with a negative aspect of giving out information, then are they wrong for thinking they're giving good information and it was actually bad? You see what I'm saying? Versus versus somebody actually telling you, oh, you take this gun, you walk in this store and you go rob this place.
No, I
you
got
know what I'm saying?
That's a good point. So here's my thing with that. It's about taking responsibility. So Trump,
but that's what I'm saying. It goes back to responsibility of yourself too.
No,
so
wait.
If it's a response, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, let me just say. So here's how it should play out in a more better situation. Trump said what he said. He was talking to the experts to his right. He said what he said. At the time he said it, he didn't think nothing from nothing. He didn't think he was doing anything wrong, whatever the case is, like you said. But now here's the thing. This is what being a good leader or good responsible person would be. Once you got the backlash and how your words were perceived by the public, then you should be responsible enough or care enough to come to double back and say, wait a minute, you know, I want to just clear some things up. Like the next COVID-19 press conference, he should have came back and clarified that, but he did not.
Well, he had his people do that, but the same people who watched the first press conference didn't take to, well, they didn't think to continue watching, seeing that wasn't something that they should do. So they should be responsible. They seen that one press conference, but they didn't see the Lysol give out the statement. They didn't see Trump's people go out and say that, oh, he's being sarcastic, which we know was some bullshit. But at the same time, they did double back on actually what he said. But these
Well,
same people who, but the
but
same people who ingested it, they didn't think to continue watching the news or continue watching to see the development of even what he said before they did it.
But like Amber said, you can't. Now here's the thing: you can't control what people do, but you can put your best effort forward. So Trump himself should have doubled back on his own words and not got somebody else to say it. He should have been responsible enough. He made the claim. He made a statement that was misconstrued and caused, you know, some ignorant folks to do some silly things. He should have been responsible because he tweets all day, every day, and he's been on a press conference himself all this other time. So he should have took responsibility and corrected the perception and said, well, wait a minute, you guys, I was just asking the experts the question. I didn't intend for anybody to actually do it or try it on themselves. So I repeat, do not do this, blah, blah. He could have said any statement or whatever the case is, but he didn't. Now, even if the people who saw the first conference and he did that and didn't see the second one, at least he took the responsible stance and did something about it. And of course, he can't control and force people to watch, but at least he covers himself and his integrity is intact, and he's responsible as a leader of the country and the whole nine. That's all.
Okay, but
yeah,
think of another scenario. Think of another scenario. Say if he did ask that question, and right after that, the doctor or the researcher went up there and said, "Do not do it," and Trump said, "Don't do it," and people still did it.
Yeah, that's a different story. That's a different story.
No, I'm just saying, people. If we would have literally, I'm almost positive, if that scenario would have happened, if it was just 1 or 20 people that did it, we still probably would be having the same conversation, because 1 or 20 or 30, it still would have been the same. The person would have still did it.
I know, but see, the thing is, like Amber said it before, you can't control. Like if I make a mistake, if I tell you to put the red wire on your brakes, but it's really the green wire, and then I come back and I correct myself, I'm being responsible. Like, I'm acknowledging the mistake, I'm being responsible, and I'm making an effort to correct it. Now, whether you listen to me even after I told you to correct it and you still put the green wire on there, I can't control you, but at least I've covered myself. I have taken that position, that responsible position.
Right. But that, like, I still don't think that would have stopped people from doing actually ingesting.
Well, no, because I mean, he never explicitly told people to do it. So people,
he didn't. You know, he was asking them a question.
Yeah,
no, but
it's
the perception. But see, once you like again, you're right. He didn't say it. He didn't tell people to do that. But once you're told that it's being misconstrued and perceived that way, a responsible person is still going to cover themselves. Like, listen, although I
definitely agree with that.
Right,
I agree with that. I think that's the thing of integrity. So my thing is, Trump has never shown us that he has integrity. So I wasn't expecting him to come out and do that. I mean, to be perfectly honest, he's like a silent member of the conscious community, because the same shit that he does, as far as not owning up to being wrong or, you know, having misinformation, it's the same shit that goes on here. So, I mean, to me, he's like bro when it comes to this shit. You know, he's the type of person that says shit and never walks back on anything that he says, because he doesn't want to be perceived as wrong or not knowing something.
I like that. He's a silent leader. He's a silent leader of the conscious community. I like them.
Yeah, he's a narcissist.
I'm still that. But I mean, I guess at the end of the day, my whole point is that, you know, the issue of responsibility, when you're in a position, you know, these positions have responsibilities with them, and their influence, whether we want to admit them or acknowledge them or not, and we just can't ignore it. Celebrities, same way. Like, celebrities can't be directly blamed or held legally to certain things, but we all know that celebrities influence people. Like a psychologist would disagree with a lot of some of the things that's been said in terms of not being able to control whatever. Like, advertisers advertisement and marketing is based on psychology, based on manipulating the mind, and grown adults can be manipulated all day, every day Like that's what's studied. They study it in order to do it in terms of marketing and stuff. But as a field of science, psychology, they study the human mind and behavior, and they know what triggers what directly, indirectly, this, that, and the third, and whatnot. So although we can't, so they would disagree with that control issue. Like people can be controlled to you know.
But that's the whole thing.
direct
I
way.
absolutely know that my minor is marketing, so I definitely know that people can be can be controlled, and it's very easy to do so. Like some of the marketing campaigns that have actually garnered a response from people and got them to buy stuff, it's just so basic. It's like, why can't people see the tricks that's being played? So maybe I'm a little biased in the respect that I feel like people just need to be a little more intelligent and use more critical thinking. You know,
No,
maybe
I
because
agree.
Okay, I have
agree.
a question for Wujawu.
Yeah. After this, I'm about to roll. Just let y'all know.
Okay. I have a question. So, like, you know how people were getting criticized for going to parks, going to beaches. So are they to blame, or is the governor to blame for opening these things up? So people are saying, oh, it's premature. They shouldn't have done it. But at the same time, they couldn't go to a park that wasn't open. They couldn't go to a beach that wasn't open. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, the governor would be to blame. I mean, too, like I said, it's not one or it's not an or situation. It's an and situation. The governor and the people who are foolish enough to do something crazy.
But you can't get mad at a person that goes to something that's open. They're thinking, and then they might be in like, okay, was it open? It must be safe enough for us to go out. He wouldn't steer us wrong or whatever.
There you go. So you're making the point I'm making. You're like we're on the same. Go ahead, but
no. I'm not saying we're on the same page, but it was just a question. Like I see people that's getting upset at people, and like I said, I don't do it. Me personally, that's just something that I don't do that anyway. I don't just hang out and just be in just different crowds and going places just to hang out. I just never been that person. But at the same time, we have people that do. So as soon as they open it up, they doing what they would normally do, and people are like getting criticized for it. But at the same time, if the governor allowed it to happen, then or people in power or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah. So that I'm saying the same thing. That's why I say it's both, because if you like, we have to separate what should happen and what would be ideal. Like what should happen and what would be ideal is that people be scientifically literate and people you know, can discern. But the reality, when we live in the real world, a lot of people are not like that. And not if, but because they're like that, you have to take that into account in how you govern those same people. So the governor or mayor or whatever needs to understand that, and they should take all the precautions and responsibility to make sure that they
but at the
dot all
same
the
time,
I's and cross all the T's.
are you blaming the people? You're saying, and that's the same thing. If somebody tell you something and you go out and do it and you still get hurt.
Well, it's because they're the actual person to do something, whatever the case is, and that part is what Amber is saying. On the governor's side, that's what I was also including, because of the level of influence. Like here in Georgia, I don't know where you are, but in Georgia,
I'm in Georgia.
Governor. Okay, well, yeah, the governor Kemp Friday, he was the first one to open up the hair salons and barbershops and tattoo parlors and stuff like that, and he was criticized for it from the top down and whatnot, and people follow, people went out and they were quarantined. Now they went out because he said it was okay. Now if the COVID cases spike, who's going to be to blame? Is it the people, or are people going to point at the governor and have some choice words for his decision? They're going to look at him, even though the people, based on their level of education, may not know the stats and numbers and this, that, and the third. They're not going to be blamed like that, but they themselves are the one that did it. So because a lot of people, although the barbershops and stuff open, some people like, nah, forget that. I'm still going to shelter in. I'm not going to be in nobody's face. I'm going to still practice social distancing. I don't care what the governor says. So it's split. So that's why I just say an and, because it's not a cookie cutter thing. But it depends on the level of blame. Like blame is a harsh word. But if
Right,
you
but
did it,
the governor is a person of authority. They run their state. But
yeah,
when you're talking
exactly.
about just a person that you listen, and I'm gonna go back to YouTube, a person on YouTube, they're nothing that's over you. They're not governing over you. You choose to go on these people platforms. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
So
exactly. But
that's where it could, that's where
where it's
the
different.
that's where the and stops. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying?
but now check this out. So, and I'm glad you said that. Even though a governor is an actual position and an actual responsibility and an actual duties that a person performs, a YouTuber that has very high influence, although they're not a governor or they have no official dispensation to be whoever they are, some people in the audience put them in a authoritative position. They put them in a influencing position that can equate to a governor, even though their duties are nothing like running a state and stuff. But they look up to them. They can look up to them to the point where what they say is heavily influential.
But I
And
can't
it's
I can't
happening.
see how I can govern a person that runs a channel.
Well, no. I'm not saying govern the person running the channel. I'm saying that the person who runs the channel will be put in a position from the audience perspective, somebody in audience perspective, as a similar equivalent of influence.
But
So like,
I guess that's a difference between, I guess it's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around it because I don't get influenced by people of that type of status or whatever. Like I said, I'll look at
I've seen it.
videos, I'll do, you know what I'm saying? I don't get down like that.
But hold
You
up, but
know,
now have you seen? I've seen, like, if you on Instagram or IG and you watch people go live, man, I'm seeing people that are heavily influenced. Like if you look at the comments, be flying up and stuff. Some people hang on the words of these folks, and on YouTube as well. Like look at what's the brother's name? The brother that went to that left the country and wanted to live by nature.
Nature Boy.
Yeah, Nature Boy. Look at all of his followers. They changed their name to Nature this or Nature that or whatever. Like
he might as well have a whole compact and have a code then. My thing, I
yeah,
wouldn't
he
be,
did.
I would,
He
I would,
did.
I wouldn't be a part of that. That's why I'm saying. That's why
No,
I
I
think
get, I get
it's
it.
kind of hard for me to understand how people can put these different people put on a pedestal or a platform where they shouldn't even be. Yeah, they're entertainers. If you're gonna be in an entertainment business, being an entertainment business, you can entertain me, but I'm not gonna put you on a level of where I'm going to listen to every word. Like I'm just not that person. And like Amber was saying, I teach my children the same thing. It's like, don't be a follower. I got a daughter that's about to this will be her first year in college this fall. I got a lot to say to her from now to August. You know what I'm saying? I've brought her up to,
You
of
got to
course,
cram a lot in, don't you?
a senior year, and I got her up to this point, but this is a whole nother level. I didn't go off to school, so I don't know how campus life is and being away like that. Like I had kids young. I had my daughter when I was like a month from being 21. So I didn't, we grew up fast. And my kids, I ain't gonna say I sheltered them, but at the same time, I don't want her to be in this world where you can be influenced easy.
Yeah,
you see,
I'm
not there like I am now. So
well,
you
see,
got to
I think
instill in these people that you can't just let people who, and you might think y'all might have the same values or beliefs or whatever, but at the same time, you are peers, not, if they don't have the status or the knowledge, or I guess this is where the people, when they come out with, I'm a scientist, I'm a scholar, and all this other stuff, so they're thinking they're not on the same level as you no more. You no longer are peers. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, I think you and I are on the same page, because like how you said that you are, I'm in agreement. But so here's a difference. Like you and I say what we're saying, but the reality is that there's some folks that are not like us, and they do it. I've seen it. Listen, I've seen videos, for the example that I use, Nature Boy. I've seen him go live, and I've seen people like just, it's crazy how the influence that people have. Like I wouldn't believe it unless I actually saw it, and I see it all the time. And I'm just using that one as an example. I've seen it on YouTube, and I've seen it on Instagram. When they go live, I forgot what they call themselves. You know, I'm not too familiar, but I've seen it, and the power of influence is real. It is real. It's real. And on top of that, I was shocked at the age of some of the people. I could see teenagers. Okay, teenagers. You know,
You
very
said some
impressionable.
grown folks out there.
Listen, I'm serious. Like I'm some more video footage of grown people leaving and adopting that kind of lifestyle and the ideology and you know, peace reflection and all this other kind of stuff. I've seen it. And so that's real. And I'm just saying we can't ignore that. And you know, maybe we don't have time to get into it. Certain people don't have time to dive into it and see what can happen or even discuss it. But I peep it, I see it, and that's, you know, that's a whole psychological piece. But it's within it. It doesn't matter what skin color you are, or anything. The influence is a big thing. Now, where we should place blame and all that, you know, that's probably debatable. But we just can't ignore the power of influence in our communities. And you know, we would be irresponsible if we were to see it and just not say anything, you know, to try to make things better. Like, hey, watch yourself, you know, influence. Like how you just said, your daughter's about to go off to college, and I'm sure you're confident in your parenting, but before she stepped foot on that campus, you're gonna have some advice, some words for her, because you understand all the possibilities that
Right.
can happen, and you just gonna double down and make sure. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you understand the power of influence. That's how I go.
No, I know
Even though
this,
you
this
raised them.
generation is a lot different. Like I said, we didn't have where we can, somebody that I might have been influenced maybe at 16, 17, where I couldn't just click on the button and see exactly what they're doing right now. Their every movement. I didn't have that luxury when, you know, growing up to a point. You know, yeah, we watched TV and BET and, you know, what is that, 106 and Park and all, you know, all the teen summits and all that other stuff. But we had to wait for it to come on TV. We didn't get to see what people stunting and doing all this other stuff. We don't have that stuff. Ain't real no damn way.
Yeah.
People.
Now check this out. If you look at history of TV, because before TV was radio, right? People used to huddle up in the living room and listen to
Right.
shows and everything. Then we had TV. When TV first came out, TV imitated life. But now over time, life starts imitating the programming, the programming shows on TV. So it's totally flipped on its head now, where people actually wait to see love and hip hop. They wait to see the next music video. They wait to see that in order for them to then go out and do whatever to mimic. So now we're mimicking what we see now instead of the other way around. And if people ignore that or think that doesn't exist, then I really can't help them, because it's like right in our face where that occurs, you know. And so that we have to account for that. The internet has changed the game. Like the internet came out 1995, I want to say around 95, before it hit dial up, and then we
Somewhere in there.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Listen, the internet changed the game. I don't think that society to this very day was really ready for the internet. Even still now, you know, it's like everything's playing catch up because it's democratized information. You know, it made everything just everything. Anybody could be anything. Anybody could say anything, and it's across borders and everything now. So it's I don't think we were really prepared psychologically. Like, we don't have things in place to really understand what happens, and we're seeing the results of it. We call these youngsters millennials and beyond, but they're the living result of this big shift that has occurred. And man, I'm seeing it. Like I have 3 children, and I see it, you know. And as a parent, you be responsible. You just try to parent and instill certain. You seed them with certain information, but ultimately, when they become adults, they're gonna make their own decisions, and you could only hope that they make the right one. But listen, it's 3 o'clock. I gotta go, and I appreciate the conversation because
All
we
right.
keep on talking about this. But I'm biased. I don't know what I know when you come on. Sometimes I don't even think you have a pre-planned topic, but I think that some of the stuff you mentioned early should probably get into, maybe revisit whatever. I'll be checking it out.
So I always have topics on deck. Sometimes don't get around to it, and I don't force it because I still want to talk about that. The possibility of being immune to AIDS and all that type of stuff. I still got like mad tabs pulled up. You might see it in the background.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Yeah,
Let me say this. Let me say this real quick. They're beginning to roll out more and more antibody tests, which is a serological test where they test the blood and everything. So in case anybody don't know, the way that they have been testing it was for the RNA or the genes of the virus itself. And that's different than what they're starting to roll out now, which is an antibody test. And with the antibody test, if it's potent or works effective, they'll be able to tell if you were ever exposed to the virus. And see, that's going to be a way for people to relax, because once let's say you work at a job and your other colleagues at your job test negative for even the antibodies, then you know that they never even contracted the virus in the first place, and you yourself, and that will actually set the stage for governors or mayors to really start to roll out a get back to normalcy type of thing. But be on the lookout for that, because I know here in Georgia, they CDC or whatever, they announce certain hotspots where you can go and get an antibody test and everything. So I just wanted to make sure people understand that. All right, but peace. I appreciate the conversation, and I see the chat is lit.
All right, peace, y'all.
All right, now.
All right.
Yeah, and some people are being asked to donate, I guess, blood or plasma if they already had if the antibody test comes out that they already had, the COVID, unbeknownst to them. But unless Amber and Bridget is going to take over, because I might go to bed my damn self. If y'all want to continue, because people still in there, in the chat, I think like 30 deep. If y'all want, y'all can continue. And you dig?
No. Amber already drank. I'm good.
I was trying to sip slow so I could sip some more, but it's 2:00 in the morning.
No, it's 3 here.
Yeah, Rosie, she said my still up. Yeah, I didn't doze out a couple times. You dig? And that's on the couch. So, I don't stand a chance in hell laying down. I'm laying down now. So if I doze off on the couch, that means the laying down is just a wrap. I'm definitely going to be out. All right. So tomorrow, if I'm not playing Monopoly, get your Monopoly game up, by the way.
Child, please.
Yeah, you know what? They've been going live with our Monopoly games on Facebook. I have yet to go live, on one thing. But I might try it one time. Go live with the Monopoly, but I don't want to teach y'all how to play. I want y'all to bring your own weak game and get beat up.
Well, Watcher said play some music.
Huh? Music?
Yeah.
Shoot, man. Every time I look, yesterday when I went out to take out the trash, I cut my speaker on my mobile speaker. I'm walking out the damn house. I didn't even mean it to be caught on, this stuff. I got flagged walking out the house. I got flagged for like that few seconds. This live picked up the music that was on my speaker going outside. That was crazy. So I watched a couple copyright videos to see, like, what it is, and pretty much, like, they got free music. You got to find it. the woman had produced links, but if you don't use it like that, or there's also a way you can like pay for licensing. So of course, when I get back on track, as far as business and employment, I'm gonna do that route. I'm just gonna just pay for shit outright, play when I want to play it. Cause you dig.
The watcher said, "Play Thin Line Between Love and Hate" soundtrack. He been over there plotting. He drinking and plotting. He already know the playlist.
Yeah, that was actually my thing. Matter of fact, Badass is on there, right? The Watcher. I think Badass is rapping on that. Yeah, man. Like that's one of my favorite movies. So I'm familiar with the tracks on that one.
Yeah, I was listening to some Maxwell earlier. I know the people outside was like, "What?" I had my windows open, singing my ass off.
Oh my god! I know they call the cops and everything. So I've been taking advantage of this COVID-19 because I got the headlighters out, and I guess I don't know. I don't even think mechanic shops ain't open, but the cop, like from kind of like a borderline racist town, like they rode smooth past me. And it's around this time too. I dropped my boy off. Now it's like 2:00 from Monopoly. Man, that cop rode smooth past me. He said, I ain't about to bring that home. You and your one headlight, bruh. You know what I mean? He went right past me. He seen me. On a regular day, man, he'd have turned around so fast and pulled me over, gave me a ticket. Or he would have tried to give me a ticket. You dig? So that's a whole nother discussion. He'd have tried to give me a ticket, but I don't think he'd been successful. But I'm about to go to bed. If I can wake it early enough, I'm gonna re-air that Consul interview or presentation with Sonetta. It was pretty good.
All right, peace.
All right. Peace. Wheezy out of here.
Greasy out of here.
Threezy, all three of us. Threezy out of here.
Bye.
And yeah, this YouTube, man, this thing switched it up, man. It's like hard to get offline. I don't know. Somebody need to show me how to get offline correctly. Chief X had be showing me live for like 3 days in a row.